go.
Don't play video games no more. Never play video games. It's okay. Not right now. That game no more. That's an odd thing. That's not effing Shakespeare. Still play video games, yeah, because we all still do.
God of War.
And we had a little bit of Fallout 4. By the way, I mean, in terms of video game adaptations, I'm with Jack Block Guns. It's like, I'll be okay. Yeah, I can't even speak. I'll be okay if they make a Red Dead Redemption, like, adaptation if it was, like, done as a TV show than a movie. So, that's just my opinion. Yo,
yeah, it should be a TV.
Alright, what's up, Cameron? You eventually just came back for part 2, which, yeah, Sunday was productive day. After driving with Grandpa, taking care of my dog, and taking a shower, I'm like, well, it's a good thing I watched, or in this case, rewatch a couple of these video game movies before I have, like, a proper opinion for the rest of them. So, yeah, make sure we're all good to go. There's one last thing I gotta do to make sure people are gonna DM me saying, hey, Dad, I wanna... Shut up, I'm streaming right now. Let's see, right here, right now, as we take a bow. So yeah, let's see a GIF. Is there a Pac-Man? Since literally Pac-Man's a reference. No. Steven it. Minecraft movie. Only at McDonald's. There we go. Okay. Now, okay, hold on. Now streaming. Hold up. Now streaming video game movies tier list part 2 numero dos. I'd rather get this over with. Number 1,
part 2.
Yeah, the reason why I want to do this right away, because number 1, come on guys, you guys are fully aware, if you're living under a rock on the internet, we're gonna get a lot, I repeat, a lot of movie news. Tomorrow we're getting Sony with the Spider-Man stuff, and then what's after that? You got Warner Brothers for Tuesday, probably like DC and Godzilla stuff, and then Wednesday, what's Wednesday? Is Universal, and then Thursday is Paramount. So on the topic of video game movies, so that means Sonic 4, Angry Birds Movie 3, and the upcoming Street Fighter movie will be presented at CinemaCon because, you know, Paramount owns the rights to those 3 franchises. There's only one franchise that hasn't got a movie yet, but it will next year. Legend of Zelda would be the next one. I think that might be presented tomorrow at tomorrow's CinemaCon, since surprisingly Sony is running that movie rather than Universal, so that's interesting. So on the topic of video game movies, about that, you're living under a rock, that you should be able to watch the street. Yeah, you got that right, Lesnar. But yeah, joking aside, Ollie, I was watching Angry Video Game Nerd before this. Huh, that's interesting. But yeah, speaking of which, yeah, so before, another reason why I'm streaming this now, because just to enjoy the calm before the storm of talking about other movies that are coming out, like literally this upcoming week from CinemaCon, I'd rather just get this out the way. So for those that watched part 1, and I'm pretty sure some of you guys already seen part 1 already, we just pretty much talked about Mario and Sonic. Are Disney going to be getting that one Friday? No, not Friday. Actually, Thursday. Paramount's going to be first on Thursday, and then Disney's going to be saved the last, which I heard rumors. There's possibly Avengers Doomsday, and then aside from Doomsday, you got your Star Wars, your Pixar, your Disney remakes. I feel like Disney's like save the best for last, because I believe CinemaCon, it started now, but the real big event stuff is starting from tomorrow to Thursday, for what I remember. So, like I said, tomorrow's definitely sunny, so definitely stay tuned for Spider-Man stuff for Brand New Day and Beyond the Spider-Verse. And like we said, if you're expecting Sonic 4 stuff, just wait till Thursday for that. So either way, without wasting any more time, for those that see part 1, yeah, we've talked a lot about the Mario Sonic movies, because, you know, me and Gabriel are just biased by saying, yeah, those are the video game franchises we grew up the most on. And secondly, yeah, me and Gabriel are back for part 2. So before we start talking about the movies, let's just go from all of them. Starting off with the one and only live-action Pokemon movie, Detective Pikachu, a Minecraft movie, which I'm still surprised that movie basically came out a year ago from now. Pixels, Wreck-It Ralph, the Angry Birds movies, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, the forgettable Ratchet & Clank movie, Tomb Raider, Uncharted, Borderlands, Assassin's Creed Rampage, and Gran Turismo. Hey, yours truly for every film, minus maybe Mario 93. Got that right, man. So anyway, Gabriel, want to say anything before we start with ranking right away?
Well, not much to say except ready to get the show on the road and talk about most of these video game movies that I have or have not seen.
Yeah, which
yeah.
Which I'm saying, like, starting off with the first one, since part 1 was taken over for both Mario and Sonic, now we're talking about the non-Mario, the non-Sonic video game movie. So, I'm going to take a guess you haven't seen Pokemon Detective Pikachu, have you?
No, I'm not a Pokemon fan, so I never got into it.
Well, guess what? For somebody who's also not a Pokemon fan, I'm just going to start off with my review of it. Surprisingly for me, like I said, for someone who's not a Pokemon fan, I actually like the movie, and now I understand why not just Pokemon fans, but some gamers back then were like, wow, I can't believe this movie wasn't terrible, and I'm surprised that it wasn't that bad. I mean, there are a couple of stupid moments in the movie as expected, but it's definitely far from a terrible video game movie. Okay, Cameron just put, never watched Detective Pikachu. I feel like this movie was, a hit back then, despite this movie came out, 2 weeks after Avengers Endgame. I mean, the movie was still a big hit, but it was never, a huge, box office splash. I think Detective Pikachu was the second highest grossing movie till Sonic 3, and now recently the Minecraft movie, and now recently the Mario Galaxy movie just overtopped that. So, I'm not going to make this review too long for those who have never seen the movie, but I will say this, for somebody who's not a Pokemon fan, and I'm surprised that for the first live-action Pokemon movie, instead of just taking adaptations from the earlier animes or the earlier games, instead of just doing Pokemon training, which there is Pokemon training moments in the movie, but to my surprise, they're like, well, how about we choose this 2016 Detective Pikachu spin-off game? And for someone who's never played the game Detective Pikachu, looking from the actual game versus the movie, honestly, I think the movie is way better than the game itself. I mean, for those that play the game, good for you, but I feel like the game version of Detective Pikachu is kind of boring when it comes to that, so it is what it is. So, let me just see. This Detective Pikachu was S tier. Ryan Reynolds was awesome Pikachu. I'm surprised he says the word hell. Okay, I'm going to talk about that. So, before we have the whole Sonic Movie 1 comparisons, I will be honest, the first half of the movie does give me a Sonic 1 vibe, but the best way to describe Detective Pikachu, it's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Zootopia, but then you have Deadpool voicing Pikachu. That's the best way I would describe this movie. Secondly, another thing I also want to point is more instead of just titling this movie Detective Pikachu, and I said Who Framed Roger Rabbit is the biggest influence for this movie, it's this movie could have been simply titled Pokemon, Who Framed Ryan Reynolds, because literally, when I first heard the casting of Ryan Reynolds as Pikachu, I'm like, okay, it was a similar reaction I got from the first Mario movie by saying, what? Deadpool as Pikachu? And then, no joke, I'm not making this up, guys, Deadpool became the reason why Ryan Reynolds got cast. I am dead ass serious. I saw videos, interviews, and basically by saying, oh, back then when the studio, Warner Brothers, and the Pokemon Company were trying to find their voice for Detective Pikachu, because he actually does talk in the game, but in the game he has this New York type of Brooklyn type of accent here. I ain't no Mario, but come on to me, boy, we gotta go solve a case. But then I remember Pokemon fans were like, yeah, I cast Danny DeVito because he actually has that good Brooklyn type of voice, and the studio actually considered that fan casting choice, but then DeVito dropped out the role. And this is going to sound ridiculous, y'all. Before Ryan Reynolds was cast, and like I said, you could think Deadpool being the reason why he got cast in the role. Bro, you're telling me that The Rock, Mark Wahlberg, and Hugh Jackman was considered to voice Pikachu? That is so ironic. So Wolverine could have voiced Pikachu, but instead they got Deadpool to voice them. And you want to know what's more ironic with the Deadpool and Pikachu comparisons? Number one, Deadpool 2 literally came out 1 year before this movie. It came out in May 2018, and then later on, May 2019, you got Deadpool 2 back in May 2018 after Avengers Infinity War, and then after Avengers Endgame, Ryan Reynolds decided to be part of Detective Pikachu, which, when I check interviews, Ryan Reynolds was never a Pokemon fan, which, trust me, I'm not a Pokemon fan first myself, but he got interested in the crime mystery story that the movie was trying to go for, and secondly, Ryan Reynolds is a dad, and most of his movies are not kid-friendly, unless you count his DreamWorks movies, Cruise and Turbo and Green Lantern sucks, and Deadpool is not usually family-friendly, so yeah, never would thought a yellow creature will be inspired by an R-rated comic book character, and that's what's so hilarious about it. If Deadpool became the reason when, I'm like, let me guess, was there any quote-unquote sex jokes or in the audio tapes where they put Deadpool's voice in Pikachu and just go, I'm touching myself today, I'm very turned on right now? It's more like, bro, not what I was expecting. But like I said, on first impression by saying, why is he cast for this role, man? You got this cute, cuddly character, and then all I'm just hearing is Deadpool voice. But surprisingly, as the movie goes on forward, it doesn't bother me too much, because at least Ryan Reynolds just goes that, in the words of a new flower girl, is Pikachu erected out of your butt. Yeah, and that was one case for that. But anyway, let me just read here. I want Deadpool to voice over when he gets to one of my Sonic movies for my choice for him. I mean, despite Detective Pikachu's like the only video game movie Ryan Reynolds was a part of, I mean, his voice of Silver would be decent, but I was thinking like somebody more like, I don't know, Tom Holland or Neil Patrick Harris or, trying to find like one other dude, that Steven Yeun, he would be a solid choice to voice Deadpool. I mean, Silver, my bad. But on the topic for the movie, I will be honest, like, for the very beginning of the movie where, like I said, even though I don't watch every single Pokemon movie, but I do have close friends that are Pokemon fans, so at least I know the names of the creatures, like the quote-unquote main villain in this movie, and the creature's name is Mewtwo, which they kind of had a very Sonic 3 type of opening sequence where instead of Shadow, it's Mewtwo breaking out, but it's kind of rushed in, so then boom, when Mewtwo destroys the car of this quote-unquote detective who, spoiler alert, who's played by Ryan Reynolds, basically died in the car, and then after that, Pikachu was basically the one who survived, and then Mewtwo put Ryan Reynolds' body inside of Pikachu. Yeah, Deadpool inside body jokes much. I checked that Cynthia was in the film Detective Pikachu. She is my favorite character in the Pokemon franchise. Funny enough, despite this is the first live-action Pokemon movie, and like I said, this movie is based on a 2016 spin-off game for like the Nintendo DS, the one thing I would say that's pretty ironic is the fact that there's no Ash Ketchum, there's no Team Rocket, no Jesse, no... What's the other one? James, Meowth. It's like, you don't get like the main iconic human characters, and for Pokemon fans, this is what I did in my research. Robin Williams was once considered to be a part of this movie. He was about to play this one character named Professor Oak, which I think Pokemon fans know who that is. Like, it's a scientist around that. And Nintendo and Pokemon Company wanted Robin Williams for that role so much, but sadly when Robin Williams was gone for us too soon, that character was completely scrapped from the movie. But for the lead human character, you got this guy who makes the annoying ass scream for Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom where he goes, "Ah! Dinosaurs, run away!" And it's like, bro, what is with this Justice Smith actor running away from CGI creatures? First dinosaurs in Jurassic World and now Pokemon in this one. But thankfully, the lead human actor's performance is not as annoying in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom because the character Tim Goodman, which I did my research that it's actually based on a character in the game, it's kind of nice that we do a little bit of Pokemon training, and then, like the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where you got humans and fictional characters coexisting with each other, I'm like, alright, that's honestly pretty cool. And for somebody who's not a fan of Pokemon, it's kind of like pretty decent, like how they explain, like, oh, how do these creatures and these humans merge together in the Rhyme City? Thankfully, it's not as cringy as the live-action Mario movie where it's like, yeah, dinosaurs and all these humans are merging. So, Pikachu, you're adorable. They can't understand me, kid. Okay, like I said, when it comes to the casting of Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, like I said, questionable head scratching, but you know what? I think Ryan Reynolds is probably like the best choice for the script's version of the movie is, from the humor and everything else. And like we said, all because of Deadpool became the reason why he got cast in the role. It's like, yeah, despite this is a PG-rated movie, this movie is quite mature than compared to these other adaptations, but it is a bit too cutesy for adult audiences who are not Pokemon fans. But, you know, I will say this. Another good thing I would say, the CGI on the Pokemon, whether if I know their names, I know a couple of them. I know Psyduck, I know Mewtwo, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, and Snorlax. I think that's the other one. I forgot what's the name of the purple monkey one. I'm just going to call that one Gremlin Monkey because they were basically like gremlins. I feel like the CGI is well spent. Mr. Mime. Yeah. Thank you for Mr. Mime for reminding me. So, when I saw Mr. Mime memes, when people are imagining the live-action Kirby movie, yeah, despite Kirby's a big Nintendo mascot, he has not appeared in a movie that was. I kid you not, in one of my classes, teachers threatened up to write up kids for using the word Pokemon. Yeah, because, let's not forget, 2016... Pokemon Go is such a quote-unquote controversial thing where they actually found dead bodies. It's more like, bro, that's quite deadly, man. So thankfully this movie came out 3 years after the whole Pokemon Go hype. But as we're getting to the topic of the movie, I think the CGI of the Pokemon's really good. And I felt like, as a Sonic fan around that time, it was kind of a horrible time to be a Sonic fan while Pokemon and Detective Pikachu was getting a high praise while Sonic got an ugly design in the same year in 2019 until they redesigned him. And I will be honest, the first half of the movie is like a low budget version of like, no, like it gives me Sonic 1 vibes of like the human character gets freaked out by the talking CGI character voiced by a fan favorite comedic actor, from Ben Schwartz's Sonic to Ryan Reynolds' Pikachu. And what really caught me off guard is like, yeah, they kind of got to go to the chase for that. But I will be honest, I will say, aside from the CGI, I think the production set designs in Rhyme City, that's the name of the fictional city, looks really good for the color neons, where it kind of looks like it's a blend of Tokyo, Japan, but a little bit blend of New York City, Times Square. I think the production is really well spent for this movie, despite they have a lot of Pokemon characters into this. But the one thing I will give credit to for someone who's not a fan of the franchise. I like that the movie doesn't do the whole typical, who's that Pokemon, like they usually do in their own cartoons and animes. But around that time, it's like, well, if you know, like for me, I'm like, oh, let me just Google what this creature's name. Oh, that's Jigglypuff. Oh, that's Psyduck. That's all that. So I'm like, all right, they actually look really well translated. But as for Ryan Reynolds' Pikachu, he does have a good dynamic with Justice Smith. But I will be honest, you can tell there are some jokes that are a little bit more complete innuendo-ish. Like, I think there's one joke where the lead character, Justice Smith's character, falls in love with this girl, which, by the way, the female character in this movie is actually the same chick who played Cassie Lang from Ant-Man the Wasp Quantumania, which is a pretty awful Marvel movie. I'm like, hey, look, it's Ant-Man's daughter. She's being this April O'Neil, Lois Lane type of reporter with her Psyduck Pokemon, so that's quite interesting. But there are some jokes that Pikachu says where it's more like, oh, okay, don't get too excited, kid. Or when he makes a couple of bit more bathroom jokes and whatnot, it's more like, okay, I mean, even though I know that in the game Pikachu does talk, I feel like you got a little bit of that PG-rated Deadpool-esque type of humor where it's more like, yeah, you do got your typical fart jokes, but outside of that, there are some inside adult jokes by saying, alright, that sounds something like what Deadpool would say, DP, Detective Pikachu, Deadpool, you guys get the point. But as for the story itself, it may not be a 10 out of 10 story compared to Sonic 3's adaptation, but I will be honest, the story is actually pretty decent where you got this lead character, Tim Goodman, try to search for the case of what happened to his father when he died, and then after that, he did not want to train any Pokemon, but then when Pikachu decided to come around, they both help each other out. Like I said, very Sonic 1, like where Sonic and Tom help each other out. It's kind of the same thing, but the major difference between Detective Pikachu and Sonic 1 is Detective Pikachu has so much CGI characters, a lot more colorful set pieces than Sonic 1. And another difference is Detective Pikachu is a crime mystery story like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, while Sonic 1 is a buddy comedy road trip movie. That's the major difference I could say between Sonic 1 and Detective Pikachu. But like I said, very Who Framed Roger Rabbit when it comes to the plot. And the reason why I also mention Zootopia, because the Pokemon becomes evil when it comes to a certain drug, kind of like Zootopia in a way where animals become rabid and savage. Pretty much the same thing when it applies to Detective Pikachu. I will admit, so there are some fan service moments in the film. I mean, the one thing that is kind of funny is when, unfortunately, the movie does go to its cliche moments between Pikachu and Tim Goodman, where it's like, oh, basically, you're over my chairs, you betrayed me. But during the moment where Pikachu's actually singing the Pokemon theme song, it's more like, bro, I mean, I know this is such a fan service moment, but I cannot take it seriously that it's like Ryan Reynolds being depressed by saying, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Don't tell him that. Oh, you're talking about the calls like, oh, don't tell him he's on a bike. I will be honest, Mr. Mime is one of those characters that I don't understand that literally when I think when I heard from the animators, I'm surprised that the visual effects team who worked on this movie are the same team that worked on the Disney remakes like the Jungle Book remake and the Lion King remake. And they said that Mr. Mime was like one of the most hardest characters to translate from the dodgeball and everything. I think he is really well translated into the movie where they have very crime and investigations to the interrogations. If I have any criticisms with this movie, I mean, aside from Pikachu sometimes maybe dropping a little bit more Deadpool-esque type of jokes. And the funniest thing is, Pikachu actually says, get me the hell out of here! Or that one time where he tells to Tim, the lead character, where he goes like, oh, if you're going to miss your dad, you must have squeezed him so damn hard. It's more like, you're telling me that Pikachu could do PG swearing, Jim Carrey's Eggman could say PG-rated swear words like hell and damn, but not Keanu Shout the Hedgehog in Sonic 3? What? Like, come on, man. Like, literally, that was like my mind going up and saying, okay, Pikachu could swear, Eggman could swear, but not Shadow. Whatever, man. Like, I'm not expecting it to be an R-rated movie, but if you're going to have some PG swearing, just have some more characters that feels more appropriate for them just finding out some swear words. And I will be honest, it's kind of funny that one of the actors from Deadpool is in the movie. It's the Indian guy that was in the, what was he? He was like Deadpool's taxi driver saying, don't worry, Mr. Porter, I think that's not half like Kristen Dunst. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Indian Spider-Man. He's in a Pokemon movie. But I will be honest, when I saw Deadpool and Wolverine, because yeah, I'm mentioning a lot of Deadpool references because you literally got Deadpool as a talking Pikachu in your movie. Literally, I was expecting Deadpool and Wolverine to make a joke out of Detective Pikachu, but they didn't, which is a big missed opportunity. Who cares about the parents, because most parents kind of suck. But either way, when it comes to like onto the plot, my favorite moments throughout the movie is definitely the action sequences when it comes to the Pokemon tournament, because despite Pokemon is mostly known for like training and fighting, but there is like a little bit of like action when it comes to like the chase scenes and what it does. What do you mean PG swearing? Bro, if you don't know what PG swearing is, that means like they can't say the F word, they can't say sugar on iced tea, they can say hell, damn, or ass. Like in this movie, Detective Pikachu's PG, like it's rated PG, but Pikachu say words like hell and damn. Jim Carrey's Eggman says hell and damn, but not Chaz. So like I said, that's the most PG swearing they can allow it, but it's not like F-bombs or where it just goes out of blooms. I mean, like I said, that's what the Deadpool movies are made for, with R-rated words, you have like a lot of swear words. But that's what PG swearing when it comes to that. But either way, even though I couldn't take too seriously for Ryan Reynolds being Pikachu, but I will admit, the movie definitely has some heartfelt moments. And coming to that surprise where Tim was talking about his dad that was eventually gone, he feels like he would have been dead. So either way, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, those are literally the PG words of hell, damn, ass, crap. So it's not like too extreme when it comes to the swearing. But on to the point, I'm surprised this movie actually has some heartfelt moments when Tim was about to cry about literally where he thought about lost his dad. And usually when Ryan Reynolds is speaking to Pikachu, a part of me's like the character is adorable, but I'm not sure if I want to pull my heartstrings to it because it's funny, fast talking guy Ryan Reynolds doing the voice. But I will be honest, it is kind of sweet where he's like, you know what, no matter who your dad is, I'll definitely like make sure that he's be there. But then, surprise plot twist for those who have not seen the movie, spoiler alert, Ryan Reynolds has been the father all along. He's been cursed in the Pikachu body, and then eventually just go to that hell and crap or aren't curse words. Yes, they are, man. They're not really that used for like G-rated, man. But either way, jokes aside, we're not here to talk about swear words 24/7. We're here to talk about the movie. So, yeah, spoiler alert, Ryan Reynolds has been the dad of this whole time, and Pikachu can actually talk like Pika Pika like he mostly does. It's kind of funny that throughout the entire movie, his son can understand what he's saying, but all the other people can just hear is Pika Pika. And then what's even more funny is like Sonic 3 made a joke about Detective Pikachu, and then Idris Elba's Knuckles it just came to what it is. So I honestly think that it is pretty funny. So that's honestly the thing that caught me out of hand. If I have criticisms with this movie is definitely the villain. I'm not talking about Mewtwo. I'm talking about the evil corporate British man. I think his name is Howard or something. Funny enough that he's played by Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. He's also around Jake Snake. It's more like Bill Nighy, the British actor that's always mostly known for playing evil villains. Well, I will be honest, like, even though Mewtwo is cool in the movie, but I feel like the villain's plot is quite stupid. And why is it stupid? Because, so you're telling me that this evil corporate British man and his son are trying to, like, be in charge of Rhyme City making Pokemon and humans coexist. I feel like I almost thought it was going to be like a Who Framed Roger Rabbit type of scenario where Judge Doom, aka Evil Doc Brown, turns out that he's going to be killing all Toons, and then realize he was been an evil Toon this whole time. Like, I killed your brother, Eddie, just like that. Like we said, this movie has a lot of Who Framed Roger Rabbit type of comparisons. But either way, so what I do find dumb from the villain's plot is he decides to, like, he's very dislocated and captivated, but either way, he decided to, like, control his mind into Mewtwo, and the fact that he talks, and I realize that Pokemon fans did not like it when Mewtwo was talking with his mouth open because they're not used to that in the source material from what I've heard from diehard fans. And secondly, what makes the villain's plot so ridiculous is he wants to make humans and Pokemon coexist, but it's not like that. It's more like, you know what, we're going to turn these humans with our Joker purple gas and let them be their respective Pokemon. It's more like, bro, that is such a Amazing Spider-Man lizard plot, along with what's another comparison to 2014 Timothy, where it's more like, yeah, we're just gonna turn everyone into these creatures. It's more like, bro, I just feel like that's the most generic and cliche way by saying, all right, since I'm an evil alien, an evil species, I want you to become one of mine. It's more like, what do you win from that? Just more alien creatures, less human life. So that's probably a bit of a bummer when it comes to that. As for the female-led character, what's her name? Lucy. That's who she is. She's fine. She's alright. Nothing too special. But as for Psyduck, I think Psyduck is adorably well translated by Will. Man, Psyduck is funny, but he does become a little annoying whenever he overstressed. But I know in the Pokemon shows, that's what you say by Psyduck, Psyduck. And when Pikachu, Psyduck, and the human cast were being chased by the Green Ninjas, which I will say the Green Ninjas were really well translated in this movie. But the coolest thing about this scene is, once when Psyduck has a big headache, it shows like this giant island that basically just becomes like a giant Pokemon. And what really caught me out of the mind is like when Pikachu gets hit, he doesn't even get hit by a giant boulder, he just gets hit by a rock. I'm like, wow, I'm surprised that one, like, it wasn't like a huge rock, but it's just like hit them and then it gets knocked down. I mean, I will be honest, it is a pretty sad scene, But it is during the moment where Pikachu eventually gets knocked down, and then Tim is basically feeling emotional because he actually bonded with Pikachu. Like I said, it's getting very much parallels with Sonic 1, when Sonic basically got exploded from the Robotnik bomb and the Tom Fuse Battle. Like I said, very Sonic 1 comparisons between that movie and Detective Pikachu. But the major difference is Pikachu got healed by, not just by the, like, what's the one? Bulbasaur, I think that's the name. They look cute. They look pretty nice when we get to the forest, which I will be honest, that scene, not only it was quite relaxed to see, it kind of feels like I'm watching a documentary. This is a comment, by the way. This is not a criticism. It feels like I'm watching a nature documentary featuring CGI Pokemon stuff. So I honestly think that was, like, you know, pretty unique to see. But as for the final battle, I think the action scenes and the Easter eggs were nice, like when the Pikachus, the Eevees, where you have, like, this Pokemon parade, and then in my mind, I'm like, oh, what do you know? It's basically like the Macy's Thanksgiving parade, but it's for Japanese people. And I just forgot to talk about one character, Ken Watanabe, who's one of the detectives that helps Tim Goodman, and I'm like, bro, that's the same guy from 2014 Godzilla where he goes, let them fight, Gojira. So I'm like, bro, he was in the Dark Knight trilogy, he was in those kaiju monster Godzilla movies back then. It's like, hey, yo, I mean, anything with Ken Watanabe in your Japanese-inspired movie, that's a W, absolute win for me. So he was, like, pretty cool. I think him and Justin Smith were, like, the best actors on set to actually take their job seriously. They did a good job for that. And also what is pretty cool about the final act is, for die-hard fans, for Pikachu, like, he literally just explodes to, like, get Mewtwo out the way. And what's even more funnier is, like, once when Mewtwo goes, no, and then Bill Nye just goes down, he's like, what have you done? It was so corny and so stupid that what's even more cornier in the final act is where Tim Goodman's character has to face, like, this Ditto Pokemon that can transform and morph to any Pokemon. Basically like Mystique from X-Men, but except not as attractive as Mystique, and just go for that. Underperform in the pandemic. Yes, you're absolutely right. So I'm going to explain, like, why Detective Pikachu did not get a sequel, but I will be honest, aside from the heartfelt moments and the mystery and the set locations, I mean, when it comes to the ending, I feel like the Detective Pikachu perfectly works as a standalone movie for what it is, because for those who have seen the movie, Ryan Reynolds is the dad this whole time in Pikachu's body, but then when Mewtwo brings the dad out to life and Pikachu's just, you know, Pikachu, the usual Pika Pika, like he always does. So Ryan Reynolds becomes a dad, and then Tim Goodman, like father and son, has a heartfelt bond, they reunite, and then they just move on to having what's next for everything else. Well, the other thing I also want to point out is, I also like the end credits sequence. Like, there is no post-credit scene. Just to let you guys know, this movie does not set up a sequel or anything, but the credits where it shows, like, very anime-style arts of the human cast and the Pokemon, that was, like, really nice. And then there's, like, an original song called Carry On, which, it's an okay song, but it's not as catchy compared to the Sonic movies or the Mario movies. But anyway, for the explanation of why there was no sequel despite this movie was such a big hit, and yep, Karen just pointed this out, the movie was still successful, but still kind of underperformed from the production value and the budget for what the movie was, like, trying to reach. Secondly, Avengers Endgame was a big movie around that time, and Endgame was still making billions of dollars around that time. So Detective Pikachu had its profit, but wasn't, like, enough to, like, produce another Pokemon movie. Secondly, the pandemic is definitely another thing where they actually greenlighted the sequel for this movie, but then COVID just became a big reason. Ryan Reynolds become more busy because obviously Ryan Reynolds did Deadpool and Wolverine. He did another family PG movie for Paramount, and yeah, even the lead actor, Justin Smith, is like, oh, I don't think the sequel's going to happen anymore. And to be honest, I don't think a sequel is necessarily needed for this movie because the ending kind of feels like a perfect one-done story, and this is going to sound gross. It's like, if you make a sequel, how are you going to make Ryan Reynolds go, pause, inside of Pikachu? Okay, that sounds wrong. That is sound. Thanks a lot, Deadpool. You made me for the reason for these dirty jokes, man. But yeah, either way, if the Pokemon Company or Warner Brothers or whoever's in charge of, like, making these live action movies, they don't necessarily, like, have to make a direct sequel, but they can actually make, like, you know, Pokemon inspired stories, and maybe they would have had, like, you know, actual fan favorite Pokemon human characters, because, like I said, the characters in this movie is based on the Detective Pikachu game, but you don't get the iconic human cast, like no Ash, no Jesse, no James, like you don't get none of those guys. They actually tried to, like, maybe get the iconic human cast who are, like, the main stars of the franchise, but the reason why they went with Detective Pikachu because they want Pikachu to be, like, the main selling point of this movie. They kind of want to focus more on that, so that's why there's not that much Pokemon training in this movie. That's why it's more of a detective crime mystery story. I bet there's entire Pokemon they could adapt to live action. I say let it have its live action franchise like the Sonic movies. I definitely say so. I feel like despite the movie, like, this movie came out like 7 years ago, back in 2019, I'm kind of shocked that they've never made any other live-action Pokemon movies. Because, like I said, for somebody who's not a fan, I think this is a really good movie. I mean, like I said, it has its problems. Warner Brother owns the movie rights. I think there might be some issues with the Smash Bros. With the rights and everything. Yeah, and like I said, another reason why, because the reason why Sonic got multiple sequels because, number one, Sonic's mostly, like, for Sonic 1, the main CG character was Sonic himself, and the fact they had to redesign the character until then Sonic 2 and 3, they bring in more CG characters, while despite Pikachu's, like, the main CG star, there's, like, a lot of Pokemon characters that they mashed up with pretty much the budget that they put for the action scenes or the creatures for that, because I've heard that the CG animators actually took studies from biology of learning of how animals behave, and it's kind of like the same way of what they did with all the Pokemon characters. So, like what I said before, guys, for somebody who's like not a Pokemon fan, I definitely say this is a really good movie. I would say it's up there with Sonic 1, even though for me, I prefer the lower standard Sonic 1 story, despite, because like I said before, Detective Pikachu and Sonic 1, they will have their comparisons, but here's the difference. At least Sonic 1, in my opinion, has the better villain, Jim Carrey's Robotnik. And another thing I also want to point out is, like, look, even though as much as I like Ryan Reynolds as Pikachu, and he was charming, endearing, and entertaining, and slightly funny in the movie, but, you know, Ryan Reynolds is not, like, my ideal choice to voice Pikachu. But for Ben Schwartz's Sonic, by comparison, when Ben Schwartz voiced Sonic, he feels and sounds and acts like the character. Like, when Ben pulls out the voice where he goes, like, gotta go fast, it's like, you could tell that is Sonic the Hedgehog by just hearing the voice. But for Pikachu, it sounds like it's just Deadpool in disguise as Pikachu, but he can only make some PG-rated jokes. So that's one of the things that we just got to point out. So if I had to give out a ranking for Detective Pikachu, like I said, despite Detective Pikachu has a bigger budget and definitely has a much more entertaining scenes, but I would say it's on A tier. I mean, like I said, there are some goofy moments, foolish moments, some cliche moments, and I think the villain is weak compared to Sonic 1. So, but as a video game movie, despite I've never played the game, but like I said before, I think that Detective Pikachu movie is better than the game that it's inspired by. Like, the movie made it more entertaining, while the game is just, meh, it's alright, it's bland, generic, but the movie actually made the story a lot more cooler. So, I will say this, like, Detective Pikachu and Sonic 1, I feel like those were the movies that proves by saying video game movies can't be good again. So, just last thing to say about Detective Pikachu was, Detective Pikachu and Sonic 1, those were the two video game movies that feels like we're going in the step of the rise, like we're in the right direction where video game movie adaptations can actually be faithful, but at the exact same time be crowd-pleasing to die-hard fans and for casual audiences are being reintroduced to those franchises. But if we ever get to see a live-action Pokemon movie in the light of day, hopefully it's something that doesn't, like, make the cost raise, and secondly, just making sure for what it is. So, for the one and only video game movie that was a hit that never got a sequel, still pretty good from a non-Pokemon fan's perspective. So, it's a good movie. But yeah, outside Detective Pikachu, let's talk about a notorious video game movie that literally just came out a year ago for Minecraft. In the words of the day, put that shit in that FT. But yeah, I understand that Cameron did not like the movie. But either way, before I get to talk about my thoughts on Minecraft, which, before I get to let Gabriel speak, like, for me, it's funny that Detective Pikachu and Minecraft are video game movies are made by Warner Brothers in the same studio. But I'm going to be honest with you, before I get to my thoughts, watching Detective Pikachu and Minecraft back to back is like literally night and day in terms of the tones of the movies. Like, Detective Pikachu is not like a super serious movie, but Detective Pikachu at least takes its serious moments and its mature moments more seriously than Minecraft by comparison. It's like the meme of Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. That's how the double feature of Detective Pikachu and Minecraft movie felt like back to back. But before I get to my ramble, Gabriel, do you want to talk about your thoughts on the Minecraft movie since, one, you saw the movie in theaters, number two, it literally came out 1 year ago today?
Second docket! Oh.
I am Steve, Brain Rot 2025 memes that makes theater employees angry.
This movie, I knew from the beginning that it was just gonna parody brain rot, just turn off your brain, have fun movie. Or went in thinking this is gonna be like Minecraft story mode, serious game type, movie type thing. I knew it was just for laughs. That's what it was, you know. Got a lot of kids hyped up, memes everywhere, and it was fun. It was fun. I think, like, when I was a kid, I wanted a Minecraft movie when I played Minecraft a lot more. And I remember there were talks about it like, years back, probably a decade ago, um, or more. But we didn't have it at the time, and then now we get it. And as soon as I heard about the casting, I was like, oh, well, I I already know where this is gonna go. So we got that.
Steve.
Jack Black was, again, not somebody you would expect to play Steve, but I think made the movie fun just by being himself.
Because Jack Black in it.
I think
Jack Black in it as he's
surprised me the most because he was, in my opinion, the funniest character in the movie. So Jason Momoa and Jack Black, I think, were like the best in this movie. They were the funniest. I like the
script,
the cameos and stuff, like Dan TDM for a little bit. Also, what's his face? That one YouTuber that sadly passed away.
Technoblade.
Yes. Yeah. The Technoblade Easter egg or whatever.
Yeah, that was a nice cameo to
that
like,
was
pay
nice.
respect to that Minecraft YouTuber sadly passed away. That was nice.
Yeah, so little stuff like that in the movie was nice to see. Like even though the story wasn't meant to be taken seriously, at least there was still a little bit of care and heart to it. Minecraft fans.
So at least adapted the world.
Grew up watching YouTubers playing the games. But yeah, I mean, I was watching this movie in theaters and kind of was like, I don't know, like I wasn't that invested in the story. I was just kind of like, okay, what stupid thing is gonna happen next? And it was just, I will say I like the design of the mobs and like some of the animation and like the random songs, like la 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 la, and then the song that he sang for his dog at the end.
Oh yeah, the Dennis dog. Go now, Dennis.
Yep.
Change on live, Dennis.
Like stuff like that was fun. And then I mean I don't remember what happened in the chicken jockey part in my theater, but
okay, thankfully you didn't, Gabriel. Thankfully you didn't.
All around the world, I know people went crazy.
Oh, boy.
So yeah, this was just one of those movies that I didn't take serious. I didn't come in thinking of anything serious about it, just knowing, oh, this is just going to be sit down, watch with your friends, have a laugh.
Pretty much. That's what this movie's made for.
Guilty pleasure movie. But I liked it. It's weird. I don't think it's that realistically that good of a movie. It's kind of a mess. But it is fun. It is fun to watch. So for that reason, I think I'd give it like a C tier.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Just because it's fun and it is like I can tolerate watching it because it is fun and stupid. But because it's stupid and it's not that good of a movie realistically.
Yeah, like as a movie, it's not great. But if you want to just have stupid, dumb fun, that's what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah. But
so I don't know. That's all I can really say. Is like there's not much in-depth stuff I could say. It's just a fun movie. Funny. It was like I like the Easter eggs and stuff from Minecraft. YouTubers. And, I don't know. All the stuff. It was nice. So C tier, at least.
Yeah, okay, C tier for you. Okay, somebody mentioned this in the comments board. I'm going to read this. It should have been a serious action-adventure movie about Steve and Alex retrieving some MacGuffin while they're entering the danger along the way. I think the movie actually was going to approach that, and personally for me, that would have been the perfect, ideal Minecraft movie. If that's the case, where you have Steve and Alex, which, you know, they decided to say that for the sequel. It's like, bro, Mary Jane Watson from the Spider-Man trilogy is going to be Alex in the sequel. I can't, bro. But either way, I feel like that approach of, because I remember I saw a concept art that the movie was definitely going to be much more adventurous, a lot more serious when it comes to the way, like, you have elements of comedies. Believe it or not, guys, Steve Carell, Michael Scott from The Office, was actually considered to play Steve because Get it? Because Steve playing Steve Carell, that would make a lot more sense. And I think he wasn't the only casting choice. Matt Berry, who voiced a villager in the Eckharts, where it's like, yes, Marlene, I followed off with the principal, then I learned how to speak villager. Secondly, he was meant to play Steve, but then obviously due to schedule conflicts, Jack Blake plays the role. I'm like, wow, funny, because now Matt Berry's going to be in the new Sonic movie, which is honestly pretty funny. So, on the internet, I saw someone put a real check in, which, yeah, I will be honest. Before I talk about the movie itself, man, I thought Five Nights at Freddy's fans, and dare I say, I thought Sonic fans and Minecraft fans are so cringy, but boy, they are not as immature as Minecraft fans. So, okay, I'm going to give out a confession, guys. I did not see this movie in theaters. Why? Because for what I saw on social media of all 12-year-olds, teenagers, literally bringing chickens, throwing popcorns, and I'm literally seeing theater employees being pissed off. That's more like, oh, if you guys don't know how to behave, let's go watch the movie. Then you got these stupid brain rot 12-year-olds literally on their phone saying like, oh, you guys just don't know how to have fun. It's more like, bro, I'm not trying to be rude, but if you're just gonna like disrupt these theater employees that put their sweat, blood, and tears over these work hours, bro, get a job. That's all I'm going to say. Just go get an employee job. Then you're going to understand how they feel for that pressure, man. I mean, like I said, for whenever the Minecraft movie sequel comes out, it's definitely going to be a theater employee's worst nightmare. I mean, thank God I decided to not work for a theater. Like, I almost applied for one, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to feel like a janitor for a bunch of, like, kids and all that. And the police were being called there, too. Yeah, I kid you not. Like, the Minecraft movie was being too out of hand, and you want to know what's very stupid about it, but like, before I talk about the movie itself, I find it very immature that the director's like, oh, what's the problem with that? Just let the kids be kids, by saying, yeah, but they don't have to disrupt like somebody's grandma or grandpa, like literally in the eyes. More like, just imagine like a kid bringing their grandparents to go see this movie by saying, Grandma, Grandpa, eventually, just go watch this movie. Yeah, he's going to say the chicken jockey thing. It's more like, bro, I get it, because I guess for anyone who's born, or in this case alive in the COVID era, like, I don't know, if you're like born in 2015, 2016, and you've never really watched movies around that time, sure, but if you're just going to throw popcorn to a bunch of like, throw it to like a 40-year-old mother or father, it's more like, come on, y'all, just have your manners, man. Like, at least for me, for the Sonic movies, along with one of the Mario movies, at least the audience were like a bit more chilled and relaxed, which I will be honest with you guys, like I mentioned earlier by saying I thought Five Nights at Freddy's fans were quite immature, but not as immature compared to Minecraft fans when this movie came out. But I will be honest, I'm like, well, at least for FNAF 1, definitely just go to that. So, thank gosh my theater didn't do the chicken jockey cringe nonsense. Like, I'm surprised. For those that have not, good luck with that. I mean, it really depends on what screen you choose for. But yeah, I can understand that Warner Brothers and the studio is more like, yeah, let's embrace the whole chicken jockey, make sure the audience came along. They literally made a block edition, so thinking that Minecraft will make $1 billion. And the one thing that's even more baffling is more like, look, I get, like, Minecraft is a standalone game. Well, technically, kind of not, because it had, like, storybook modes, and I feel like the story mode would have been the much better inspiration for that. Sorry, guys, the movie pissed me off. Yeah, it is basically the new Minions of Gru of the 2025, where you're seeing, like, teenagers and younger, like, you're seeing, like, pre-teens and teenagers just making a mess of things just to back like wild zoo animals to disrupt a movie theater. It's more like, dude, why do you think why some adults don't like going to the theaters anymore? Because they cannot stand the immaturity of teenagers and kids just being stupid, throwing popcorn in the face like it's a freaking WWE sports tournament wrestling event. But either way, so I blabbered too much about the hype phenomenon. What I think about the movie itself. So I'll say this. I'll talk about the pros. For the most part, it is, I mean, like I said, it's not a perfect adaptation of Minecraft. I'll give you that. I mean, the one thing I will say, this movie could have been fully animated, and I feel like the animated things would be like take a much bigger approach. And I'll never forget that when this movie was in development, Netflix was actually adapting an animated Minecraft movie, but at the exact same time, it's more like, then what's the point of like having this live action iteration? It's like, yeah, because for this movie, I was expected to be more adventurous, but in reality, this movie is kind of like, okay, it's not as bad as the Super Mario Bros. Movie, but I will say this, it's at least a bit more entertaining than live action Mario, but just like live action Mario, the Minecraft movie feels like a parody of the video game that just embracing it. I mean, the Easter eggs and the references do carry it all. You got the Endermans, you got the skeletons, you got the zombies. I will admit, the sheep honestly freaked me out when I was there by saying, yo, that sheep is like ugly Sonic level of like, hideous territory. But I will be honest, Dennis is well adapted, which I think the wolf is probably one of my favorite characters, despite he doesn't even talk because, you know, I'm a dog person by saying, oh, okay, Dennis is actually just a good boy. But either way, most of the Minecraft, like, you know, skins are almost well adapted. The zombies are okay, but I'm like, wait a minute. So if you're telling me that the zombies and the villagers are well adapted, then why the humans are not? I mean, I think it would be weird to have Jack Black in a Minecraft skin suit, but I'm like, bro, that kind of feels a little bit more out of place of making it a live-action movie. Like, for instance, for video game movies, some could work in live-action, like Sonic and Pokemon, but for Minecraft, no, I don't think it eventually just go to that. Live-action Minecraft doesn't really go well for video game movies. That's what I'm saying. Like, Sonic and Pokemon are so far the only exceptions for now that can work in live-action, but for Minecraft, I was just saying, it is basically a parody of Minecraft, but just being told by Jack Black. And speaking of Jack Black, don't get me wrong, guys. I love Jack Black. I've watched a lot of his stuff. I watched School of Rock, Nacho Libre. My favorite work that he's done, aside from School of Rock, is 100% Kung Fu Panda. He was cool as Bowser in the Mario movies. But, man, him just being cast as Steve, man, I don't think they even give bro a script. They just, like, let Jack Black lose and just be... He's like that birthday clown that's doing everything he can just to, like, shove into everybody's face, like, hey kids, eventually I'm just gonna tell everything. And for anyone who's not a Minecraft fan, you don't need to do your research, you don't have to do your lore, and Jack Black just explains everything, like, this is a crafting table, this is a sword, buckets, and be like, that's an ender pearl, fit to seal the nether. But that's what I'm saying, like, you do not have to understand the game. Like, the saddest thing about this movie adaptation is the game, for the most part, which I have played the game, I'm not like a big Minecraft fan, but I actually play a lot of collabs. I played the Adventure Time collab, I played the Sonic collab, I play a lot of the collaborations. They even did a collab with Toy Story, Jurassic Park, Ice Age. That's some pretty cool stuff. But the one thing that's really sad about it is, at least for Minecraft, the game, it actually has some relaxing music. The movie definitely takes some cues of do. It's kind of sad that Minecraft, the video game, is a lot more chilling, while the movie's just nothing but loud banana, chimpanzee, on the loose type of noise, man. So, Jack Black is like, you know, like I said, I love Jack Black, but I will be honest, maybe his performance is maybe being a little too much at time where he goes, this is a crafting table. But I will admit, Steve's Lava Chicken is actually pretty catchy, but you're telling me, here's what I don't understand. You're telling me that the movie that features Steve's Lava Chicken made more money than the Live and Learn Sonic 3 movies? More like, when I heard that, I'm like, we're going back to the Stone Age. Kids are, like, in my mind, by saying, look, I love Jack Black and I love his music, it's more like, bro, kids are dumb. They're making these kids much more dumber and not get any smarter, man. Like, the next generation is not looking too bleak, man. For the, what do they call it? The Gen Beta era from 2025 to now? It's not looking bleak, man. I mean, I don't know. If I have future kids, I'm not making sure they're going to be brainwashed to this. Jack Black's are the only good movies are the Mario movies. Unfortunately, yes, I agree, man. I mean, Minecraft, and you'll be surprised, man. Jack Black's in another video game movie called Borderlands, which we will get to that later on. So I will say, Jack Black, despite he's just being himself throughout this movie, maybe a little too much, they just cast him because he's a big celebrity who's seeing the video game. That's the only reason why they cast him. Celebrity power and his recent success. I mean, another thing I also want to point out, I mean, I had that similar reaction that I got with, wait, Ryan Reynolds is Pikachu, how's that going to work? But then, when I watched the movie for Detective Pikachu, yes, I still get that Deadpool-esque vibes, but I feel like from the script from Detective Pikachu was getting, Ryan Reynolds fits this, I guess, that version of Pikachu from the movie. But for Jack Black, it's more like, bro, that is not the guy that I'm thinking about when it comes to Steve. Jack Black's more talented than Dennis Hopper. Yes, that I would agree with. And the one thing I would say that is a pro of Jack Black being part of this movie, you'll be surprised at what's my favorite scene in the movie. It's not Chicken Jockey, it's not Flint and Steel, it's not the weird man sandwich move that they did in the beginning of the movie. My favorite moment in the movie, I'm not joking with you guys, is the ending. Despite the ending is not really the most Minecraft-inspired scene. Why? Because Jack Black is just being himself, doing his School of Rock vibes. And I will admit, this movie is not that great, but you want to know what carried this movie? It's not the memes, it's not stupidity, it's the song at the end where it goes, I feel alive, I move mountains with my mind. And my mind by saying, look, as much as I like Peaches from the Mario movie, I will be honest, I feel like the song I Feel Alive at the end of the movie is a much better song than Peaches for the Mario movie, because at least for Peaches and Mario 1, it is meant to be a meme song, but I Feel Alive has this very Tenacious D, Guns N' Roses type of feel to it. It's more like, obviously, this movie's obviously made for 12-year-olds when it comes to its demographic. My favorite scene was the end credits begin. Well, if you want to skip the whole weird relationship between the villager and Jennifer Coolidge, the one thing that's so weird about Jennifer Coolidge being added to this movie is like, oh my gosh, I just divorced my husband. I was in Alvin and the Chipmunks 4. And the weirdest thing is like, so they're telling me that this principal, who's played by Jennifer Coolidge, has a troubling relationship with her husband, I guess, and then she spouted that to the students of the school, and then falls in love with the villager that's voiced by Matt Berry by saying, yes, I speak villager. I'm also going to be in Sonic the Hedgehog 4. They literally got a guy with a brown beard and tan skin with Jason Momoa. Okay, I forgot to talk about Momoa in the movie. Jason Momoa, he's just being a parody of himself. Like, basically, the type of performance that Jason Momoa does as Garrett as his movie, because, yeah, that's literally the character's name. He's basically Aquaman, but more sillier and dumber. Or, what's that other character? He played the villain in the Fast and Furious 10 movie where he's acting more Joker-ish with Jack Sparrow. Like I said, the movie's just basically Momoa playing himself, and the twist with the ex-husband was pretty funny. Yeah, when the ex-husband was like at the end and she falls in love with a Minecraft villager, that is like bananas. The music at the end was good despite the movie being okay. But let me just get back to Jason Momoa. I like the fact that he's meant to be this badass rebel. He's this former child video game star. But the problem is the fact that Jason Momoa is like I said, you've seen these type of characters before where you have this big buff guy, but he's really stupid in his head. Like, here's what I doesn't understand. Like, I understand Jason Momoa is trying to be like, you know, trying to fit in the style of the director's comedy. But here's what I don't understand about like some of his jokes where he's like, Buenos dias, it means see you later, bro. Oh, vaya con Dios, it means goodbye, bro. I'm like, hey, bro, Jim Carrey said vaya con Dios in Sonic 3. It's more like, when Jason Momoa is getting his Spanish translations wrong by saying, has this bro not date any Latinas of knowing how to speak Espanol? For someone who's raised in a Hispanic household, I actually know those basic ass buenos dias, hola, como estás, adios, amigo, amiga. It's like, bro, I mean, I understand that's the joke, but at the exact same time, it's a grown man not understand the translations, man. So, like I said, I feel like Jack Black and Jason Momoa are doing their best like carrying the movie, but as we talk about the other characters, what's the boy's name? Henry? I feel like Henry is basically the perfect example of your average Minecraft fanboy. And why do I want to point this out? Because I'm not kidding with you guys. When I meet like gamers in my school or at cosplay conventions, most Minecraft fans usually have this curlier hair and usually have this nerdy voice where they talk like this. It's more like, bro, that's what that kid represents. He's basically your average Minecraft gamer in real life. So basically they just insert that archetype into the movie. And the one thing is that I just don't understand, it's like, so I feel like the movie has an identity crisis when it comes to like who's the main character. Like at the beginning we expected Steve to be the character, but then we expected Jason Momoa's character Garrett to be the main character. I'm like, oh, it's not Jason Momoa, and now it's this kid Henry. So that's why they purposely had those three, the three main male characters in the movie, just like have the art, because I'm like, well, this Henry kid gets bullied by kids just because like, oh, your stupid ideas are dumb, and basically he just wants to create his own Avengers until his Avengers just makes one of the factories explode from that mascot of the school. And then when it comes to the female characters, I will be honest, not as done as dirty as Peach and Rosalina and Mario Galaxy. So yeah, that was good. Steve and Garrett were the best characters. Dawn was the most forgettable. Oh yeah, the funny black chick, which Gabriel. You wanna know what's funny about that? Remember you showed me a scene, since I didn't see it in theaters, where the black chick Dawn's butt cheeks slammed Garrett, and he's like, ow, my butt! It's more like, bro, I felt like they did that on purpose with the Oh, Cameron, thanks for pointing this out. What's the session with Emma Roberts? No, I think you mean Emma Myers, like, you know, the actress playing, what was her name again? Natalie? Like I said, the female characters' names were quite forgettable, and it's not a sexist thing. Like, I literally don't remember their names in the movie. All I know is their actresses' names. It's like, hey, it's the black chick from Peacemaker, and oh, that's Emma Myers from the Jenna Ortega Netflix show, Wednesday. That was the name of it. But either way, it's like, I kind of feel bad for those guys, because I understand their job in the movie, both the female characters. Like, obviously, this whole movie, the more that I realize it, all the main characters of Minecraft movies are just broke failures. Like, Garrett's struggling with his video game finances, Steve is a broke loser, Henry's also get boys at school, and both Dawn and Natalie are also broke with their money. Like, I get it, Minecraft, you're putting that message in your face. Minecraft's for broke gamer losers, I get it. It's just like the Sonic movies where the common trope is every Sonic character is an isolated loner. So yeah, I know who I meant. Emma Roberts' thoughts? Yes, I agree, not Emma Myers. Yeah, I was the same too. I'm surprised that me and Emma Myers are literally the same age. It's like, oh, she looks younger in the movie, but I'm surprised me and her are both 24 years old. Well, it's even more surprised, it's more like even I have friends who saying, gosh, she's kind of hot. It's more like, bro, I did not like, I mean, she's a good actress and other stuff, but I did not like her acting in this movie because you could tell that Dawn and Natalie, their only job in this movie is, number one, not just bring jokes, but also just scream and react to everything that you see. Ah! What is that? What is that? Day's go over there! It's more like, bro, that is like Disney Channel, Nickelodeon level of screaming and chat. What I mean is like the bad Nickelodeon sitcoms, like bad Nickelodeon sitcom level of acting when it comes to that. And no surprise, guys, I'll talk about Pixels next, but even Pixels go to that same bad acting. It's like, so scream and shout, so then it's funny. So that's one of the things that go to that. Dawn just played like no role aside for getting Natalie advice, yeah. And the villain's just a joke. Oh yeah, the villain, okay, I understand that the director did not want to do the Enderman or the Ender Dragon because they're like, oh, dragons have already been done before, but I think we should do the pig. It's like, so you're telling me that this is not an Angry Birds movie. It's basically Jack Black versus the Angry Pig, so it's kind of like an Angry Birds movie in reverse, and that's what the movie definitely feels like that. And the villain, I'm sorry, I cannot take the villain. It's just like a similar problem with the Detective Pikachu, which I cannot take the villain seriously. It's kind of sad that I could take Jim Carrey's Eggman and even Jack Black's Bowser. No, I take that back. I could take Jim Carrey's Eggman more seriously in the Sonic movies than I do with this random pig wizard in the Minecraft movie. And I will be honest, the movie feels like it's a Michael Bay movie for kids and preteens. Like, if you watch a Michael Bay movie while it's Transformers, you got some random adult jokes, you have filler moments, you have over-the-top big explosions. It's like, bro, I can't understand, like, what's the code for that. I couldn't take that one pig guy seriously. His slicey so, oh, that pig, where he's like a big buff guy's like, hey, what's up? Like, you guys are trying to beat me up. It's like, bro, I get it. For most comedy movies, directors want to play a role in their own comedy films. And yeah, speaking of which, it's kind of ironic that the director of this movie basically directed Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre. It's like, well, that because I get it because you worked with Jack Black in the past, but do kids in 2025 know what Napoleon Dynamite is? My dad know who he is, and my dad loves that movie. But I'm like, are anyone going to catch those references? Because, come on, this is like Gen Alpha, Gen Beta generation for kids. Like, the Minecraft movie feels like it's raised, like, that movie's mostly targeted for kids that are raised with iPads instead of just for all that. The movie's actually for all ages. No, I mean, I get that, but I'm saying, like, Minecraft feels more kiddish, like a very Despicable Me, Minions type of movie when it comes to that. So I'm like, bro, when I was rewatching the movie again for myself, it's like, should I be watching this? Like, at least for Mario and Sonic, there's that multi-generational feel to it. But for Minecraft, I don't feel like I'm the target audience for watching this, despite, you know, most of this just goes for that. But you could, that's what I'm saying. You could take Bowser more seriously than a pig for some reason. Even Wade was better big with that pig. It's like, yeah, I mean, for someone who has mixed feelings over Wade Whipple, I could actually take him a little more seriously than a freaking pig wizard who's voiced by Moana's grandmother from the Moana movie. So either way, I know I could go on and on. The action sequences are okay. The creepers were actually well made. The one scene that really caught me off guard is Jack Black and Jason Momoa going underneath each other. Like, no, we're not doing those sexual references in this movie. It's like, guys, just stop, man. Were there some YouTubers, bro, have you not even seen the movie for yourself? If not, then I'm just basically spoiling Minecraft. But either way, so even though this movie was very self-explanatory that it was going to be a big hit and it was going to have a sequel, then once again, you're having Kirsten Dunst, Mary Jane Watson as Alex from Minecraft. It's like, bro, you're telling me Spider-Man's old girlfriend is now the second female lead of the upcoming Minecraft movie. Will I go see it in theaters? Probably not, because, you know, I'm not the target audience for that too. Felt awkward at that part too. Yeah, I know to say, this movie's just like, you know, awkward this. screw a Mega Man, give me a Mega Man movie. We were supposed to be getting a Mega Man movie, but I guess Fox decided to like not make that happen, man. So either way, so for me, I'm not going to put this movie on F tier because I feel like some of the music and the references kind of holds up, and even though Jack Black and Jason Momoa were just like pretty on themselves, so I would say C tier. Like as an adaptation, like obviously the movie's not great or anything, but I would say I would take Mario Galaxy a bit more seriously than Minecraft. So people were saying in the chat, so I guess C tier is like the best way to go, but I still would take it like over live action Mario because live action Mario is definitely a bad movie by comparison. I think Jason Momoa was fine, but I think his role in the Minecraft movie was mixed because, like I said, Jason Momoa was basically just being a joke parody of himself. I did like the Dennis song because I think it was kind of a little, I mean, like I said, this movie is not meant to be taken seriously at all, but it tries to be with the whole Dennis and Steve one times. So I would say this movie's not great, but I say C tier. Like as a movie, it's fine, it's all right, but it's not like a movie I would be like seeing it like all just for whatnot. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Minecraft movie, which, like I said, for the sequel, probably might skip it in theaters because it's probably not things like one of the things. So, either way, aside from Minecraft, there's another video game movie that kind of has, like, similar issues like Minecraft. Like, the best way I would describe Minecraft is basically live-action Cat in the Hat meets Pixels and just, like, Napoleon Dynamite for a new generation, which is not a good hybrid. Are you going to make a live stream of CinemaCon next week? Yes, I am aware, guys, that CinemaCon is happening. And before you ask more questions, say, yeah, do this, I'm like, guys, I'm not chronically online. I'm not like one of those fat Reddit people who be like, yeah, I'm just going to be watching some Gooner content just eventually do that. It's like, bro, I am aware that CinemaCon is happening. It's just going to start from Monday to Thursday. If I am going to do a stream about it, maybe. I'll update you guys to let you know. But for right now, I have 5-6 hours of talking of other video game movies on the list. So to answer your question, maybe, possibly, I'll think about it. It just depends like which movies are worth talking about. So still put Minecraft F tier. I was pissed that, yeah, I was really disappointed for that Sonic 3 was a good movie while Minecraft is not too much of a good movie, though I haven't watched Pixels. Oh boy, I have some thoughts to talk about Pixels as I just recently rewatched, and then I have a hot take about Pixels after watching both Minecraft and Pixels back to back. Anyway, let me read this. Let's hope Minecraft beats Sonic 4. Okay, guys, look, Sonic fans, look, I'm just going to speak to the Sonic fans of the chat. No matter how dedicated and loyal you guys are to this franchise, and all due respect, I'm just going to say this. Sonic is not going to be Minecraft level of box office hit, no matter if Sonic 4 most likely will be the better movie for what I believe in, but at the same time, I'm going to be that guy that's going to be like, bro, you know what these kids are. Most kids, some kids are smart that they know what their quality is, but some just want stupid dumb fun. Of course, I think Minecraft 2 is going to make another almost $1 billion record than Sonic 4. But that being said, I mean, it's too early to say, which we will find out to 2027, but either way, we'll just move on to the next movie right away. But, Gabriel, do you have any thoughts on Pixels, whether you've seen Pixels or not?
In all honesty, I have not seen it. I just remember seeing promos everywhere when it came out. That stupid part where Pac-Man was about to attack the creator or whatever.
Oh yeah, the creator Pac-Man, and he's like, somebody annihilate this stupid thing!
Yeah, I kept seeing that everywhere. I kind of get the idea of what it is. It's kind of like, I always compare the new Minecraft movie to Pixels because they're kind of like the same vibe. Like they're just funny, parody, comedy-ish movies with famous actors and in a video game world, and not something to take serious. Dumb fun.
Yeah,
that movie.
Basically, it's the Minecraft movie for 40-year-olds, like, you know, retro 80s arcade gamers.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it. I don't know. Never got around to it.
Alright, well, you're not the only one, Gabriel, because there's literally people in the chat literally saying, I've never seen Pixels. And yeah, Cameron, no surprise, Black Nerd's review actually convinced me to go watch the new movie. Pixels has a stat cast, man. I always thought Pixels had Wreck-It Ralph vibes. But I'll say this, Wreck-It Ralph, well, we'll talk about Wreck-It Ralph next. At least Wreck-It Ralph, a Disney video game movie, put more respect to Pac-Man and Cuber, which I will admit, this movie did pick, like, not just Pac-Man was cool to see in that form of that movie, but man, They did Q*bert so dirty and so wrong in that movie, while Wreck-It Ralph put more respect to the Q*bert character. But either way, Pixels, okay, it may not be as stupid or as idiotic as Wreck-It Ralph, but I'm going to be honest with you, Pigs. Like, Pixels, it had a good concept. I will be honest. It had an interesting concept because, believe it or not, guys, this movie was actually based on a YouTube short film in 2012, but then, out of nowhere, Adam Sandler and, what's the company called? Happy Madison won the bidding war to adapt the movie. It's like, oh boy, since, you know, even though the Happy Madison movies are guilty pleasures, but, you know, they usually don't have a good, fresh score on Rotten Tomatoes, so that's one thing when it comes to that. Where's Ralph Breaks the Internet? That movie, I will not count Ralph Breaks the Internet because that movie doesn't really depict video game movie stuff. I mean, sure, you get a couple of cameos and references, but it's more about the internet than video games, so that's why I'm not counting Wreck-It Ralph Breaks the Internet on the list. My boy Pac-Man deserves his own animated movie on the big screen. Who agrees? I'm pretty sure everyone agrees that Pac-Man would just could be this. I think the concept was good. It just needs better execution because, I will be honest, it's like, so you're telling me that the concept is cool of pixelated 80s video game characters take over the world as aliens, and you have a good director. You have a director who's made many cult classic films, from the Home Alone movies, the first two to be exact, Mrs. Doubtfire with Robin Williams. He's the co-writer of classic 80s movies, Gremlins, Goonies, Adventures of Babysitting. And I'm like, alright, I like Chris Columbus, not the other Chris Columbus that killed the Indians, the movie director Chris Columbus. That's a good director choice. And you also got Peter Dinklage, that's also nice. I also realized, for anyone who's an Angry Birds fan, you got Josh Gad and Peter Dinklage in this movie. So basically you got Chuck the Yellow Bird and Mighty Eagle and a retro Ghostbusters rip-off video game movie before they joined the Angry Birds movie franchise. So that's honestly insane to think about. But I hate to say this, for all the potential that this movie has when it comes to 80s video game mascots, a good director, and Peter Dinklage, sadly, and all due respect for Adam Sandler, there were no match to beat a quote-unquote bad rotten score for a Happy Madison movie. And I will be honest, this movie had a promising start. It started off with that song from Guardians 2, Mom is alright, Dad is alright, they just seem a little weird, because they time travel back to 1982 where they go to young Adam Sandler, young Kevin James, young Josh Gad, where they're playing like kid versions of themselves, and they're playing all the 80s games, which Sandler's character is like, oh yeah, I'm good on playing Pac-Man, and then Peter Dinklage's character is good for playing, what was it, Donkey Kong. And what's even more crazy is like, oh bro, you literally have a Ghostbuster in your movie. You got Dan Aykroyd as like the video game judge host. I feel like the movie definitely has a nice touch from Pixels to Angry Birds. Yeah, to both Josh Gad and Peter Dinklage, from that to Angry Birds, and that's awesome. And funny enough, I mean, Sony is in charge of making the first two Angry Birds movies before Paramount gets the rights. And like what I said before, guys, for any Angry Birds fans in the chat, stay tuned for Thursday, because we're definitely going to get Sonic 4, Angry Birds 3, and Street Fighter on Thursday for the Paramount panel. I love that Angry Birds, Sonic, and the two Mario movies are better than Chip and Dale. Bro, that's not even a video game movie, so why are we even mentioning that? But anyway, let me get back to the movie. Here's my hot take. I think Pixels would have been a much better movie if it stars the kids. Hear me out. Just hear me out on that. If you want Adam Sandler or Kevin James to be in the movie, I feel like it would be more smart if they play the parents of these kids. It says the director is mostly known for making, you know, family movies, or in this case where the kid's the main star, like you see in Home Alone, Harry Potter, or many of the movies like Goonies. Like, if the movies will have this, like, this 80s, if it takes place in the 80s, this very Goonies, like very Stranger Things type of vibe, but it's like kids trying to stop all these video game characters, I feel like that would have been such a cool concept. But then the movie went completely downhill after the flashback scenes, where you go to present day, where Adam Sandler plays a TV tech guy who's washed up and drunk, pretty much just like Adam Sandler. And then secondly, another thing that also caught me off guard, why would they make Paul Blart Mall Cop the president of the United States, bro? It's more like, bro, who would take authority of a fat, stupid, dumb man just doing this flat dance with just dun, 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 dun? It's like, bro, I cannot take this seriously, man. It's more like, I get it, it's a fictional movie, but it's like, bro, who would want to ask for Paul Blart Mall Cop to become the president? And then when it comes to like other characters in mind, the sad thing is about Adam Sandler's character in mind, the one thing that's honestly like pretty unbelievable is the fact that not only Adam Sandler is basically just washed up and drunk, and then he's having relationship issues. It's basically the trope of what you've already seen in Adam Sandler movies. But I will be honest with you guys, the only jokes that I laugh from Sandler from the movie is one, when Josh Gad was in his room, and then he's like, like, oh, do you play the game Space Invaders? Like, oh, how do you know that? And then he makes an insult to Josh Gad by saying, yeah, because you're invading my space, by saying, ha! He just basically just roasted Josh Gad for putting up his space. And then another joke I thought that was kind of funny from Sandler's where Pac-Man's about to eat them, where he goes, Pac-Man's a bad guy, because that is a meme-worthy moment. And number 3, yeah, the saddest thing is, as much as I love Adam Sandler, he is not that funny in this movie, because you could tell that his humor was dry, the pacing was just going on forwards. I can't help but think the movie just go whenever I look at the movie when it comes to the poster. It's like, for me, I was desperately waiting for the video game stuff to happen because that's what we came to see. Because if they would remove all the video game characters out of the movie, if they would remove out of it, like, here's what would not make any sense. It's like, bro, the fact that this movie could have been like your other generic Adam Sandler romantic comedy movie that you've already seen in his other movies, but the fact that you put Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Galaga, Space Invaders, and Q*bert, and then basically just becomes this loud, over-the-top, comedic, slubbish, toilet humor type of movie, it's more like, it just doesn't mix well, man. And then what really caught me off guard is like, you're telling me that Nintendo will not allowed to use Mario for Disney's Wreck-It Ralph, but then they use a pixelated Mario, a pixelated Donkey Kong, and a pixelated dog from Duck Hunt in this movie? What? What were they thinking, man? That's what I just don't understand. And I will admit, despite the CGI looks really cool on the pixelated characters, but it is kind of ridiculous that we're seeing Adam Sandler and his friends literally teaching the military just to shoot the guns and just take all the characters. And as for Q*bert, man, I feel like Q*bert is basically just done so dirty in this movie, because you know in Wreck-It Ralph, he has like translation where it goes, they actually gave Q*bert a voice in this movie by saying, yeah, the planes eventually go that does. I like cheese balls, we eat bouncy bouncy. But you want to know why they treat Q*bert so dirty? Number 1, he pees out of nowhere on screen for Donkey Kong because, haha, pee-pee jokes to make the kids laugh. What's even more stupid is the fact that Q*bert, like, at the very end of the movie, I forgot, I feel like the most dumbest moment of this movie is where Josh Gad's character falls in love with this made-up video game character who is not a video game character that doesn't exist in the real world. This character is basically called, literally, when it comes to that, why was Pixels rated P13? Looks like all fun. Bro, like, go watch the movie yourself just to make your own opinion about it. Then we get a female Q*bert. But I'm about to get to that, bro. Literally, the most dumbest moment in the movies where Josh Gad falls in love with this fake video game character called Lady Lisa, and for some reason, she's the only character that basically doesn't become pixelated like the other video game mascots. And once when Josh Gad was fighting her, and she's like, you know what, I've been loving you for my whole life, you can kill me if you want, but I truly love you. And she does not say any line of the entire movie, picks him up, kisses him, and then you got the kids like cheering in the school bus, and Peter Dinklage like, who's that? Oh, she's my fiance. And I'm like, what? That is such the most forced shoehorn love story that you put just randomly out of nowhere. And what's even more stupider is when Josh Gad gets sad, and once when Adam Sandler and his friends took down Donkey Kong, literally he just screams out loud by saying, Lady Lisa, no! And then literally all the pixelated characters go back to their world, and while Q*bert was there literally at the back at the end, literally Q*bert was like, sad. He's like, sorry, I didn't get past through because Q*bert was the only trophy. Then out of nowhere, Q*bert turns into Lady Lisa. Josh Gad kisses that same woman, and even Adam Sandler's like, wait, isn't that supposed to be Q*bert? And I'm not joking with you guys. This is literally how the movie ends. It goes past to Josh Gad with this Lady Lisa chick, and they're like, kids, I'm home, and they make Q*bert babies. What in the actual dickens are they thinking? It's more like, yeah, I mean, this movie, it's not as bad as live-action Mario, but if they just would have just, like, removed the Happy Madison humor, and like I said, the Pac-Man scenes were cool, the Donkey Kong scene was kind of nice when it comes to the action, but once again, is this a shameless Ghostbusters, like, video game parody? Like I said, like Minecraft, it's a video game movie to not be taken seriously, but at least Minecraft has at least some enjoyable moments, even though it's not that good. So I would say, like, Pixels is just a watered-down Minecraft movie by comparison, so definitely D tier. Dwayne, there's no way that you would put Pixels as S tier. Quit trolling, bro. Get out of here. I give Pixels like a B tier. No, bro. Like, putting it next to Super Mario Galaxy. Yeah, people are mentioning this in the chat by saying, oh, don't tell anyone I kill Smurf because, you know, Sony's basically wants to make fun by saying, yeah, we own the Smurfs. Let's add one of our actors killed the Smurf. It's kind of funny that in the trailer, Kevin James is the one that killed the Smurf, but then the lady that Adam Sandler is dating is like, you know, the one that killed the Smurf. It's like, bro, it doesn't even make any sense, man. So like I said, not as bad as live action Mario, but Pixels, it's not a good movie, man. It's like, even with the video game elements in it, I will admit, I'm a Pixels defender. It's a guilty pleasure. Bro, there's no way that you think Pixels is a good video game movie. Like, if you're putting it in the same range as Minecraft movie, I understand, because at least Minecraft has their fans, whether you like the movie or whatnot. But either way, man, good for you, bro. But anyway, speaking of Pixels, I mean, like I said, at least Wreck-It Ralph, I put in A tier, not kidding. No, Dwayne, get out. Go play Fortnite. Go hit the gym. Get out of here, man. I'm honestly glad that you're not trolling with me in the stream, man. But yeah, either way, at least Wreck-It Ralph, by comparison, puts more respect to Q*bert than what Pixels did. Because like I said, Pixels did Q*bert so during the film, but at least Wreck-It Ralph put more respect to that. But speaking of Wreck-It Ralph, despite it's like, you know, it's not, because it's like, it's stupid, peak CGI. Like I said, the CGI is what holds up the movie, but the jokes and the scenes and the non-video game stuff, that's what makes this movie quite bad in my opinion. Not the worst video game movie, but definitely not a good one. That's why, if I had to choose between Minecraft and Pixels, I'm going to be dead honest with you. I honestly would rather rewatch the Minecraft movie instead over Pixels. I am being serious on that. I'd rather rewatch Minecraft for that. But yeah, enough with Pixels rant. Let's talk about Wreck-It Ralph, an actual good Disney movie. Mario did not appear in Wreck-It Ralph, but yeah, Pixels had a pixelated Mario, but no Mario and Wreck-It Ralph. But either way, just for me to like take a break from speaking, Gabriel, do you want to start talking about Wreck-It Ralph since you did see the movie with me plenty of times?
Wreck-It Ralph, man, that movie was the stuff. I love that movie so much, and I was obsessed with it back in the day. Came out. So there's just so much around it, like a lot of promotions, and because it's a video game, it was, you know, in Disney Infinity.
Yeah, that too.
Had a lot of fun with that.
Wreck-It Ralph was in a Sonic racing game.
Yeah. But this movie was a lot of fun, man, and it still is a great watch. It's another, like, story of, like, grumpy outsider guy that people don't like, and he wants to fit in and not be a bad guy anymore. And then later on becomes more trustworthy, and people like him more. We've seen that kind of thing before, but I like the way they did it in this movie, because, you know, it's video game themed. There's tons of villains, video games. There's always a villain, there's always a... And instead of being a movie about a video game hero, it's now a movie centered around a video game villain that wants to be a hero and wants people to like him, and not just... Because at the end of... Like, he was obviously famous, but he was also famous just because he was part of a video... Like, he was just the bad guy in the video game. And then after, like, the video game was closed, then everybody would only shift their focus on... wow, I love when I forget names, even though I know them.
Felix Jr.?
Fix-It Felix, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everyone would, like, flock to him and, like, give all the attention to him. Instead of Ralph, you know, after, like, the game would close or whatever. And he was tired of it, you know? He wanted more attention and more respect and everything, and then that's where you get to see him go on this big adventure, and that's like, it's like the most fun part of the movie, you know, seeing him travel through different video games and meeting different characters. And as a kid, I was super, like, excited to see Sonic, and seeing... No, Bowser was in it, right?
Yeah, literally, they had the rights to use Bowser and a mushroom.
That was crazy.
But not Mario.
And it annoyed me as a kid. Like, we saw Bowser, and then we didn't see Mario.
Yeah.
We saw Eggman and Sonic.
Yeah, in the same
But we see
movie.
Bowser with no Mario. That That was crazy.
I don't know what was the deal that Nintendo did for
at
that
least
film.
he was in it. It was still cool to see him.
Yeah.
Seeing all those other villains like in that room.
Let's not forget Zangief, where he's
like just seeing all these video game characters collab with each other and seeing like their perspective, like when people turn on the game and turn off the game, what they do.
Kind of like Toy
it's
Story.
Interesting
Pretty much
concept.
like Toy Story.
Yeah, like a video game Toy Story. Which is why it was so interesting. And then, like I said, seeing Ralph travel through different video game lore and kind of like in each world he's trying to like be a good guy, and then everyone's just like, who's this idiot? Then he meets Vanellope, another idiot who's kind of like the outsider, the outcast in her game.
Because she's
a
what?
Like, girls or racers are more popular. Yeah, so they at first they're like, I hate you, you're annoying, and then they get along, and that dynamic is always interesting, no matter what. Seeing characters, hate each other and then grow to like each other. As for the villain, what's his name again?
Oh, King Candy.
Yeah. He was an entertaining villain. I liked him as a villain.
But let's not forget, Gabriel. He wasn't.
And his origin story was like
as Turbo Man.
It was, yeah, Turbo-tastic.
Turbo-tastic.
It wasn't bad. It was kind of interesting seeing how he's like famous racer and it all falls apart, and then now he's transported to a different game, and you're not really supposed to do that in this world. You're not supposed to get one character
turbo.
transported to another game.
Now I get the
not
phrase
their
why they say
game,
that.
because then it messes up everything. Unless you're Fortnite.
Yeah, that too.
Fortnite wasn't a thing at the time.
It wasn't.
So, it was cool. It was a cool. I don't think it was a bad origin story for Candy. And I remember when we were kids, we would always quote Oreo. Oreo. Seeing the candy world was always cool, like how they used the candies and
it's basically the best way. It's basically Mario Kart meets
like
Candy.
the environment.
It's like Mario Kart meets Candyland. Yeah. Basically, if you match the both, that's Sugar Rush.
Yeah, and that scene where teaching Vanellope, shut up and drive.
Oh, the Rihanna
and then
song.
the Coca-Cola thing. That was funny. How they did that, like the Mentos with the Coca-Cola turned into like this volcano. That was smart. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot to this movie that I really like. It just feels like just like a lot of fun for not just gamers, but for kids or Disney fans, animated movie fans. I don't know, just everybody. It was a good family film. Had a good message. Yeah, I think Ralph's character development was great to see. Someone had no respect and like, oh, this guy's a bum, he's a villain, not invited to the party, you're a loser, and now the hero in the end.
Yeah, pretty
that was
much
cool.
Like
I forget her face. The blonde chick that was hitting on.
Oh yeah, she was.
Felix.
I know who you're talking about. She's voiced by Jane Lynch. I think her
You're
name.
one dynamite gal.
Dynamite gal. Then he he dies in the wedding.
that part always reminds me of Shrek.
Wait,
just because of Lord Farquaad.
Oh, that's what you mean because of that scene. But still, it's, Gabriel, I remember we rewind that scene when we were kids. Secondly, my 5th grade class, when we saw in the 5th grade, we cannot stop quoting Dynamite Gal. Then boom, gets eaten by a cyberbug.
Dynamite Gal. Dynamite Gal.
Yeah, since that's the character's name. Her name is Sergeant Callahan, which I'm just going to say that's just Jane Lynch as female Master Chief.
Yeah. That was probably everybody's, like... start to, hey, I want a dummy mommy. Oh yeah,
I want a girl boss mother.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't know what else to say really. It's just a fun movie. I think I would put it at you know what? Screw it. I'll put it at S tier.
S tier? Okay, well, you're not the only one, Gabriel. But you forgot to bring one last thing before I start my ramble. The song in the end credits by Owl City. Why can I see you
Oh,
again?
yeah, no. That was stuck in my head. Stuck in my... Even to this day, it still goes hard.
And that's one of the things I appreciate from that
I
movie.
love the end credits.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so excited when I saw the Sonic part.
Way before we got the
collecting the
movies.
rings.
Way before the movies even existed. So I gotta give props to, like, Stars in the Sky from Sonic 2. Gave me the vibe of that song in the end credits of Wreck-It Ralph, When Can I See You Again? When Owl City was at his peak of his music artist career, when he was everywhere in the good way. He was one of my favorite artists around my younger years. But yeah, Gabriel, you say S tier for me, so I'm going to move on though. And yes, people are mentioning in the comments, yeah, basically Felix is Disney's Mario, and basically Ralph is Disney's Donkey Kong. Sergeant Callahan is basically Master Chief from Halo, mixed with Samus from Metroid, and Vanellope, let's go with that. So Heroes Dude is basically Halo Call of Duty. Yup, that was basically the inspiration. Yeah, Street Fighter was also made by Cameo. Is the time the Angry Birds was the best day for a huge fan coming to this. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny that around this time, video game movies weren't that good, and of course I did not add like most of the bad ones, but Wreck-It Ralph, a Disney original movie that is inspired by video games, happens to be a good video game movie, despite it's not a, like you can tell that this movie is inspired by Donkey Kong, Mario, Call of Duty, Halo, and just mix it all into the one. And yeah, everyone's just chatting of the When Can I See You Again? I mean, of course, it's one of the most classic bangers. And I almost forgot to bring this up, guys. This movie came out when I was 11. Yeah, I was like 11 years old when this movie came out because it was around my birthday, November 2012, and around that time, literally, when I went to see this movie, I literally got Sonic and Sega Racing All-Star Transform, where you could literally play Ralph literally in that game. So I'm like, well, if Sonic's in the movie, then Ralph could be in this video game. And yes, I played the terrible bootleg Nintendo Wii Wreck-It Ralph game where the cutscene was good, but then the rest of the tie-in game was pretty terrible. But, you know, at least the movie's good. But either way, Wreck-It Ralph was definitely a good time to be a gamer fan, a fan of Disney and all that. 2010s Disney was peak, man. Most of it, but definitely the first half of the 2010s. There's not even a Fix It Felix Jr. arcade. But like I said, it's an inspiration for that. But currently during the Oreo chant right now, yeah, everyone, like aside from the song in the end credits, the Oreo, Oreo. Me and Gabriel used to quote that till last day, man. But either way, Wreck-It Ralph is an unexpected surprise. Not only an unexpected surprise, more like, a movie that basically has this Toy Story type of, it's like a very Toy Story formula where, you know, all the humans are gone. We can actually be normal, just be happy to ourselves. So, when it comes to the movie, I like that John C. Reilly, which, by the way, as a kid, I did not know who that was. I'm like, oh, that's the guy from Step Brothers. But the funniest thing is, he's perfectly fitting when it comes to that. So, which Sonic movie appearance was better? Paramount, Wreck-It Ralph? Let's be honest, Disney put more respect on the Sonic design on day one with no redesigns. Disney had their hands on Sonic first, and the design was perfect. But for Paramount, unfortunately, they failed, but then they fixed it due to the fan backlash. So I feel like Wreck-It Ralph actually did justice to the Sonic design first. And also, you got Roger Craig Smith voicing Sonic and the big screen for both Wreck-It Ralph and Wreck-It Ralph 2. So I'm like, oh, that's honestly pretty nice. But as for the video game characters, despite this is not a Smash Bros. Movie, but you definitely got levels of Smash Bros. Characters. You got Bowser, you got Eggman, you got Clive from Pac-Man, you got Captain Falcon from Street Fighter, you got Zangief from Street Fighter, where he goes, that doesn't mean they're not the bad guy. The funniest thing is, like, that bro, when they get to that villain therapy topic, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be pushing with my dice. Bro, I just honestly get this like a YouTube poop whenever I see that. But yeah, really like the references. I like there's one reference when King Candy was trying to like hack inside of the Sugar Rush Giga. You got up, down, up, right, F, right, B, right, star, which is like a cheat code in the Nintendo console, which I honestly think that's pretty cool. But yeah, like what Gabriel says, it's funny that Nintendo allowed Wreck-It Ralph to use Bowser and a mushroom that Ralph uses, but not Mario himself. But yet Pixels got away with it, which that's insane. But like I said before, at least Wreck-It Ralph actually puts more respect to the Q*bert character, which, by the way, I did not know who Q*bert was, but then when he goes, "ee-la-la-ee-wo," but I also like what Wreck-It Ralph did is literally, I thought this thing that's pretty interesting, but also kind of cool that whenever the video game, or in this case the arcade masters, unplug the gaming things, these video game mascots are quite homeless, but it's kind of like pretty relevant in real life. And the one thing I find that's pretty ironic is like, it's kind of funny that, I forgot what's the man's name, but the guy who decides to like unpull the plug in some of the games that put Fix It Felix Jr. out of order, I was like, oh yeah, we're just gonna put it to rest, like my nana. It's like, bro, inside jokes like that just makes it a lot more funnier, man. Yeah, Mike Bison from Street Fighter. Oh, so that's who his name is. That's honestly pretty really cool. But either way, the one thing that's really cool about the movie is not just only the video game references, but the world building. Like, literally, you got this video game hub. The Fix It Felix Jr. level's pretty nice, where it's basically like this Donkey Kong type of building. I like that when Felix invites all the people inside the building, you see Sonic, you see Pac-Man, then Ralph gets jealous for like, literally like, oh, they invited Pac-Man instead of just me, that cherry sloppy thing. I like the fact that Ralph literally takes Pac-Man's cherry and decides to eat them, and when the security guard tries to like spectate him by saying like, oh, where are you going to? Pac-Man, I'll fix Felix Jr. Then he's like, I hate you. I get that a lot. It's more like, yeah, definitely Ralph did not like being interrogated by that one. And yeah, Game Central Station. Yeah, that's the name of it. Thanks for reminding me, Haley. And of course, we got the most iconic cameo that Sonic says, "Yeah, you get it? If you leave your game, stay safe, save alert. If you die outside your own game, you don't regenerate ever. Game over." It's more like, yeah, I feel like that's like kind of reminds me of the Spider-Verse movies, where if a spider person stays in like in a universe for so long, and if they don't have anything to protect themselves, they can reduce sounds and die. Why does Turbo remind me of Kit Patowski? He kind of does look like Kit Patowski, except if Kit Patowski was more evil, has more gray skin. Bro, it was definitely like more uncanny, man. But either way, speaking of the candy stuff, so I will say my favorite sequence, or in this case my favorite action sequence in the movie, is where Ralph goes to Hero's Duty, which is basically like this Call of Duty Halo type of mix. And I really like the music, I like the CGI, and the fact that Ralph acts like a cowboy saying, oh, why is this vehicle so violent? It scares me. Like, yeah, that's kind of like the equivalent of when I play rated T and rated M games like Call of Duty, GTA, Red Dead, just go that in the heads. So I think the Call of Duty segment, or in this case Hero's Duty, was easily my favorite segment. But I also like the fact that, just like with Toy Story, I like that Wreck-It Ralph has this token nerdy gamer girl that decides to like play the same exact things from Heroes Do that involves Ralph or Fix Felix Jr. But once when one of the bullies decides to like swipe the coin away, I like that Subway is literally a shameless product placement there, because I remember when I got Subway subs when the first Wreck-It Ralph movie came out, I was like, oh, I just got it because of that. I think we used Skrillex music in that scene. Yeah, you're right. It's more like, yeah, where did Skrillex eventually did come from? But that's why I really like the music, because of Skrillex's score for that. But I also noticed that Ralph's arc, and this is pretty much during the time when animated movies did this trope, like Despicable Me did this trope, Megamind did this trope, where a villain is mostly good at being a villain, but then the villain changes his mind where he wants to be from villain to hero. So Wreck-It Ralph is basically the third fictional character in the 2010s that went from that villain to hero type of art. So that's where we have to go with that. Celebration song was used. Yeah, I also like, what was that one turtle character in that one room scene where it's like, hey Jeff, Ralph, and then that bro literally just closed the door. And literally I like a funny moment when Ralph breaks in the hotel room where he's like, hey yo everybody, Fix It Felix literally just dies by the brick, and then he just got revived for another life. So like, yeah, in his own game he could eventually just relive for another one. But yeah, the one thing that really caught me off guard is when all the town villagers, because even though Ralph is a villain, but I feel like the real villain in the movie is not Ralph, it's not King Candy, it's that little mustache, short midget mustache guy. He was more the villain. He was a bully straight to Ralph, where he's like, oh, you're definitely will always be Ralph, like you don't decide to be in the cape because you always will be a guy. No, I'm not. It's like, bro, that is the real villain. That's why when Ralph had this whole fantasy dream sequence when he won the medal at Hero's Duty, he had a whole dream sequence where that dude becomes homeless and decided to take down bricks. So that's one of the things that honestly just feels like pretty hilarious to suppose that. But I'm saying, like, Gene, that bro, he's the real villain of the movie in my opinion, despite that, oh no, Ralph, you just left the game. Because, bro, if you weren't such a bully to Ralph, then he probably would have never left your game, and then your game would have been, like, not so out of order, man. But either way, so as really cool it was to see Ralph climbing up to, like, literally on top of the tower, which I will admit, that was pretty fun to play in the Disney video game, where I literally play as Ralph and then put, like, other Disney characters put in that, which I thought that was nice. But I think it's kind of funny that Fix It Felix Jr., whenever he jumps in and Heroes Do, you just hear that Mario type of music that goes boom, 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 and then literally bro falls in love with James Lynch's character. I forgot the one line that she's like, it's time to make your mama's proud time. And then that one time where she beats the living crap out of Ralph is like, what's the first line in Hero's Duty? No cuts, no butts, no coconuts. I remember I used to quote that a lot with like some other female friends, like no cuts, no butts, no coconuts, which I honestly think that song is so funny. But yeah, Gene, like I said, he was the real villain of the movie. He's not King Candy, he's not Ralph. If, like I said, if that bro was like not being too cruel to Ralph, then Ralph probably would have not have this whole journey. But anyway, that's the overall arc that Ralph has to go to. And then when we went from all the way from the cyberbug attacking Ralph in the ship, and then he awakens all the cyberbugs, bro, it's so uncanny. Once when Ralph gets punched in, he goes to Game Central Station, and I like that he punched, like, not only that, the ship crashes into Sonic, and then you hear the rings going bing, bing, bing. And then, once when Ralph goes to Sugar Rush, I will admit, even though I don't think Sugar Rush is as cool as Hero's Duty in the game, but I will admit, the song is pretty catchy where it goes, Sugar Rush, S-U-G-R-R, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, alright. And also, that song was stuck in my head, just like when I was playing the Disney Infinity game, when you literally play as those characters, so that really just bogged my mind. But either way, about Sugar Rush, I mean, people were mentioning in the chat earlier, it's like, yeah, the best way to describe Sugar Rush, it's like Mario Kart meets Candyland, and I feel like the draft of the script feels like they're trying so hard to make a Candyland movie in disguise of this Disney video game movie that's like brought to life. But I will admit, it's pretty cool to see like some of the candy characters, like literally candy creatures literally becoming Town beans. And somebody mentioned earlier in the chat by saying, oh, King Candy definitely sounds like the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. Well, believe it or not, that was literally the inspiration of the voice. I think Alan Tudyk actually voiced the Mad Hatter in that 100-year Disney anniversary thing. Yeah, literally, he's like, hello, waiters, have some candy, have some tea, I'm like, yeah, very Mad Hatter type of things. Love Sugar Rush and the racer designs. Yeah, it's kind of funny that their designs kind of reminds me of My Littlest Pet Shop meets Bratz in a way. You know, those are iconic girl toy lines, and that's what it's made for. But I will be honest, when I look at the voice cast, so I know who Jane Lynch was, I know who Jack McBrayer was, because, yeah, I watched Wander Over Yonder on Disney XD, but other than that, I did not know who John C. Reilly was. I did not know who Sarah Silverman was. And I realized Sarah Silverman's humor is like very adult-centric, so it's a good thing that her sense of humor was toned down for this PG-rated Disney movie, so it's a good thing to have in mind. And yes, people are mentioning in the comments that, yeah, she mentioned the hero's duty as a ha-ha, hee-hee, poo-poo joke. But either way, the one thing what makes this movie really work between Ralph and Vanellope, because even though Vanellope is basically a mischievous brat, wants to take Ralph's medal, but then the more you realize these two outcasts have more things in common, where Ralph gets treated dirty in his game, and Vanellope felt the exact same way with other racers by saying, oh no, she's a glitch. If it's Sugar Rush, I'd be low-key swimming in the chocolate river. Basically, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory Dilly did that as well. I saw Jane Lynch on iCard when she plays Sam's mom. I did remember that, literally. I think that happened around the same year when Wreck-It Ralph came out. I was like, oh, Jay Lynch plays Sam Puckett's mom in an episode of iCarly, which I did remember that during the peak of Jay Lynch's career outside of Glee, even though I've never watched Glee when I was a kid. But either way, the one thing that's honestly pretty hilarious is like literally when Ralph was going like chasing Vanellope, bro, he had like all this frosting and candy all over the cupcake. It's like, bro was like, no, you give me back my bell. It's like, bro, I thought bro was gonna turn into Shrek, because kind of like Shrek has like a big temper issue and he has like green ooze all over him. That really caught me off guard. And then once when Ralph is being chased by these donut cops, and I like there's a joke that goes, call the devil dogs. Literally, Ralph literally used like a straw from the chocolate river, and it definitely sounds like the Darth Vader sound, which I'm like, yeah, what do you know, because Disney owns the rights to Star Wars. King's Candy deleted Vanellope's code to make it seem like she was a glitch, which, yeah, bro definitely did that on purpose. But either way, as the movie progresses, they do a good job, like how Ralph and Vanellope, despite they have their differences, they have their similarities of why they become outcasts, and then they become real friends at the end. But when Ralph decided to become a good guy and actually become a hero to Vanellope, which that's pretty much the overall arc. Literally, the one thing that's really uncanny is once when Fix-It Felix Jr. and Callahan went to like this Nest quicksand. Literally, when I saw the Nest quicksand, the Easter egg, I was like, hey, that's the chocolate milk that me and Gabriel used to drink a lot when it comes to like the milk or whatnot. But either way, the Laffy Taffies. I remember when I was watching the movie again in my 5th grade class, they were just laughing their asses off once when the Laffy Taffy was going la 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 la, and the Callahan decided to pull out her gun, just pull it out the way. It's like, bro, when I see Fix It Felix Jr. and Callahan, kind of reminds me of the Lego movie where Emmett's like this happy-go-lucky guy, while their love interest is more this badass girl boss type of character, and then they're like, alright, that's the perfect example of opposites attract of Mr. Nice Guy, and then you got badass, emo, edgy female character, which is honestly quite uncanny. And he's like, no, man! He's like, no, you're a nice guy. No, you have to punch me. That's an order. It's like, bro, the fact that freaking Sam's mom has to punch Wander Over Yonder in the face just to get Laffy Taffy looking like a stupid dumb southerner that you see at a gas station, that was comedy gold. But during the moment where Ralph customized the car literally with all the candy treats, in my mind it's like, that kind of looks like, it definitely has the vibes of a mini video game, like when you get to customize like your own things, kind of like making a Build-A-Bear or a gingerbread house. So basically, I could definitely see that for sure. But honestly, the one song, so we talk about Sugar Rush, we definitely talk about Owl City. You want to know what was the one song that was stuck in my head, especially when I played Sonic Sega All-Star Racing Transform, when I played Wreck-It Ralph, is that one song from Rihanna. But boy, as a kid, I did not know the concept of the lyrics where it goes, shut up and drive, 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 shut up and drive, get your wheel on the turtles in that Mazda to been to 60. Because obviously Rihanna was big around the time, but little that I know when it comes to that song choice, guys, the context of that song, now I'm going to ruin your childhood, guys. That song is not about driving. It's all about adult stuff in bed. That's all I'm going to say. No context needed. Disney let that slide with Rihanna, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm like, great. My childhood is now thinking differently just for the sake of the song. It's more like, gee, no surprise when it comes to that. Mario Kart 7 has a feature where you customize cars. Well, for your information, this movie came out before that game even existed, so who knows? Maybe they took inspiration from it. But I will be honest, during the whole plot twist of like, you know, oh, if the game gets pulled off and why we're trying to protect Penelope and when she becomes a glitch, she comes past through. But here's the first plot twist. When King Candy decides to manipulate Ralph, and then when Ralph decides to destroy the car and be like, it's for the sake of your own good. Bro, the one thing, like, I know this is meant to be an emotional moment where Penelope's crying, but Gabriel, you probably might remember this. We used to make fun of that scene a lot where Ralph is throwing the car and he goes, no! And then she's like, no, just destroy your car, no! And then Gabriel,
oh yeah,
you made this one.
I read that scene. It's so sad.
And I remember I pushed you by the window or somewhat, and then you're just like, like, no wait, yeah, no, Gabriel, you were like, yeah, cry like a little girl, yeah, like, no wait, that's sad.
That's sad.
Like I said, I know it's meant to be an emotional moment in the movie, but at the exact same time, guys, I couldn't take it seriously just how the way she was crying. The song's about what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry for ruining your childhood, guys, but like I said, as a kid, I'm like, oh, it's a catchy song. Look at the concept of the song. It's not about driving. It's just in disguise. That's all I'm going to say, man. But either way, on topic for the movie, I mean, aside, as much as I laugh at that, it's more like, dang, it must have really hurt where Ralph basically feels like a bad guy for destroying a little girl's dreams just to go out racing. Then Ralph goes back home, and then the video game mascots become homeless, and then coincidentally, Ralph decided to go take down Sour Bill, and then literally, when he's licking that candy, he's more like, bro, I understand that Sour Bill guy is literally just, some character that usually is a servant to him. It's like, bro, that's honestly kind of disgusting that he's literally eating him. All this because the Turbo was judged that another card game was better and just envy. Yeah, another big plot twist of King Candy just going Turbo-tastic, Turbo-tastic, and I'm like, wait, now it makes sense why the villain's in the therapy room and why King Candy's like, oh, you're game jumping, Ralph, you're not going turbo, are you? He's like, oh, because the villain was the reason why he did all the turbo jumping for like crossing over to another game, which, you know, by video game policies, that can't happen. But guess what? Fortnite exists now where any fictional character could show up in that game. So you know what? This movie was like quite ahead of its time outside of Smash Brothers. But either way, here's a hot take I would say. As much as I like the Sugar Rush and the Heroes Duty stuff and the little bit of video game references, I do really like this movie. This is still a good movie. But I will be honest, from this movie, including the sequel, I kind of wish we would explore more worlds. I think that would be maybe a bit too much for the runtime, and you want Sugar Rush to be the main focus so you could develop Ralph and Penelope from their arcs from friends to betrayers and then actually help each other together at the end. It's like, Kind of wish there was a little bit more video game levels that I could have taken inspirations of. So that's just my nitpick, where we could have explored more worlds aside from the Fix-It-Feel-It world and then Vanellope and all that. So either way, as we move on to the scene, the final act is kind of like a girl's version of Pixar's Cars, but except it's filled with candy, and then Vanellope's rivals got a taste from their own medicine, and then literally as they move on, we get to this Turbo-tastic reveal, and then we got the Cyberbugs taking over. Then out of nowhere, freaking King Candy just becomes more creepier, more menacing, from glitching the Turbo-tastic and then literally turning to a Cyberbug to take down Ralph. And then literally once when Felix and all the candy people decide to leave the game and then Vanellope stuck with a glitch, it's like, then we get to one of the most aura-farming moments in the movie where it goes, I'm bad, and that's good, I'll never be good, and that's not bad, there's nobody who I'd rather be than me. It's like, huh, I mean, I'm surprised that this movie did not win an Oscar, because Pixar's Brave won the Oscar, which, you know, Pixar's, like, Brave is an okay movie, but I feel like Wreck-It Ralph was the better animated Disney movie back in 2012, because that scene of Ralph accepting his identity by saying, like, hey, I know I'm going to be a villain, and I know I always will be a villain, and I got to accept that, but you know what? There's no one who I'd rather be than just be myself and take the sacrifice. And then literally when Vanellope had to change it for it, get to help Ralph out. And I like that Fix-It Felix's, like, slang is oh my land. It's like, it's not like gosh, it's not like swear word by saying land or whatnot. And then as they move past forward to literally just go to that, I like how the second one, Rick Wallace from the Frozen 2 sneak peek, because, you know, the sequel is more making fun of internet tropes, but that's why I'm not including the second one in the list, which, if I had to make a short ramble of Wreck-It Ralph 2, it's fine, but clearly not as good as the first movie, since the first movie was more a love letter to video games. But I will say this, Wreck-It Ralph 2 is a much better emoji movie than the emoji movie from Sony themselves. But either way, if I'm going to go right to the end, what happened to King Candy at the end is like, bro, have you, like, not watched this movie in a long time? If you don't recall, when Ralph and Vanellope had these Mentos and this Coca-Cola soda, the Cyberbugs goes to the light, because, you know, bugs easily get distracted by the light, and then King Candy just dies from the lights, and then Ralph decides to go to chocolate, and then, yeah, literally like Sonic 3, when Gerald Robotnik gets zapped like a bug, King Candy kind of had like a similar fate death, where it's a comedic way to die, and then Ralph got chocolate. And during the moment when Fix-It Felix gives a kiss to Callahan, like, on the cheek, and then literally they decide to kiss each other, it's like, bro, okay, I'm not going to talk about my personal life, but guys, when I watched this movie in 5th grade, there was literally like a small, short guy like Fix-It Felix Jr., and not only just that, like Fix-It Felix Jr., and there's this tall girl named Daniela, which, not to be confused with like some other guy, there was some guy named Jacob, some girl named Daniela, and literally when Felix and Callahan were kissing on screen, guess what? Those classmates in 5th grade, they literally kissed each other. And then everyone in my class, when that scene was playing and when that was happening, everybody was like, "Aw, so cute." And then both the young couple in my class, they both got in trouble by the teacher for saying, "Hey, no kissing in the class. That's discrimination." It's more like, dang, despite this is meant to be a cute moment in the movie that kind of inspired a real-life couple in the class. But I will admit, young me was like, I'm jealous because I'm just a fat loser like Ralph and I won't get a girlfriend, till that changed later on. But either way, I just thought that was a funny moment when we were all watching that scene in 5th grade. So that's why I just put that. So either way, the best thing about the movie is Ralph got his happy ending, he gets to accept his identity, Vanellope goes to Sugar Rush, and they still become friends. And yeah, people are mentioning this about in the comments, when can I see you again? We gotta go. Like, love the end credit sequence, and like what Gabriel said, funny that we got the Sonic pixelated scene in that movie way before the Sonic movies themselves fully embrace that as a whole. So for Wreck-It Ralph, like I said, the only complaints I got from the movie is I wish we would have explored more video game worlds outside of Sugar Rush and Hero's Duty. But other than that, this movie is actually really good. Facts. So either way, I think, just to make it more clear, I think Wreck-It Ralph, despite it's not an adaptation, but as a video game movie, it is easily up there. No, it is way better than Pixels. At least Wreck-It Ralph actually treats Pac-Man, well, for the most part, Pac-Man and Cube are actually with more respect. So Wreck-It Ralph, it is easily S tier in my book. So when it comes to like video game movies, I wish you was my elementary school, Daniel's like, bro, I'm a dude that was born in the generation where I had Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, Cartoon Network, while kids nowadays get nothing but brainwash. One of my cousins were singing a song like "I'm the Biggest Bird" as a reference to Terrence. Oh, you're talking about, we'll get to the movies in a second. So, yes, for any Angry Birds fans in the chat, which I can easily tell some of you guys are, so it's kind of funny that when I did my younger videos, I was like, oh, they're not going to make a sequel to Angry Birds. Joke's on me, you little Daniel, because they actually made that happen. But the one thing that did not age well is like, oh, Mario's going to be Wreck-It Ralph 2. They decided to not to make that happen, unfortunately. But either way, Wreck-It Ralph, really great movie, so putting that in S tier. But as for the Angry Birds movie, so Gabriel, you can talk about both movies. I don't think I have much to say about both Angry Birds 1 and 2, so you take that away, Gabriel.
I can talk a little bit about Angry Birds 1, but Angry Birds 2, again. Angry Birds 1, I think it's an average okay movie. It's alright. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's the best thing I've ever seen, but it's alright. It's an alright movie. I think it's got good humor. To me, it had a little bit of like Shrek vibes in the sense that like the main character is someone that's like grumpy and like kind of wants to be part of something, but also likes to be or is used to being alone and isolated. And everybody else thinks he's just grumpy and weird and everything. But, you know, throughout the movie, he's actually trying to do better and control his anger so that he can fit into his society or whatever. That's why he goes to, like, yoga classes and kind of still having a hard time fitting in. But also the other characters, I think, are pretty funny. Like, I mean, I don't remember Yellowbird, Bomb. I do remember the Terrence, the big red one. I think he's the funniest character in the movie. Just because. No, that scene in the yoga scene where the instructor was like reading his files or whatever, and then it was zooming into his face, and it had like the cop cars and everything, and he was just smirking the whole time. Like, that was funny. And then also when the pigs came and they were like performing, and then Terrence was just clapping and actually happy for once. And they did a Avengers reference because when he punched the Redbird in the yoga thing, it was like when Hulk punched Thor.
Yeah, basically it's just an inside joke that Terrence.
And also when the pigs came and they were like performing. And then
But
Terrence...
yeah, I think he was the funniest character, and it was kind of like, when I say it was like Shrek, it was like in that part where there was like a group of birds. They were like, "Hey, come join us, dude," and then he thought they were talking to him, but then it was some other random guy, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, nobody cares about me." He's like by himself, making like a replica of his own house, and then he feels isolated and like an outsider. But throughout the movie, he's trying to fit in and trying to be a better person. That's until, you know, the pigs take over the whole place and they're just causing catastrophe. And then there's this like Toy Story kind of thing where like the new people come in and everybody likes the new people.
Yeah, kind of like that Woody and Buzz jealousy type of trope.
The Redbird and everybody, like the pigs come in and they're like, "Wow, these guys are cool, man. We're gonna make our place better." Instead, they're making it worse and destroying everything. Even Redbird's house, like it's just going crazy. But I don't know. Kind of forgot the ending.
Oh, the ending. Basically, the final act is like, you know, fan service moment where all the birds take down the pigs' houses, and then after that, all the small baby birds have more respect for Red, and even the entire island has more respect for Red than ever. And yeah, basically, it's more like, yeah, Red.
Oh, and the eagle, eagle guy,
who's voiced by Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, he was a funny character.
So, yeah, people are.
And we till this day we still see memes.
Yeah, people are still quoting the memes right now. It's like, you know, that meme where he goes, "No," and then
No.
and where he's dancing in the end credits of the movie, and then
freaking peas in the.
Yeah, the same water
Anyway.
that Chuck and Bomb, like, it just went straight for a minute where Chuck and Bomb were swallowing the water, and then when my eagle takes a wee-wee on that water, it's like, bro, that is just disgusting, man.
Yeah. But the plot is very simple. It has like a mix of that same kind of trope from like Toy Story or Shrek, where it's like the outsider guy, part of something, but people don't like him, grumpy all the time. They like the pigs, they come in, but then later they're like, oh, these guys are bad. And then they work together to stop them, and yeah.
Gabriel, you also...
So I don't know, it's
I was going to say, Gabriel, you forgot one thing. Smosh made cameos as two birds. I forgot...
You're right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Anthony and Ian they voiced one bird that was like orange that blows like a balloon, and the other bird that's like a boomerang. And funny enough, Gabriel, no joke, they're coming back in Angry Birds 3, which I'm like, weird. So
I did not know that.
Yeah, they're coming back. Like, the creators of Smosh are coming back in the new one coming out later this Christmas.
Yeah, put him in every Angry Birds movie.
Literally. That to Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is also in Angry Birds 3. Now I think about it, it's like,
I was gonna say I remember Mr. Beast being part of.
Yeah, and now he's gonna be a part of the third one. It's like, are we just gonna get every
I forgot
YouTuber
Smosh
now?
was in this.
Well, just gonna point that out for YouTube stars voicing characters in this movie.
Yeah, but the first one, it's pretty simple. It's not bad. It's not the greatest piece of fiction ever. It's not bad. It's a good movie. I'd put it on B tier.
So you put the first movie on B, or what about the second one?
The second, I would probably... I don't remember much. I don't even know if I've seen it. Like, I don't remember. That to me, Angry Birds 2 was just like a distant... Remember the promos that... Mr. Beast.
Yep.
But I really don't remember much about them. But if I were to make a placement, probably the same as the first, probably B tier.
Alright, not too bad, not too bad. If Tony Hill will be in the third...
B for birds.
Yeah, B because, yeah, they are birds. Good morning, Red Bird. So I will say this, I will say the Angry Birds movies are not perfect movies, but I will say this, Angry Birds 1 and 2, I will talk about 2 in a second, they are way better adaptations than what Minecraft and Pixels are. Because, look, even though the movie's jokes, and like I said, I think the first movie's jokes, some are funny, some are like, okay, why is this certain quote-unquote sex joke in this animated movie? It's more like, I'll get to some of the jokes by saying, it's funny, but maybe that's a bit too far for an animated movie. Like, there's a moment where Chuck basically talks about birds that lays eggs and don't lay eggs, especially the ending where he's kind of like doing like a humming pose by saying, come on ladies, let's get busy. I'm like, whoa, Olaf, you're supposed to be friendly, cuddly in the Disney Frozen movies, and now you're being more of a risky pimp freak, man. I don't know, man. That really caught me off guard. And I like that Red, I mean, pretty much the entire voice cast from both movies, and I think the third one's going to be pretty much the same. That pretty much I noticed that most of the majority of the voice cast are Saturday Night Live cast members, which I'm not surprised that Sony capitalized all the SNL cast members to like most of their movies, whether it's Adam Sandler movies, Ghostbusters, or Angry Birds. So that's why you got Jason Sudeikis, Danny McBride, Josh Gad, Kate McKinnon. You got my boy Flint Lockwood voicing the pig Leonard, who's basically the main pancake of the movies, by saying, bro, I did not recognize his voice at first where he goes, greetings, the world of the pigs, I am a pig. It's more like, bro, that's freaking Flint Lockwood, one of my favorite Sony animated characters next to Miles Morales and Peter B. Parker. But I will be honest with you guys, for guys who don't know, we've actually talked about the Angry Birds movies before in an older stream, but you know, not everybody's memories is that strong like a couple months later. And secondly, another thing I also want to point out is, wait, I think Dwayne was in our stream, and I think he put the Angry Birds movies on a high ranking tier, which I know Dwayne was a little bit here in the chat, but I believe Dwayne said Angry Birds 1 and Wreck-It Ralph are his favorite video game movies. And I'm like, Wreck-It Ralph I can understand, but wow, Angry Birds over Mario, Sonic, and Pokemon? That's crazy, man. So, Either way, let me just talk about the first movie itself. I definitely say the animation designs are really good. Especially, I think my favorite design of them all is definitely Red. I think Red's definitely translated well for the movie. Yeah, somebody point out this another adult jokes. Will you steal anybody, kids? You looks like you would. Oh, you're talking about that one bird that wants a hug, and then Red says no, but say, bro. It's like, oh, it looks like you was. Like, bro, is that supposed to be a child pedo joke? It's like, bro, why would they let that slide in? I feel like that's like one complaint. Like, some jokes are funny. Like that one joke where Matilda's looking at the therapy file and looking at Terrence's crime records. That was kind of funny because we have no idea what he did, but we definitely know it was not anything too legal or too, let's say, friendly, if that's the case. And secondly, like I said, there are some jokes that are pretty funny, and I will be honest, even though Angry Birds 1 and 2, but I will get to 1, yes, it goes to the usual licensed songs for the video game movies, but I will be honest, some of the licensed songs are not kid-friendly at all. Like, there's one moment where Chuck talks about his montage, and then when he got stopped by the bird cop, there's a song that goes, whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police, whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the beast. And then literally Chuck just taking drinks and whatnot by saying, bro, that is not a kid-friendly song. Another not-so-kid-friendly song is when Red, Chuck, and Bomb went to Mighty Eagle's Mountain, and he's danced to a song called Wild Thing by Tone Loc by saying, I gave $50, do the wild thing, bam, bam, bam. Like what I said, guys, just like with Rihanna's Wreck-It Ralph, those songs are not family friendly, and to be honest, I do like Wild Thing for personal reasons, but outside that, gets to what that. But yeah, Sound of the Police, I'm like, bro, the fact that you just let that slide for an animated film. And I Will Survive song at the end credits, that's cool, but also peak as well. Yeah, I'd say that was like pretty solid as a whole. Angry Birds, Sonic characters, has a character named Silver. Oh, you're talking about Red's quote-unquote future wife in the sequel? Yeah, we'll get to that. Remember Terrence Paying of Heb and the Yoga Bird? Of course I remember that. But I will say this, for the first movie, we're only talking about the first movie for now. It's kind of funny that Red is basically the mostly known as the common angry bird, and most of the other birds around it. I feel like the only quote-unquote angry birds around that time was Red and Terrence, while Chuck, Bomb, and the other birds aren't really so angry, which, that's not like one nitpick I would say for a movie titled The Angry Birds Movie, like the animated Angry Birds cartoons, like, you know those cartoon shorts where Angry Birds made a crossover with Rio, Star Wars, and other like crossovers that they used to do in their mobile games. They were a lot more angrier in those animated cartoon shorts than versus the live action movie. Sound of the Police is an adult song. Bro, you definitely need to edge up yourself with some more adult content, man, if you want to know. Yeah, that's what's funny. Sean Penn, who plays Terrence, which, if I know about Sean Penn's record, I like that so funny that Terrence has no lines at all. All he just goes, and I'm like, bro, I think bro's easily going to win an Oscar. But that one time where he goes, oh, I probably not know why, but they put the Never Gonna Get You Up in the film where my ego was going to save the day. Because, you know, hee-hee-ha-ha YouTube stuff. But either way, Red, as the main character, makes the most sense for being the most angry one of having this temper issue. And like what Gabriel says, kind of like Shrek in a way where he kind of wants to fit in, but he also wants someone to be alone as well. Chuck, which I will be surprised, did not expect. I feel like Josh Gad and Peter Dinklage from Pixels, Angry Birds, they're both in the way better video game music by comparison because one, at least they did a good job with the voice. And I will be honest, there's one scene where Chuck decides to take down the pigs in the first movie, and it's in a slow-mo scene because one, Chuck can run fast, Sonic the Hedgehog can run fast in Sonic 1, and I'm like, well, let's be honest, I know we say Chuck did it, Sonic did it, Quicksilver did, but let's be honest, there's this DreamWorks movie called Over the Hedge, and Hammy the Squirrel, who's voiced by Steve Carell, did the slow motion scene. But, you know, that's a common thing for any character that runs really fast, which, you know, Chuck is the fast bird. I will be honest, when it comes to the Bluebirds, I thought they were going to be the main characters, but I know they're not as marketable as Red, Chuck, or Bomb. And I will be honest, every time when whenever Danny McBride screams as Bomb by going, I will be honest, he kind of sounds a little bit like Seth Rogen, despite, you know, Seth Rogen and Danny McBride actually did some moves together by saying the voice almost got a little bit too familiar when it comes to say, when Red says, pluck my life. Yeah, there's a lot of quote-unquote, okay, if I had to say the example of PG swearing, but they replace it with bird puns, when Red says, pluck my life, it's a bird pun replaced with the F word. And then, what did Red say when he's trying to encourage all the birds? We all gotta be birds, angry flocking birds. So that's like one of the criticisms that parents did not like from the first movie, that maybe is a bit too adult-centric when it comes to the humor, which, like I said, the comedy is probably like the best and the worst things, where there are some funny jokes, but there are some jokes that may be a bit too far for the kids in the audience. It's more like, yeah, I feel like those jokes would be better off for like a Robot Chicken skit. But I will admit, this is an iconic meme-worthy moment where Chuck and Bomb are trying to like annoy the heck out of Red, where he goes, and then Red is like literally like, stop making bird noises, somebody has anger issues. And during the moment where Chuck and Bomb are like swim bathing in Mighty Eagle's like water somewhat, and the fact that even though it was a scene in the trailer where literally Mighty Eagle basically just takes a piss pool on the water, and it just goes on for like a minute for Chuck and Bomb, just everybody saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe we just drank that all for ourselves. And it's more like, bro, for me, for scenes like that, it should not be funny, but surprisingly it did become funny, because the way that they just dragged on for too long, it's more like, dang you, Angry Birds, why are you making me laugh over a simple pee joke like that? But either way, Peter Dinklage's Mighty Eagle, surprisingly one of the highlights of the first film, because he's definitely like this washed up bird icon that Red looks up to. He's like, Mighty Eagle, oh yeah, bring it home, Babacita. Can you help us, Eagle? No. And then literally when he's about to like help us all, it definitely was pretty funny that he decided to become very godlike in the end. But I will admit, like, even though I remember back then I complained about video game movies not embracing the music, which thankfully Mario and the Sonic movies embraced more of the video game music. The Angry Birds movie, for this first movie, they actually played the iconic theme song of dun 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 dun. So I'm like, oh, that's nice. They actually put like an orchestral take for it. But I would say my least favorite joke of this movie's got to be the oh my gosh meme, because number one, I feel like that mime is kind of overusing the joke way too much. Secondly, we've already seen this joke before. We've seen it with Puss in Boots, where there's like a random cat that goes, oh, so I'm like, it's literally just the same thing. I remember Nostalgia Critic's review on the first Angry Birds movie. He's like, stop it, it's not funny! It's more like, yeah, I mean, same, but I'm not going to be that overreactive for that. But either way, that's probably my least favorite joke of the mime, saying, oh my gosh. But I almost forgot to mention that Keegan-Michael Key voices the mayor of this bird town, and I forgot that he was in this movie, but then he later becomes the voice of Toad in the Mario movies. But as for the pigs, I don't talk much about the pigs in the movie. Once again, you got Flint Lockwood for Climbing with the Chance of Meatballs voicing Leonard the King Pig, and pretty much just like Toy Story of the, oh, who's the new guy? And I'm just jealous that the new guy's taking the spot. But I will be honest, like, the Angry Birds movie, the pig's not joke, and the second movie is pretty awkward. We'll talk about the second movie later on. But the first movie, yeah, there's a lot of pig butt jokes. I like that Chuck says language, which is obviously an Age of Ultron reference. But I will, like, there's this one country song that's played in the first movie by Blake Shelton, and for someone that somewhat grew up in the country, I will be honest, the song is actually, like, pretty, like, I like the song that goes, here's some desperados kicking up dust, and you see that we're gonna be friends. So I'm like, yeah, despite it is a country song, it is pretty nice. But then it gets to the whole, hey, like, the one thing that doesn't understand, like, the one thing that's kind of confusing from the pigs' motivation is, obviously, if you play the games, you know these pigs steal their eggs, and the birds are angry, and then the birds go attack them, just like in the games. But what doesn't make sense is, the pigs are, like, obviously, they did this on purpose to, like, get along with the birds, and like, oh, we actually like this island. And then we're like, you know what, forget this island, we're just gonna steal the eggs and just go pass through, because game launches, I guess. But yeah, when it comes to the cameos, I'm surprised that Smosh was a part of this, because they were like pretty big around the time. And then for any fans of Angry Birds, I like that Maya Rudolph's character, Matilda. She always voices this animated character when she's a sweetheart in the movies, but then she becomes angry, just like that other Sony movie, Mitchell's vs. Machines, that has Matilda and Bob from the Angry Birds movies. Eventually just go through that, and then literally just go to back. It's like literally just hilarious. And then literally when I go back, remember when William Daffy Duck saw Angry Birds in the movie? I'm surprised that this fan remembered this video, because we actually recorded that in a private movie theater, since it was pretty big. I heard that there was a Chef Pig voiced by Billy Eichner. Wait, really? Live action Timon? That's quite interesting. But yeah, it was cool to see the birds actually use their power-ups and take down everything else, and the fact that Red redeem himself from being this absolute Scrooge of a hater in the town of the island they were from, and then literally the birds everyone have more respect, which definitely leads up to the sequel. And even Leonard made a romantic joke about Eve the ex-boy, bro, if you're just going to start porking with those eggs tonight, then definitely don't leave the yolks on the bed, if that's all I'm going to say. So, if I had to talk about the first movie, I mean, like I said, despite some of the pacing, despite some of the jokes may be a bit too inappropriate for this animated film, I would say as an adaptation, I mean, like I said before, at least Josh Gad and Peter Dinklage were in a much better video game movie. So I say B tier is absolutely right. But as for Angry Birds 2, since you guys want me to talk about Angry Birds 2 so badly, so here's my hot take. Even though Angry Birds 2 has much more of a creative type of set pieces, but here's my hot take, guys. I honestly prefer the first one over the second one, even though there are many huge Angry Birds fans, along with critics, thinks that Angry Birds 2 is better than the first one, which I could definitely understand that. But for me, I mean, like what Gabriel says, I may not remember too much from Angry Birds 2, because the one thing that's even surprising is, before when the Sonic movies exist, people said Angry Birds 2 is the best video game movie of all time. Like, well, for me, I don't think it's like the best. Like, I don't think it's like top 5 level video game movie quality like these other ones in that list. But Angry Birds 2, it definitely says the one thing is, yeah, dude, if you're saying it's higher than B tier, you're just being very biased on that. I hate the villain, the second one. Yeah, I'm surprised that the second movie, Leslie Jones from Saturday Night Live, is basically like this ex-girlfriend of Mighty Eagle, which is basically kind of like this romantic comedy type of aspect, but saying, I'm sorry, which I will admit, it is kind of funny, but I will admit that is kind of random where Mighty Eagle has this old relationship with this bird. And what's even more ironic about Angry Birds 2, I'm surprised that the director of Angry Birds 2 is the same, not just creator, but also the voice of Flapjack from Cartoon Network's Flapjack. And I remember that Flapjack was like such a weird acid trip Cartoon Network show, which I did talk about that, the Cartoon Network stream. Hey, the vote for the second one. I feel like Angry Birds 2 is more memorable than 1 in my opinion. That's probably because you probably watched this movie more than the first, which is why I understand why fans prefer the second one. Yeah, one cameo that does not age well is definitely Nicki Minaj for political reasons. But yeah, Aquafina was in the movie as some random pig. It's more like, well, thankfully Aquafina wasn't as annoying than her other ones. I feel like this movie, Kung Fu Panda 4, has Aquafina's less annoying roles compared to her other ones for the other things she's done, but at least she doesn't overplease herself. But yeah, even though despite Angry Birds 2 did not make as much money as the first movie, I'm surprised that it has a much bigger cast this time, and even Angry Birds 3 is definitely much more different. Angry Birds movies where Sony used to make them for Paramount. Yeah, now Paramount owns the rights. I was obsessed with Angry Birds games when I was in high school. Yeah, because I could tell you guys are either Gen Alpha, Gen C kids from the late 2000s and 2010s, and y'all are just making me feeling old as heck. I'm questioning my life choice now. But anyway, back to Angry Birds 2. So, yeah, it's quite surprising that they made Red not just the hero, but basically kind of like the new savior of the island. The one thing, just like the Sonic movies have their cringy moments when it comes to like flossing, Angry Birds 2, no joke, there's literally a billboard where Red does a dab, and even Matilda makes a joke by saying, oh, you did the dab by saying, they're not going to hold up when you see small little cringe jokes like that because, yeah, it's trendy, it's hip, we got to do it for the kids. But then, I mean, the poster in the movie speaks for itself. When Red is lonely and depressed for himself, hey, Roxy, how's it going? I know you eventually getting scared. So I'm talking about birds. I mean, I know we were talking about dogs. We'll definitely do that for another time. But the one thing I definitely don't understand from Angry Birds 2 is, like, literally, it's kind of funny that it's a meme on the internet where Red is sad and depressed, and he's literally eating popcorn down below, where he's basically like, in the arms of angel, fly away, and then literally Leonard picks up. And I noticed that Angry Birds 2 was technically the first video game movie that did this trope of, hey, the main hero and the main villain has to be allies together. Like, Angry Birds 2 did this first, and then Sonic 3 did the trope where Sonic and Eggman team up, and even Mario Galaxy movie did the same too, and that's why it started the whole, well, former rival enemies definitely become friends. So, even though it is quite interesting that basically the pigs definitely need Red's help after when the new villain, the Leslie Jones Purple Bird, decided to freeze everything up, and that's quite interesting that Angry Birds 2 decided to take a more snowing approach, because I know in one of the levels of Angry Birds, literally they just got to go that Tiffany Haddish plays Debbie, and Chuck was literally during the first shoot dance of Fortnite. I almost forgot to talk about Silver, which no, I'm not talking about Silver the Hedgehog. I'm talking about the female Silver Bird, and I will be honest, when I look up her voice actress, which I think her voice actress name is Rachel Bloom, and Angry Birds 2, I'm like, hear me out. That's all I'm going to say, hear me out. And now I'm seeing people in the comments by saying, dang, y'all really ship these two really much. And speaking of you Red and Silver shippers, yeah, I think they already spoiled that Angry Birds 3, that Red and Silver are going to be parents, despite literally they're going to have a kid who's voiced by Kim Kardashian's wife. But no. Kim Kardashian's son and Kanye West's son is the voice of Red and Silver's son for Angry Birds 3. Ball so hard, Angry Birds gonna find me. That shit great. Anyway, I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to get canceled on the internet. But either way, you're telling me that in the Angry Birds universe, birds can mate and be a couple and be in a relationship, while the Mario movies, except for Galaxy, kind of sugarcoat by saying Mario and Peach are just friends, but then Galaxy decided to like fix that issue. But anyway, I'm not talking about Mario. I should get back on topic about Angry Birds. It's like, so you're telling me that Silver and Chuck are siblings, and the one thing that really caught me off guard is when Chuck was being upset. He's like, "Hey, that's my sister." So I'm like, wait a minute. So if you're telling me that Silver is basically Chuck's sister into that, and if Chuck is basically, if Red and Silver are already a couple in the second movie, and then the third movie they're a married bird couple, they flock together, so that means Chuck is basically the uncle of Red and Silver's new kid for the new third movie. So like I said, for Angry Birds fans in the chat, stay tuned for Thursday, because not only we're getting Sonic 4 news, we will get Angry Birds 3 news for anyone who's excited. But either way, my only concern about Angry Birds 3, I mean, I'm surprised as a 24-year-old man talking about Angry Birds. Y'all better, for any Angry Birds fans, here's my words of advice. If you want Angry Birds to be a successful franchise as much as the other video game movies, go support the movie, pay your ticket, because Angry Birds 3 is easily going to be overshadowed by two big blockbuster movies, Avengers Doomsday and Doom Part 3, which would easily make more money because they have more bigger fan bases than Angry Birds. So keep that in mind for December 2026. So I'm just going to read the comments right here. Time flies for Red and Silver, man. Yeah, that quick, despite Angry Birds 2. Yeah, I just realized Angry Birds 2 and Detective Pikachu came out literally the same year. And around that time, video game nerds were like, yeah, video game movies are actually becoming good again. So yeah, Mighty Eagle's first name was Ethan. Yeah, that was actually explained in a flashback revealed by his ex-fiancée Zeta, which that's the villain's name. Also, his daughter was always say to the dad, say Mighty Eagle, and just literally go to that. What happens if the pigs are not friends anymore? If Smooth Cheeks King? Yeah, maybe. Originally I shipped Red with Stella, but it's like Red, Silver grow on me. Yeah, probably because of the movies. I thought Stella was like going to be Red's girlfriend in the first movie, but I guess they completely shimmered that off. The one thing I did not like about this movie, they play Baby Shark. Yeah, wasn't it like one of the birds by going, Baby Shark doo-doo-doo? It's more like, bro. I mean, the Angry Birds movies kind of have similar flaws like the Sonic movies where they try to do hip, trendy stuff. Let's insert this hee-ha-ha trend meme just to make kids laugh at that. But then you got older people like me saying, come on, y'all, this is cringe, man. I know you're trying to entertain today's generations. There goes my toothbrush. Bro, let's not forget when the birds were doing like this spy heist thing, and then literally they did like a pee break scene again. Not as funny as the first one, but like, well, you got to insert a pee scene for that. Yeah, definitely the 2019 trend's more like, no, like, it's flossing, Baby Shark, all that's more like, bro, let's not do that again. But thank goodness Minecraft movie or Sonic 3 did not make any skibbity toilet jokes. If that was the case, I'm like, I'm leaving the theater, I'm done, humanity's dead, man. But either way, let me get back to Angry Birds 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, didn't they play I Need a Hero if they play that in, like, some sequence of the movie? In my mind, I'm like, bro, how many times that video game movies has to insert I Need a Hero? Like, Mario Bros did it, Knuckles TV show did this, and if Angry Birds 2 did the exact same thing, it's like, bro, you guys are not going to top Shrek 2. Shrek 2 is the only and best animated movie that utilizes that song really well. There's a dance off the scene, the music from Monster vs. Aliens. Is that the, I don't know, was it that George Lopez song where all the bird guards were like dancing at the end? I love the joke where Bob just takes the guards out and then Bob takes the guards to take a drink. Yeah, that's very Cartoon Network-ish when it comes to charity. Yeah, I knew they'd play Need a Hero by saying, look, it's not as annoying as Uptown Fun because, like I said before, Shrek 2 did it better off. That's what I'm saying. Shrek 2 is the best movie that utilized that song most than many of the other ones. But either way, once we get to the entire final act, I like that throughout the movie, there's literally a final countdown sequence. I'm like, okay, you know what? It's an old lady song, but it actually was a pretty fitting long sizes too. The final countdown. But yeah, literally once when they all to the room where the pigs revealed the dynamite where Leonard accidentally ignites, which the one thing I will say that what is better in the second movie and the first one, at least we got more screen time with all the characters and all the heroes and the old villains just going back and forth with this. Oh, we're talking about Angry Birds now? Yeah, bro, you're living under a rock, and I'm about to wrap up my Angry Birds talk before we move next to the video game franchise. I feel like I need a heroes like Uptown Funk when it comes to getting played. Like I said, overplay songs, guys, because look, there are some good licensed songs in Angry Birds 2, but I get annoyed when overplayed songs gets to play like when it comes to that. So either way, let me just continue getting back to the movie. So once when the families, except for one, reunite their eggs, when Red emerges with the egg, that's where the blue hatchlings return, and then Mighty Eagle approaches the birds, eventually decides who he is, so merely lazy, where he lost faith for himself and takes credit for saving the eggs. But once when the bird island's being rebuilt, Red discovers that the other birds have rebuilt his home after when it literally got destroyed earlier in the movie, and then welcomes Chuck and Bomb while the pigs survive their own home and structured plan, and then Leonard decides to, like, you know, become like a new role for that. So either way, Angry Birds 2, pretty much the same thoughts I thought from the first movie, even though I kind of prefer the first movie more. But I honestly understand why some fans would prefer the second one a lot more, because I feel like the first movie had more memorable moments than the second one. But who knows? Well, I mean, like I said before, guys, we'll stay tuned for this upcoming Thursday for CinemaCon for the whole Angry Birds stuff. Will Timothy and his family appear in the third movie? For what I've remembered, like I say, if I had to go back to the cast of Angry Birds 3, I'm surprised that Bill Hader's not involved. So I'm like, wait, so does that mean Leonard and the Pegs are not coming back? That's going to be quite of a shocker. And secondly, the only things they reveal for the third movie is Red and Silver will become parents, and then they'll have their own kid. But are they going to do a space thing? Because that was a common thing when it comes to Angry Birds in space. So I don't know. I have no idea what the plot's going to be about, but we'll know more details by this upcoming Thursday. I thought the three young birds with a kid, eldest eggs, is like, we're getting the eggs. Psst. Like I said, the jokes are just very unhinged, like in the best or worst way possible. But I know that the director of Angry Birds 2 is like the writer of this, so I can tell the guy's like very passionate for it. But for Angry Birds 3, I'm surprised that we talked about, what was her name in the Minecraft movie? What was her name? Natalie. She's going to voice a bird in Angry Birds 3, so I'm like, okay, that's another actress from a video game movie jumping into a new one, so that's interesting. We got other cast members. We got Keke Palmer, yes. Keke Palmer from Trick, True Jackson VP, Mr. Beast, the most popular YouTuber ever, is being a part of it. The Smosh creators are coming by. Lily James, live action Cinderella's being part of it. That's quite interesting. But yeah, no mentions of the pigs, so that's a bummer. So for anyone outside of Thursday to know more thoughts about Angry Birds 3, yeah, guys, the movie's going to come out till Christmas. I don't think it's going to make Sonic 3 numbers, but I'm just saying, guys, if you care about this franchise, if you guys are excited for the third film, go pay your tickets to bring your, I don't know, your mom, your dad, your friends, whatever. Go pay a ticket to go see Angry Birds 3 because, believe me, mark my words, guys, Angry Birds 3 will be overshadowed by Avengers Doomsday and 2 Bar 3 because they're obviously the bigger movies, the bigger franchises, and has the bigger fan bases. While for Angry Birds, it's a smaller fan base, a smaller movie compared to the 2 big dogs in December. So that's all I'm going to say. So support the box office for Angry Birds 3 if you care this franchise that much, which I can clearly tell you guys are. And probably the last thing I will say about Angry Birds before we move on to the next video game movies, it's kind of funny that Sega owns the rights to Angry Birds, that they actually did like a Sonic Angry Birds collab in a mobile game, I believe. And now that we got Red, and it's basically the movie version of Red from the Angry Birds movies, he's going to be in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in the game. I don't know when's he coming out, but if you guys are up for that stream, I probably might do like a Red Angry Birds tier list. No, not Angry Birds. An Angry Birds gameplay stream when Red goes to Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, which they won't do that. Remember when Hollywood cast actual voice actors in movies? Good times. Sonic 2 and 3, they have Colleen O'Shaughnessy from the games to voice Tails. That's one example. The first Mario movie literally had Charles Martinet. The Mario movies literally kept voice actors from Teen Titans Go. So, what are you talking about? Sony's just milking for every celebrity in the third movie. Correction, Paramount is one that's on the rights for Angry Birds 3. Wasn't Leslie Jones in Ghostbusters 2016? Yeah, the most controversial movie of 2016. So Sega doesn't use Mario anymore. Bro, are you lost when it comes to like the licensing deals? You definitely got to do your homework. Sonic Forces Speed Battle collabed. Yeah, that's what I remember for what Angry Birds did. But anyway, let me read this other comment. So, if I tell you my younger self Mr. Beast was going to be in an Angry Birds movie a few years later, I think you'll be crazy. Hey, same goes for me. If you would have told me Jim Carrey's in a Sonic movie for 3 films, I would have called you a liar and crazy, but here we are right now. So either way, so for Angry Birds 2, like I said, I prefer the first movie, but this second movie definitely has its entertaining moments, its funny gags, its usual same jokes that Gospel has, but definitely, I will say this, as a sequel, even though, like I said, Angry Birds 2 is a much more simpler plot than Mario Galaxy, so if I have to rank video game movie sequels, I'm talking like second movies, not third movies. If I have to rank it, Sonic 2 will be number 1 as my favorite video game movie sequel. Then I'll put Mario Galaxy on number 2. Then I'll put Angry Birds 2 on number 3. And FNAF 2, we'll get to the Five Nights at Freddy's movies in a second, guys. I'll put FNAF 2 on the bottom of the list as the worst video game movie sequel. But either way, Angry Birds 2, I think I've already said what I have to say about the movie, so I'll put Angry Birds 2, just right there with the first 2 movies. Like, they're not like the best video game movies ever, in my opinion, but you know what? They're not as bad, not as cringy as Minecraft. I definitely say it's like one of those solid video game movies that you can have if you're a fan of the games, but also wants to have that bounce of could and whatnot. So either way, that's all I'd say about Angry Birds. So sorry guys for all the Angry Birds chat. Now we're going to move on to the horror franchise, aka the watered down PG-13 Five Nights at Freddy's movies, starting off with FNAF 1 and FNAF 2. But Gabriel, since you are the much more bigger Five Nights at Freddy's fan than I am, take it away with your opinion on FNAF 1, the movie.
FNAF at Freddy's.
Yeah, Jack Black.
That's what I want to be.
Yeah, why is Jack Black not in the Five Nights at Freddy's movies? Bro's in Minecraft, Mario, and Borderlands. Why not FNAF, man? FNAF at Freddy's.
He should voice an animatronic.
At least for FNAF 3, at least. Like, Jack Black and Markiplier, just put them in FNAF
3, or if they make more, I think he should voice animatronics. Yeah, FNAF 1.
Yeah, go
I was really excited for this movie because we've been hearing about the movie since since the game came out, which was 2014. So like a whole decade. We've been hearing about them making a FNAF movie. They've just been struggling with the script, finding a studio that'll make it, and it's honestly shocking that Blumhouse is the one that's in charge of making the movies, but it's also it's a good thing. Like they're like probably the most well-known in terms of and they know how to make horror movies that are like for a general audience and good for theater. That's one thing. But I will say what I heard from like the scripts that they were going to come up with for this first movie, they were a lot worse than what the final product is. A lot worse. There was one I remember where the animatronics were gonna roam around either, I think, the town or the city or like the whole world, and then they were gonna be like, it was gonna be like almost like an alien invasion kind of thing, but like with animatronics, and like they were gonna be plushes, but I think turned into the actual animatronic. I don't remember. It was something stupid. That was one of the scripts. Glad that didn't happen. And there were some more, I don't remember. I just remember that one. So stupid. But I'm glad they went with this script, because a lot better than those. I think the casting is great. The casting for this movie is great. Like, see, okay, when they said Mike, I really thought it was going to be the Michael Afton. Lore, it's supposed to be Michael Afton, but in the movies, they changed it to just some... Well, okay, Mike Schmidt was the name in the first game, but that was a placeholder name, like a fake name, so that, people don't know, oh, that's the son of the famous serial killer. Or, well, to be fair, no, he wasn't a famous serial killer. Nobody knew it was.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, some people did, but not everybody. But because the animatronics and the people there working, or FNAF, the pizzeria knew. Some people knew, like Henry, he knew. Michael and I'm assuming probably the whole family that it was Afton.
I
William
think
Afton.
So, maybe. I don't remember.
So I think that's why he just wanted to kind of just name Afton. That's all it was in the game. In this movie, Mike Schmidt is a whole different person. But again, great casting. I think, because I haven't seen, why'd I forget his name? He's super famous.
Oh, what do you mean? Josh Hutcherson?
Yes, Josh Hutcherson.
Yeah, that's the
I
actor's
haven't
name.
seen him in like years in a movie or anything, so to see him back in FNAF was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Like I remember his stuff when I was. I haven't seen him in a long time ever. FNAF, so it was great to see him again. I think it was casting,
yeah.
even whether he was Michael Afton or Mike Schmidt.
He's
he
Mike. Okay, he's actually Mike Schmidt because in the sequel, Michael Afton is actually a person in the sequel.
No, yeah, I know, but I mean, like, if they went with like the game where he was supposed to be, where Mike Schmidt is Michael Afton, like if they made him Michael Afton, I think casting choice. But in this movie, he's just Mike Schmidt, and I think it works. I think it's still okay. And the way he portrayed his character was pretty well done. Like, showed the psychological side. Now he has to take care of Abby.
Abbey Road.
And he's, because of like the trauma of losing his family, he can't sleep. Insomnia.
Relatable. I can relate to that, man.
Because, like, he just can't stop thinking about it. His whole motives, everything is just to like find out what happened to his brother, and that's why he's studying dream theory, which is part of the games. Dream theory is
it's just a theory.
Yeah, it's a big part of, like, let's say FNAF 4. FNAF 4, I think, factored nightmare animatronics, all illusion stuff in your head, and that's what dream theory is about. It's the stuff in your head. That's why Mike Schmidt keeps having thoughts in his head about what happened to his brother, and that same day he got kidnapped, wishing he'd done something to save him, replaying that memory. And that's why he's studying dream theory. Go back and find out what happened. And it was still cool. It was an interesting. I think that was a clever way. Thing. The movie. Also, in general, like the Easter eggs, like at the mall. Forget what it's called. It was that rainbow.
Oh
icon.
Yeah, is that from?
But that's from one of the games.
FNAF World or Pizza Simulator?
I would say a side game. It's not one.
Is it
one of the side games?
Is it FNAF World or Pizza Simulator? I don't remember.
I think it's FNAF World. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. FNAF World.
Because that was a spin-off game.
That was an Easter egg for that. At the ice cream place or whatever.
Yeah, before he beats up.
But yeah, back to Mike Schmidt. Like, I like the way they go into depth about his mental health and going through, and then that's why you see him weak out against that guy who he thinks is like about to kidnap the kid, but it's actually his kid, and he beats the heck out of him brutally for no reason.
I remember the behind the scenes.
And then he gets fired, and now he's struggling to find a job so that he can take care of Abby himself. And I think it's a good way to show how, like, how much he's struggling, how miserable he is, not just mentally, but just like with his job and life, getting it all together. And every young adult can watch this movie and at least relate to, connect with this character, and they did a good job helping connect with Mike Schmidt. Then we get more into the pizzeria stuff, the stuff we came here to see. But first, we see the main man himself, William Afton.
Shaggy Rogers.
You see, Shaggy Rogers. Matthew Lillard, I think, was perfect casting for William Afton, because he has that what's the word?
That creepy.
He's very charismatic.
Okay, yeah, that's the word.
And also good at being sadistic, being insane.
Yeah, Scream was his background.
So he's like a manipulator, and I think Matthew Lillard did a really good job portraying that.
Yeah, thanks to his Scream background.
William Afton. At first, he's like this friendly guy, like, hey, I can get you a job. You should work at my pizzeria, because I need the money, and I'm insane, and I like killing people, so I might kill you.
And also, you can't sleep, so work at the night for me.
Yeah, and then you notice when Mike introduces himself, William recognizes that last name, Schmidt, and he's like, oh shoot,
Oh no.
He might be related to that one kid I killed. Freaking airplane toy. Then he's like, you know what, man? Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be fine. You should take this job. It's gonna be great, man. I trust you. And he's almost kind of playing the role of like phone guy.
Literally.
Like in person.
Literally.
Of like, all right, let me tell you about this job and how it works, yada yada. But obviously keeping it a little more censored, I guess, like not telling the truth about pizzeria. 'Cause, you know, he's the reason it all fell apart. Well, that and the bite of 83, actually.
Yeah, not 87.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the way they introduced William Afton, Matthew Lillard played him really well. As William Afton, trying to like be friendly and everything, disguise himself.
Perfect
That was
casting.
really well done.
Perfect casting.
Then you get to the pizzeria stuff, where Mike goes to the pizzeria, and it I don't know how to explain it. Like, it doesn't feel like the game, but it does feel like Five Nights at Freddy's at the same time, because of the set design and the cameras and like the way the office is designed and everything. It does feel like Five Nights at Freddy's, but it doesn't feel like the games. It doesn't feel like a video game movie. Random horror movie designed with Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. That's just how I felt. Like, it didn't feel like a video game that much. Until the only scene I think felt like a video game movie was oddly enough, probably like either the finale or like the part where Abby was playing with the animatronic. That's where I was like, okay, yeah, this is stupid, and I remember that. But everything else, it was like suspenseful. You feel like you're there with Mike, isolated, and oh shoot, what's gonna happen? And like when he falls asleep, we're like, it's kind of like, oh shoot, you gotta wake up, dude. You're gonna die if you.
But everything else, it was like.
He was fine. And yeah, like I said, I like the set design, the suspense, and some scenes were good. The music also, like, dun, 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 that was nice. I also like the little. It was kind of funny where he was like looking at the tutorial video, and it looks all happy and jolly, and then you look at Mike's perspective, and it's just miserable and dark, and scary.
Literally.
He's like, yeah, whatever, dude. I don't care about it. I just want to sleep, and I want money. And then he's again addicted to those pills, tries to sleep, and he wants to remember Garrett again. Throughout the whole movie, really. But this time, because he's in the pizzeria, I like that they included the kids, like the souls, the dead kids.
Yeah, the ghost kids.
And put them into his dream to kind of like talk to him and be like, hey, this place isn't normal. We died here, and you gotta be careful because you just met the guy that killed us. And Garrett, he's one of the victims. I'm sorry to tell you, man. Garrett!
Yes.
Yeah, it's a vegetable dude.
Yeah,
Nope.
not referring to Jason Momoa, but Mike's brother that was killed.
But it was a nice touch to see the souls of his talk to Mike. Dream stuff, and Mike is like, who are you? And then Mike, over time, with each dream, he starts to kind of put puzzle pieces together and start figuring things out. So I like that. I like the way they included the dream theory and dream stuff with Mike, and it kind of, like, they didn't have to go in depth with the lore in this movie. Kind of subtle, like, and that, I mean, some people had a problem with that because they wanted to see more lore and more depth and stuff, and some people were confused and didn't understand because the lore, then you're confused. But people that did understand, you look into that and be like, hey, you know what? That's a pretty clever way, pretty simple way to do it. I understand that, what's going on, and that's nice. At least to me. I thought it was fine. Some people didn't like it, but I thought it was okay in terms
Yeah.
of how they told the story behind everything that happened. It was very subtle, but I think the subtleness or whatever the word is, made it more scary in a way. Like made it
Yeah.
a little more creepy
Yeah, but it wasn't like super.
because it made you use your imagination to understand what happened. But yeah, then you get like the stuff with Abby. Like I think in this
Oh,
first
boy.
movie, I don't know. Abby's just.
Weird.
I guess I'm okay with her being this way in the first movie because it's her introduction. She's just figuring out the stuff with the animatronics and everything and learning because he's an outsider, an outcast, and like the weird kid that has imaginary friends and stuff.
Yeah, it gets bullied at
Which I
school
think was
for it.
funny with Mike. Like, you're weird, dude.
Yeah, it's more like,
But
yeah, this
they
is
still
why,
care for
this
each
is
other.
why you
like,
don't have friends, real friends.
and Abby is like the new sibling for Mike now that he lost Garrett, and that's why he cares for her so much. And it was nice to see their relationship. Then you have the lady that's like kind of making him in charge of Abby, but she's like
Oh, the aunt?
Karen.
Yeah, the aunt?
Yeah, the aunt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
her.
I don't know. She was just
And
your
then,
average nice person.
And then
Which
the lawyer.
the way she died, I'm not gonna lie, was it's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Like freaking, just because of Golden Freddy, technically.
Yeah, and also the lawyer. Let's not forget the lawyer that he looks like fat and traumatized, like when he was sitting next to her.
Yeah. Okay, he was funny. He was funny. He was like probably the funniest character in the movie. That was
He
fun. Oh, and Matt Pat. Can't forget about
Yeah.
Matt Pat. That he deserves to be in that movie.
Yeah,
and
that
have
was the best
cameo.
cameo in the movie. It's
That
just
was a nice
theory.
cameo.
The best cameo.
That was
in
the best
film.
cameo.
Mhm.
Even though, yeah, Corey Kenshin was in the movie. He deserves it too. He was a big part of it.
Yeah.
His cameo was dumb, in all
It is.
honesty, but it was fun to see him on screen, and he deserves it.
Yeah, just for
Um,
him to like get jump scared by Balloon Boy.
So those cameos were nice.
Yeah.
But
pretty much-
where's Markiplier? Well, actually, Markiplier was going to be the night guard that died in the beginning of the movie, but due to schedule conflicts because of his movie and other stuff,
Yeah.
he couldn't make it.
Yeah. But I wouldn't take him seriously as that first night guard by saying no.
I'm kind of
look
glad
out."
though. I'm glad he wasn't the role of that security guard.
Yeah, I would not take it seriously, man. But hey.
But yeah. Speaking of which, I did like that opening, like the security guard, how he died, and like the face mask thing, and how showing how the animatronics kill them. Because in the games, like it doesn't show it obviously, but like when you die,
PG-13.
it cuts to like the room where like you see the animatronic. Like you basically get stuffed into the animatronic, and that's like in the movie they kind of show how the animatronics do that. And that was that part with where the teenagers and everybody, they went and like investigated
Oh yeah. The ones
the
that
pizzeria by themselves,
the one that
and
the
they all
haunted-
just died. I mean, it was kind of fun. It wasn't really scary, but it was fun. It was
Even-
fun seeing how the animatronics got their kills and
Even
seeing
the
them explore
babysitter.
every room. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was crazy. The way Freddy freaking chomped her in half.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Was that the bite of 87?
Yeah, dude. And also, I forget his name. It was that animatronic that was in like the corner. It was like a dog.
I forgot the name too.
I know that's from one of the games. I just forget.
Yeah, I don't.
'Cause I don't remember
I don't remember
much
the
about
name
that
either.
character, but I know he is from one of. So that was a cool Easter egg.
Nice.
And now, that babysitter who died is gonna be,
Shadow Freddy.
Shadow Freddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the name.
So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought that scene was fun. Like when they were investigating the place and they all died. The guy that died to Bonnie inside the closet
With the
room,
door.
because Bonnie always goes in there in the games and he's, being a menace. But in the movie it was just funny. Like he turns around,
And then-
surprise, motherfucker. and then dies.
Yeah, from a PG-13 blood hand stain on the door.
It wasn't like I thought it was just fun. It wasn't that scary or fun. And also the part where the guy was trying to get out, but then Foxy
I forgot he did that.
And then he chases after him. Yeah, because Foxy runs in the game.
Yeah.
That was a funny scene too. Yeah, the guy who voices Foxy in this movie is the voice of Funtime Freddy.
Yeah, and then he came back for the sequel.
Yeah.
The voice Toy Freddy.
So that was cool.
Yeah, thought that was nice.
But like I said, with Abby, I don't know. I don't know about her character. I think the actress did fine for what she was given, and I'm not gonna talk about her because she's young and she's just having fun. She's a fan of FNAF, and I understand any kid can do that, play that role. As for her character,
weird.
Man, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Abby. In this movie, she's supposed to be I know she's supposed to be the weird kid, and like she's hanging out with these animatronics, and then she's like, "No, they're not monsters. They're just kids. They're innocent kids." Yeah, well, guess what? They're trying to kill you so that you become like them.
Exactly.
And she still doesn't care. Like after all of that, she still does not care. She's like, "No, it's okay." Like, yeah. Bro, they're trying to kill you.
Yeah, and now you understand why your brother's trying your best to defend you. But
and then she's over there playing. Like that scene was dumb. I think that's the worst scene in the whole movie when they're playing, in the pizzeria. Oh, but they're kids. They're innocent. That's what they do. They play. They're just trying to manipulate her. It was still stupid. Right here. This is a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It's a horror game.
Is it the scene where
we're not here to watch them play with a child? We're here to watch them kill people and jump scare.
Is it literally the scene that goes bow, man out, bow with that song? Are you talking about that scene?
Yes.
Bro.
Oh, that's another thing. I thought the animatronics were gonna have voices that sing. Mm-hmm. But they were lip syncing.
They were.
Which it's not terrible. It wasn't a terrible. I think it's okay that animatronics talk, but I thought they would. Like,
until the sequel
some
changed
that. At least in performance mode. Not when they're haunted or trying to kill people, but in performance mode, I really thought they were going to talk.
Same.
But I guess it's okay that they don't.
Oh boy.
Because I think them not talking makes it more creepier, so it's fine. That's another thing. The design for the animatronics.
Perfect.
You can say whatever you want about the movies.
Perfect.
The designs for the animatronics are amazing.
Yeah.
They are amazing.
Props to the Jen Henson creature shop for like making them as accurate as possible in real life. Like I'm impressed.
They were perfect. They're the perfect people to work on FNAF. They did a great job.
The guy
with the first and second movie.
Yeah. That's what holds up for both movies, in my opinion. The guys that gave you the Muppets creates the animatronics to life from the games.
Yeah, but yeah, that scene was dumb. Don't like it. But gotta go to Vanessa. Vanessa in the games is, she's like the night guard, security officer, whatever, and in Security Breach, white woman jump scare. But in this movie, or the movies, I'm glad they do give her more depth and more character and something to do, rather than just be a random security guard and then eventually she turns to Annie. Because, in the movies, she's, the daughter of William Afton.
Yeah, that's
which a lot of people were surprised.
Big change.
But I think it could make sense. I think with what they're doing, or what I think they're doing, if they're going to make her Vanny, then I think it makes sense for her to be the daughter of William Afton.
Maybe for FNAF 3, I guess.
But what about Elizabeth? Well, if you saw FNAF 2, she's dead.
Yeah, pretty much. It's
yeah.
She's basically low budget Jennifer Lawrence.
What was I saying? Gosh dang it. Oh, Vanessa. Yeah.
Low budget Jennifer
Lawrence. I like
what
they did with her character in the first movie, and like her being ashamed and kind of scared, admitting that she's the daughter of William Afton because she knows what he did and all that. How much trauma she has around living with him. She doesn't want to talk about it. She's scared to admit it. So most people are like, why didn't you say the truth? Why didn't you tell Mike about everything? Well, because it's hard. It's hard to talk about it and admit it because that affiliates with you, and then you're cooked. But eventually, when things were going bad, she had to admit it. And that scene was where everybody was shocked, but it didn't really surprise me. I mean, I was a little kind of like mixed about it. I wasn't surprised because I was like, oh, I think I know what she's gonna say, but at the time I was mixed about it. I don't know how to feel about that. But now over time, I think they could turn it into something future. It could make sense. So I also like the moment where her and Mike like talking to each other about being grateful about family and what you have, because her family was messed up. Even though Mike didn't have a family anymore because they're dead, but at least they were good people. And he still has Abby. So that was a good moment where they were talking to each other there. And also where she was telling him to stop taking pills.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a real moment right there, because the kid could get out of hand.
But yeah, later, things go down. She tells him the truth. The animatronics are trying to kill Abby and the both of them, and FNAF. Then we get to the greatest part of the movie, freaking Spring Bonnie.
I know
people call him Springtrap, but actually he's Spring Bonnie here, and he will be Springtrap in FNAF 3.
Clearly.
But right here, he's Spring Bonnie, William Afton. That moment, the music setting, way he introduces it, man, it was just amazing. That was sick. It gives you chills.
Yeah.
And just you don't even got to see his face, just aura.
I wish he would have kept
Matthew
it on.
Little with the suit on, without the mask on. He does it so good. Like he goes from this guy who's trying to act nice, and now you see it in his face that he is insane. He's a serial killer.
Yeah, for a guy who owns a pizza shop.
You see it on the damage of his outfit, which that suit looks amazing, by the way.
I agree.
Live action. And the voice they gave him under the mask.
I heard you have a
First
sister.
I killed your brother.
Now I kill you. Symmetry, my friend.
Yeah, and then, oh my gosh, the Scream reference where he, like, sharpens the knife.
Yeah, it is a Scream reference.
Cool. That was cool.
Yeah, because Ghostface.
That's, I think, one of Matthew's best roles ever.
Yeah, for that small amount of screen time, he gave out the best performance out of everyone in that movie for that short scene.
That was, he did perfect, that role. I will say the scene where, like, he's talking to Vanessa, you had one job, and then he freaking
stabs her.
He gets so bad that he stabs her.
Bro, why?
And yeah, you're probably thinking, dude, that's your own daughter. Why would you do that? You did so much for your daughter. Well, he's insane, and also she's trying to go against him, and she literally shot him. So
yeah, that too.
It's not that surprising that he would stab her. It did look kind of, again, it censored for the younger audience, but it did look kind of half-assed the way he stabbed her. That was it.
No, Gabriel, that one meme with Shaggy, like, are you challenging me? And then replaced with Shaggy's face. Oh,
are
too
you
late.
Challenging me?
And then, oh, too late. And then literally just stabs Vanessa there. It's like, bro, the meme comparison makes it so funny, man.
But, I just liked Matthew Little's performance, how sinister he sadistic looked. Also, like, entertaining. Like, you weren't that scared of him watching him on the big screen. You were just entertained.
Yeah, you were just...
He was a crazy guy who literally murdered children.
Literally?
And seeing how he controlled the animatronics to do what he wanted, kill more people, was interesting. I don't really remember how he did that, because they're souls.
Yeah,
also,
neither do I.
They should hate him. He shouldn't be in control of them. He should hate them. I mean, they should hate him. But I mean, I don't know. It's not a huge deal, I guess. And then you go to the part where they show the picture and like, no guys, stop it. He's the one that killed you guys. And then the iconic scene. Look how small you are. How pathetic you are.
Right, little beast. I made you. And then a freaking.
I made you.
Freaking cupcake.
It's funny. It's funny, but it's also like, dude, Matthew Lillard is acting his butt off here, and it's so fun.
What's even more funnier is that Matthew Lillard was actually sick when he filmed that, so the raspiness actually helped when he got angry.
Yeah. I just loved his acting. His finale, final battle thing. You know, in the games, the Springlock situation, which is one of the most iconic moments in the whole game franchise, it's definitely a lot more brutal in the games, and the books and everything. But in this movie, I get it.
They gotta water it down,
tone it down for the kids and everything. It was okay. Like, I don't hate it. I still think it was a fun watch. Yeah, it's fun to watch him suffer and die because he murderer.
You get what you deserve.
But the way he acted it, I think, was okay. Like fine in that part. And the fact that he was even able to say a word is shocking.
Yeah, and just say. You
gotta understand that thing spring locked his lungs, like his guts. Like he should not be able to breathe and like even speak because he's probably choking on his blood. I don't know, but the fact that he even got to say "I always come back," which is great. It's great. I loved that he got to say it. Because hearing Matthew Lillard say William Afton's most iconic line in the whole franchise is like it's iconic itself. So it was cool. And I'm glad we got to see the Springlock scene because I think it did make sense in this scene, in the scenario. Although the fact that
for the franchise in
the
general,
cupcake, which was probably the most menacing animatronic in the whole movie, oddly enough, was the one who caused the Springlock, was kind of dumb. But
yeah, a freaking cupcake. Man.
At least I don't know. It was all right because in the games it was actually supposed to be a water drop that caused the Springlock to activate. But this, it was the cupcake. But oh well, it is what it is. I don't think it was that terrible. It was fun to watch. Overall, oh yeah, and also the end credit scene where you see the spirit of Golden Freddy, who in the games is like a very hateful, angry, like after he died and his spirit was just super bitter, angry, and wanted revenge against William Afton. So it did make sense in the movie. His spirit be like, you get what you deserve. I'm gonna let you rot in there, suffer and die in that suit. Which was a cool credit scene. And a good teaser for
the sequel,
the future, and FNAF 3. Springtrap.
And the fact they played the theme song at the end of the credits.
That I also love.
Night.
Like, I will say, even though not the greatest video game movie out there or anything, but at least the people put some heart into it, like design of the animatronics and set designs, music, and putting the iconic song at the end credits. That alone was a good love letter to fans. Appreciate that. And, yeah, this movie has its flaws. Some of it is like, what the heck are you doing? What the heck is this? It's also kind of fun to watch and also cool to watch. These actors perform, and I think regardless of the script and moments, the fan service was fun. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would put FNAF 1
as.
I'd probably put it at B tier.
Alright, so you would just put it up there next to Mario Galaxy.
Like, I don't know. I don't dislike that movie. At the time, I was like a little skeptical. Right now, like, over time, I've come to like it.
Yeah, I just feel like once when you're like a big fan of the franchise, you would just appreciate it more. But personally, for me,
that is another factor. Yeah, I am a big FNAF fan, so that kind of plays a factor. Put it a little bit high.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's just a mid movie. It's okay. It's just average.
but you definitely would take it over.
Not
but
the
you'll
worst, not the greatest.
but you definitely will take it over the Minecraft movie, for what I remember, for what you said.
Yeah, I like it more than.
So yeah, the one thing I would say before my review, which I know we'll talk about FNAF 2, but I'm definitely one of those people that definitely prefer the first one over the second one, to me at least, but we'll get to FNAF 2 later on.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Gabriel, for your review on that. I'm just going to read the comments real quick. FNAF 1, okay, this is what Dwayne puts. FNAF 1 was pretty slow, great animatronics and puppets, just need a better story. Yes, I agree. And have the animatronics actually talk. I will be honest, like what Gabriel mentioned earlier before, I thought they were going to talk, but then we'll get to FNAF 2 later on, but it's like, okay, I kind of regret that wish because now it's maybe a little too goofy on some of the characters, but, you know, the FNAF fandom usually associates with the FNAF characters talking with all these YouTube fan animations and Markiplier's videos and whatnot. But also, I want to point this out, which I can tell for people who are sticking around in the chat. Okay, for those who are sticking in the chat are FNAF fans, but the ones that dip off, I just noticed pretty much when we were done talking about Pokemon, Minecraft, and Angry Birds, everybody just dipped off. It's more like, yeah, I'm not really much of a gamer, so I only associate with autistic franchises like Sonic and Mario, so, you know, it is what it is. But like I said, guys, the name's the pop culture dude. Have more range in your taste, man. And to that cool man, stop sugarcoating your medias. You need to watch some more grown-up stuff, man, especially when you get older. But yeah, for those who are still watching in the stream, yeah, let's talk about FNAF 1 for those we're talking about. And some people put FNAF movie jump scare scares me. For me, when I watched the movie, I mean, how old was I? I was like, what, 21? It was not scary at all. I mean, there was maybe one or two scenes that did, like, it didn't spook me, but I was like, ew, disgusting. There's one where the cupcake just eats the guy, and then you see, like, the dude's dead corpse with the cupcake facing me, like, okay, it wasn't scary, but it was like, oh, okay, that's quite disgusting. And yeah, I feel like those were, like, the only quote-unquote scary moments of the movie, because, you know, FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, but since we're talking about FNAF 1, it makes sense why the movie had to be, like, you know, PG-13, and that's why fans are like, oh, it should have been rated R, but yet Scott Cawthon and the filmmakers behind the movie are aware that there are kids watching these movies, but also kids who actually grew up with the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, because I kid you not, guys, I saw the first movie in theaters, and then I watched it again with Gabriel when it was on Peacock streaming. No joke. You guys talk about the whole chicken jockey stuff that make a mess in the Minecraft movie. Bro, when I was in my seat to go watch FNAF 1, the first one, bro, the FNAF fans, when they literally come out of their holes, and when I mean coming out their holes, like, bro, these Reddit-ass FNAF fans literally come out of their caves to mess up the theater. Like, there was, like, a whole row of teenage girls in the back, and they were just laughing their asses off. They were being annoying as hell. One fat FNAF fan was, like, taking pics of her feet. It's like, bro, this is disgusting, man. Like, look, honestly, they were not looking at me, but I was trying to give them a dirty light by saying, could y'all shut the hell up? I'm trying to, like, watch this damn movie, y'all. And then, what's even more surprising is, I was sitting next to a kid. I cannot tell how old the kid was, but I could say, like, the kid's maybe 9 or 10 years old. And despite he was, like, you know, he did talk for a little bit, but he was actually a lot more respectful than the teenage FNAF fans all the way to the left. I think one of them brought their boyfriends and got dragged along with them. I'm like, bro, I salute that boy, but I feel so bad that you got dragged onto your girlfriend's first ever horror movie just to get passed through. And also another thing, the boy sitting next to me, he was explaining his dad about the FNAF lore. Where he's like, Dad, these ghost kids, that's Freddy, that's Bonnie, that's Chica. It's more like, it kind of gave me the vibe when I went to see the first Sonic movie. I was sitting next to a kid that was a big fan of the franchise. So in my mind, I was like, respect to you, kid. At least you know your FNAF stuff. Probably more than I do, but that's the number one reason why I like Gabriel speak, because obviously, for me, for Pokemon Detective Pikachu, despite I said I was not a Pokemon fan, but I actually really liked the movie, I knew the basics of the FNAF lore. Number one, give credit to Gabriel for that, but secondly, I had a lot of friends in school that were like FNAF fans, but it is what it is. Anyway, let me just read this from Dwayne. I need a proper adaptation one day. I don't think it's going to be hard to follow. I think FNAF will be a great TV show for Peacock. I would agree with that, Dwayne. Not gory, not brutal, and actually have the okay, hold on, I can't even read this part. Brutal, and actually have it to follow the timeline. I know the FNAF lore too, which I can easily tell since obviously you are alive in this present chat. For those that don't know FNAF stuff, they just dipped off away from this stream since we have, because pretty much FNAF is like the last big major movie franchise on this list, while the rest were just one-off forgettable franchises. But since we are speaking FNAF, I do agree with Dwayne's comment. I feel like FNAF would have been so much better as a TV series than a movie, in my opinion, because with a movie, there's so much limitations that you have to take, and sometimes that cannot translate well to the big screen. And even Gabriel mentioned this earlier in the stream, where Scott Cawthon went through like multiple 9 screenplays where the FNAF were like aliens, they were like made for the military. I mean, what we got for the first movie, it's not terrible, but it's not like super great whatsoever. But for what it is, it's okay. I would say this, as an adaptation, it's solid for what it can be. But for the movie, it's fine. It's what it is. It's not like the worst movie ever made, but I will be honest. I mean, one reviewer pointed this out for the first movie by saying, alright, Scott Cawthon adapt this movie from the sets to the animatronics to the production set, but there's the one thing that the filmmakers forgot. Do not make everything else boring. Because yeah, I will be honest, without Matthew Lillard, without the FNAF stuff, the movie does get quite boring at times. And sometimes, just like Mike Schmidt, I do feel like seeing it by saying like, bro, sometimes I just want to get straight to like the skipping scenes. I mean, heck, there's even one scene where Mike and Vanessa were talking to each other like during the pond, and then for some reason in that same screen that I went to, some girls were just like laughing. It's more like, dude, get these disgusting, ugly, fat trolls out of this theater out right now. The worst movie theater experience is like when somebody just throw a random cup on my head for no reason when I was watching Morbius like 12 or 13. It's kind of funny because Minecraft is basically the reverse Morbius, where it's a movie placed by fans but with all the memes. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, FNAF 1's movie theater experience was just weird in my opinion. And in my mind, it's more like, yeah, FNAF fans, I mean, in all due respect, those type of fans of the theater were like very weird, which is why I'm glad I skipped FNAF 2, which we will talk about FNAF 2 later, but I'm glad I skipped FNAF 2 for the sake of going to Universal for Grinch and just save that for like a bootleg. But on to FNAF 1. So, yes, I will admit, without the FNAF scenes and without Matthew Lillard, the movie does become slow and boring where I just feel like sleeping as a whole. But as for the actors, I mean, Gabriel said himself, okay, Matthew Lillard, despite he has like so limited screen time, which I understand the director of this film, which I'm surprised the director of this movie is a woman, so I'm like, huh, that's interesting. She did a pretty solid job for making this first movie, which we will get to the second one. But yeah, speaking of Matthew Lillard, I understand that William Afton is meant to be the quote-unquote Voldemort of the franchise, where a villain is not going to be that present, having too much screen time until like the big climax, which obviously, if you know the FNAF lore, he becomes like the real big bad of FNAF 3 when he becomes to life as Springtrap rather than just the Yellow Rabbit. So I understand why they had to keep his screen time so low. Like, I remember back in 2023, Matthew Lillard was like, yeah, I'm done filming my scenes for FNAF 1. I'm like, oh, well, that was quick. Well, I mean, clearly I knew Josh Hutcherson was going to take the most screen time since he is like the main hero, the main human lead of the movie. But either way, when I decided to look back at it, it's more like, I remember Lillard spilled the beans that he did sign up for a 3-movie contract, because obviously, you know, Afton is basically the main villain of the entire FNAF franchise, especially for these set of movies. So, of course, he has to spill the beans that, yeah, without a doubt, you will definitely get a FNAF trilogy, which I will not be surprised if this week's CinemaCon, like, you know, Blumhouse is owned by Universal, right? So I won't be surprised if they announce me saying, hey, FNAF 3 is coming out the same year when Sonic 4 Legend of Zelda came out in 2024. I know we're talking about FNAF, but don't get me started when Avengers Doomsday comes out in theaters. We'll get to that for, like, future topics. But on topic for FNAF 1, despite the limited amount of screen time that Matthew Lillard had, he was literally, like, the best, like, actor on set for performing. It's kind of funny that there's one funny on-set video where he's wearing the Yellow Rabbit suit, then you see the Scooby-Doo statue from the live-action Scooby-Doo movies, and we're like, alright, like Zoink Scoob, I'm the man behind the slaughter. Yeah, let's go become Freddy Fazbear. Are you challenging me? Maybe. Like I said, I just think the Scooby-Doo FNAF memes were quite hilarious. But the coincidence of why Matthew Lillard got cast, because the casting director's like, well, he was Stu in the original Scream movie. He's Shaggy Rogers, so he had the perfect balance of, like, kids know him because of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, but then horror movie fans were like, yeah, that's Stu from Scream. And believe it or not, guys, I feel like Five Nights at Freddy saved Matthew Lillard's career. When Quentin Tarantino was talking crap about him, even Ryan Reynolds, Pikachu himself, let Matthew Lillard be a part of his Mint Mobile commercials and decided to be a part of it. So yeah, Pikachu supports William Afton, despite, you know, he's the man behind the slaughter. But other than that, I feel like this movie saved Lillard's career, because aside from him voicing Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, doing a little bit of TV, Lillard was not showing up that much, but now thanks to FNAF, he got back to the new Scream movie, which I heard mixed reviews about it, which I've never seen it, and he's even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Daredevil Born Again Season 2, so I'm like, bro, this movie definitely saved Matthew Lillard's career, just like how the Sonic franchise saved Jim Carrey's career for another perfect casting. And like Jim Carrey's act, man, Lillard was perfectly cast for the role, man. And the fact that, like what Gator pointed this out, not only he was quite sadistic, but quite charismatic, where he kind of does that little bit of that little Shaggy Roger chuckles, more like, yeah, just looking up for overnight, Billy Smith, and I will admit, during the moment where he comes out in the yellow rabbit suit, like when the music goes, ah, and then literally when Mike was about to tase him, it just goes, ha 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 ha, and then I just saw like a one funny Scooby-Doo fan, it was like Zoinks, we're going off the better. And then literally when Lillard, as after, I feel like the voice was so good underneath that suit. My only complaint's like, man, I kind of wish that he didn't take off the suit, because I feel like for nobody who's a FNAF fan, they're like, wait, the man behind the slaughter is the guy that hired Mike Schmidt in the first place. I'm like, well, yeah, duh, he's the one that owned the pizzeria. And secondly, even if I wasn't like a true, like I said, if I describe myself, I'm more of a casual FNAF fan, but I'm not like a super diehard where I know everything about the lore. That's Gabriel and my other friends. They know deeper the lore for I am. But for me, I know the basics of FNAF thanks to Gabriel, thanks to my friends who are the diehard FNAF fans. But either way, I already knew that from the beginning. Even if I wasn't a FNAF fan, they're like, yeah, I know that's the guy that's basically responsible for the pizzeria. But from the voice where he goes, wake up, children! Symmetry, my friend. I heard you have a sister. Like, I don't know. I don't know why it's so funny. He's like, that's a sister. And then literally got a Scream reference when he pulls out the knife. It's more like, bro, I gotta say, for the cinematography, it's really cool. And I will say this, despite this movie's not perfect, but just to give credit to the director's vision, I like that she said FNAF 1, in terms of the production, she said she got inspired by Steven Spielberg's earlier movies and Todd Phillips' Joker. I'm like, well, for me, for someone who used to love the 2019 Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie, and the fact they took some inspiration for, like, say, E.T. or Jurassic Park for Spielberg. I mean, there's even a Jurassic Park, like, esque moment when Abby was hiding in the ball pen from the arcade from Foxy, and I'm like, okay, that's actually pretty nice. I kind of get the reference. So I respect the director's intentions of what she was trying to do to, like, take the inspiration from the movies. And as for the animatronics themselves, well, perfectly adapted on screen. I would say, like, okay, this is my hot take. As much as I love the Sonic movies, I feel like in terms of character design, I think like FNAF is like the perfectly adapted character from the game to the movies. Probably next to Pikachu and Detective Pikachu and most of the Mario characters in the Illumination Mario movies. The animatronics are really well made, in which I gotta give props to the Jim Henson Company of like bringing Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy, and even the cupcake, which I do have complaints about the cupcake, which somebody mentions in the comments saying, oh, what if the cupcake was Garrett? It's like, yeah, if it was just a theory, a FNAF movie theory, huh? But joking aside, the animatronics, and I think like the production set aside for the pizzeria is done really well. I feel like that's the biggest pros of this movie, from the production design and everything. It's so good. Even though both movies have bad critics review, we gotta remember the director said it was made for the fans. Well, it wasn't the director, it was actually Jason Blum himself. Like, you know, since Jason Blum is, you know, the CEO of Blumhouse Studios and he's the producer, he literally mentioned in reviews by, we're definitely making this for the fans. Well, the difference is, okay, I'll say this, I feel like if you are a FNAF fan, you will appreciate this movie more, but I feel like that kind of like alienates casual audiences. If you're trying to like bring your friend or let your parents know about FNAF, they'll be super confused as heck, because I feel like, because I have two mindsets, I feel like if the FNAF fan mindset will appreciate the movies more, how would the non-FNAF person in the audience will understand any of the story and the characters? And I feel like that's a strength and the weakness of these movies. And I feel like the Mario Galaxy movie suffered through that as well. Like, if it was like, because the one thing what makes the Sonic movies, the first Mario movie, and Detective Pikachu work is, yes, they do bring something for the fans, but they never alienate where it's oversaturated with too much fan service to let non-fans, casual people who are not fans of the franchise, get used to the story, get used to the characters, and that's what the first Mario movie, the past three Sonic movies, and what Detective Pikachu did succeeded of, like, bringing non-gamers, non-fans into the movies. While for the FNAF fans, good for them, but it is what it is that, you know, for those who are not really big fans of FNAF, it's not really, like, the movie that I would explain to them. I remember I saw one video where people were finding the theater for FNAF. Yeah, 2023 was quite notorious. Like, people were finding the Mario movie, people were finding Minecraft and FNAF. Like I said, these fans, like I said, the toxic type of arrogant fanboys, they just come out of their shells and they come out of their holes, man. But anyway, let me get back on topic to the movie itself. So I forgot to talk about Josh Hutcherson as Mike Schmidt, which I I will have to agree with Gabriel on this. It's been a while since I've seen Josh Hutcherson in a movie because obviously he was a big child star actor. Like, yeah, he was in that one Disney movie, Bridge to Terabithia. He was in the Planet Z movie. He was in The Boy for the Polar Express. I'll never forget that he actually was auditioning for Andrew Garfield's Amazing Spider-Man around that time before Andrew Garfield got cast. And thanks to that audition, he becomes Peeta, the character in the Hunger Games with Jennifer Lawrence. In my mind, I was like, bro, if that bro would have got cast as Spider-Man instead of Andrew Garfield, like, don't get me wrong, I love Andrew Garfield, but when I saw Josh Hutcherson in that audition tape for Spider-Man, I'm like, bro, he honestly would have been so perfect for that version of Spider-Man in the Amazing Spider-Man movies if Andrew Garfield did not get cast. But hey, instead of just being Spider-Man, he's a security guard for Five Nights at Freddy's. And I feel like outside of Hunger Games, I feel like Josh Hutcherson, for a man in his 20s, I'm surprised, bro, as for a white boy, he knows how to speak Spanish just because he had a girlfriend in Spain, and that's why he knows, like, alemanes. I just go and see him by saying, damn, he could speak much better fluent Spanish than I could, despite I'm Hispanic. So, him and Drake Bell are up in their ass for, like, white boys speaking Spanish. Okay, he was in Twilight. Wait, Josh Hutcherson? I mean, no, you're thinking about Robert Pattinson. That's not the same dude. But either way, I feel like it's good for Josh Hutcherson to have, like, a new franchise around that time since he was done with Hunger Games, and I did not see him in a movie probably since Hunger Games. So I will say Mike Schmidt, he definitely was like the core of what this movie is. And I definitely say his performance, even though I like Lillard's performance more as Afton, but I say in terms of the acting, Josh Hutcherson was the one that was carrying the movie from beginning to end as like being in the pro league for that. But either way, I like that he becomes stressed, the fact that he's getting over traumatized of his long lost brother. You know, I mean, it's funny that we always have to go back to that flashback again and again. Garrett, like every single time when his brother is taken away and gets killed by William Afton, which I thought that's pretty funny. But either way, the fact that bro literally punches a dad just because bro got PTSD of like, no, I don't want this kid to be taken away, lost his job, and since William Afton is a murderer. But I like that when Afton opened his resume in his file, he's like, oh, your name is Mike. Oh, crap. You're basically the brother of that little boy that I decided to kill back in my prime years. But you know what? Work for me, man, because I'm broke, and since he said he struggled to sleep, by saying, I will be honest, the one thing that is relatable about Michael Schmidt, it's like, bro basically stays up late for insomnia, needs to take pills, by saying, bro, that is literally me, because insomnia is like my most common health issue I struggle with to this day. But anyway, just get back on top of the movie. Yeah, I also noticed that, okay, I don't know if Gabriel mentioned this, but are Mike's parents dead, or are they not a part of it? Because a part of me is like, wait, so Mike is basically the parental figure to Abby, despite he's the brother of Abby, which, yeah, we will cut to come about Abby. I also like that they make Mike Schmidt his own separate character because in the games, Mike Schmidt was an alias for Michael Afton, which we will talk about FNAF too, like, oh, Michael Afton actually is a character in the first movie, because I thought Mike Schmidt was meant to be Michael Afton, but then they decided to switch that because, you know, it's like I said, it's a video game movie adaptation. You're going to make things similarity from the games, but then you got to make things different, make new original characters for a movie, so I get that. But either way, despite that Josh is like, well, I'm sorry, Mike, since, you know, got to refer to his character's name, the fact that Mike is struggling with his job, needs to pay rent, but take care of his, you know, his weird, schizophrenic, autistic, weird sister that she has. Okay, I'm going to get to Abby, which I will be honest, she's probably my least favorite character in the movie, and like what Gabriel said, I'm not going to be too harsh about it because, you know, it's a kid, and you could tell that the actress who played Abby Smith is a big FNAF fan, she has a good time, but bro, why is Abby so fixated, like, with having all these ghost friends? Like, I understand that why. For Mike, it's very understanding why he's being so protective, because he lost his brother in the past. He does not want to lose his sister. But either way, it's so stupid that she often winds up and saying, no, don't take me away. I want to meet my friends. It's like, bro, I feel like I want to play that 3 Days Grace meme song of, I hate everything about you. Because that's what Abby's mind was whenever her brother's trying to, like, lecture and mature by saying, yo, Abs, gotta go clean yourself. Abs, it's time for you to go to bed. And usually when Mike's trying to bring Abby to, like, literally all to the pizzeria, it's more like, girl, like, I understand that you struggle with your friends and your aunt wants to use it for child's custody in the way it's like, girl, this is why you gotta get real friends at some point, because your ghost friends, the reason why that they want you, because they want to kill you, and do you actually want to be an animatronic like one of them? And I will be honest, like, when it comes to my FNAF lore, I thought Abby was going to be more like Elizabeth, like, you know, Elizabeth becomes baby in FNAF's sister location, but, you know, thanks to Gabriel for reminding me, yeah, Elizabeth is dead in FNAF 2, so I don't know how the baby sister location thing will ever happen for, like, future FNAF movie, since, you know, Blumhouse is going to milk the crap out of this franchise. Like, I don't think this movie will end in a trilogy. They're definitely going to make, like, future sequels, spin-offs, just like what Sonic and Mario are doing by comparison. But on top of it, by saying, I just find it weird that Abby's like, hey, these are my friends. And the fact that, okay, the animatronics were, like, being nice for a while. It's more like, so wait, so you're telling me these ghost kids, obviously they kill people whenever they go past through, but then they're just kind of Abby just because she's the only one that sees the good in them. It's like, bro, that doesn't make any sense. As for the aunt, I will be honest, she got what she deserved, man. We have an autistic sister and a Karen Aunt Nice character. It's like, yeah, bro, I don't even understand, man. It's like, and I will admit, the lawyer, I think his name is Doug, his facial expressions were pretty funny, but then once when the aunt decides, like, take custody to, like, not just over Abby, the fact that she hired all these teenagers and all these people try to take over Liz. I feel like out of the two cameos, Matt Pack's cameo, aka the Game Theory guy, he had literally the best cameo in the movie. Like, it didn't feel forced, it didn't feel shoehorned. Like, literally when he grabs the men, he's like, it's just a theory. It's more like, yeah, kudos to Matt Pack before he decides to retire off of YouTube. I noticed that Matt Pack's cameo gives me similar vibes with Charles Martinet in the first Mario movie, where, you know, he has a meaningful cameo, but then Charles Martinet retired from the Mario franchise. So then he goes when Matt Pack retired from YouTube. But at least he came back for FNAF 2, just because how Matt Pack is very dedicated to the FNAF fan base. And I will be honest, with Corey Kenshin, I will be honest, I did not know much about him, because when I used to watch FNAF gameplay videos, aside from Jack Black making a cameo in Markiplier's gameplays for a Goosebumps promo, I'll never forget that Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, and any big popular gaming YouTuber was big around the time, but I did not know who Corey Kenshin was until then friends told me about it by saying, oh, so he's another big FNAF gamer when it comes to that. And I will be honest, I could tell, like, when he made a YouTube video by saying, like, hey, yo, Tom Holland want to go work with me in Hollywood? It's like, bro, I cannot take that seriously. Like literally during the moment when, literally not just the moment when Golden Freddy and Abby goes back in the taxi, and then he's like, damn, why do I always get the weirdos by saying, bro, maybe you should get a new job. And I will say, I feel like the most forced thing when it comes to Easter eggs and references is the Balloon Boy showing up whenever he's next to Mike Schmidt, and then at the end for that post-credit scene, he just randomly shows up to scare off Corey Kenshin. I will be honest with me, obviously it was meant to set up Balloon Boy and FNAF 2 the movie, but I don't know, it wasn't even that scary. I was just more like, funny. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to like the jokes, I just don't think it lands funny. Not gonna lie, they make Corey look like a homeless man. I mean, he definitely does, and it's kind of funny that after FNAF 1, Corey Kenshin retired from YouTube, but then FNAF 2 decided to bring him back. So when people mention Markiplier in the comments, it's more like, yeah, because back then, Markiplier was meant to be that first security guard in the beginning of the movie, but then because when he committed to doing the Iron Lung movie, he decided not to do it. And somebody mentioned the concert by saying, hey Daniel, have you watched the Random Encounters FNAF musical collabs? Of course I did. I mean, me and Gabriel used to sing the lyrics out loud. It's like, hey Foxy, come get a bite, because I'm surviving 5 nights, and then literally kills the night guard, you're not Foxy. And I'm like, bro, if Markiplier's cameos like that, that would be so funny, but I think that would be too goofy to translate in the FNAF movies. But either way, since Markiplier's done with Iron Lung, he's a married man now. He's definitely pursuing from YouTuber to actor type of career, which you gotta give respect to Mark for that. But either way, I'm honestly glad that he's not in the first movie, especially with that night guard, because I will not take it serious by saying, no, Mom, look out, I'm trying! As much as I do love Markiplier. But either way, I think if they do put Mark in the movies, at least for the third movie, so then that would be nice. But hey, at least Game Theory, Matt Pack was like, probably in my opinion, the best cameo next to Corey Kenshin, part of the first one. But also, I forgot to talk about other characters. So, Vanessa, I will be honest, I was mixed with this character of how the way she's portrayed. Like, I know she's a character in Security Breach, and then she becomes the bunny, which I forgot what her name was in Security Breach. But either way, every time when I look at her, especially when she's next to Josh Hutcherson, I'm like, the actress who's playing Vanessa looks like a lower budget version of Jennifer Lawrence, and despite Jennifer Lawrence work with Josh Hutcherson in the Hunger Games movie, it's more like, yeah, if we can't afford the real Jennifer Lawrence, then we might as well cast this Elizabeth chick. I was surprised that this chick playing Vanessa actually played a live-action version of Anna from Frozen in that episode of Disney Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And speaking of Vanessa, hear me out. That's all I'm going to say, hear me out. I mean, hey, a guy wants what the heart wants for some baddie blondie chicks when it comes to that. Sorry, I'll do so. I'll be catching you guys later. Bye, Popsicle. Bye, guys. Yeah, bye, dude. But anyway, back to FNAF 1. So for Vanessa, aside from the actress, I have mixed feelings on this character being part of the movie, because if you're telling me that she's a cop that knows that these animatronics are ghost kids that are being alive, and then she knows that Mike is being bleeding underneath the torch by saying, hey, could you, like, you know, grab some other cops to, like, spectate the place? But then we know the big plot is by saying, oh yeah, the yellow rabbit, yeah, he's basically my father, by saying, okay, that's a big retcon change for Vanessa's character from the lore to the movies, which I get it that for the movie you gotta switch it up. It's like, well, why would you hide that the entire time when Mike was, like, on night guard duty, taking some sleepy pills, so then all the ghost kids will be talking to Mike, just be like, yeah, we just want Abby this whole time, and then basically, if you don't give us what we want, then we will kill you too, and kill your sister as well. And the fact that Vanessa kept this secret for so long, and then took Mike until now by saying, okay, now I kind of get why in the sequel, Mike kind of had trust issues with her, but that kind of felt like so bland and rushed out of nowhere. So either way, it was kind of funny that William after decided to step out of Warwood, but saying, like, I told you to lock them up. And then she pushed her by saying, Vanessa, move out the way. The gun dodge will just run. And then obviously that sets up, like, Vanessa's arc for what sets up in the sequel, which I thought she was going to be a bunny animatronic, but I felt like that was a bit too soon. But then the sequel decided to, like, make some changes with Vanessa's arcs. But either way, that really caught me off guard. It's like, you kept this secret for this whole time, and you have no proper police backup. It's more like, then you want to have all these victims like that old guy that Bonnie kills. And I will be honest, like, it's so weird that the director of this movie, she said, oh, Bonnie's the most deadliest character in our movie, but in reality, the cupcake, the freaking cupcake, which I will be honest, I don't know which ghost spirit is. Like, obviously, Golden Freddy was the blonde kid, and then all the other ghost kids were shown in the Mike Dream sequels, where something, like, feels like it's something straight out of Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, get it? Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Krueger? How you get it? It's kind of the same thing. So, yeah, horror movie references. But either way, one thing that just doesn't make sense, like, why is the cupcake, like, the most deadliest animatronic in the movie? Like, the fact that it tore up a guy in half, and the fact that it was trying to get to the fence to kill this other guy, and then try to take down Mike Smith, that even tried to bite Mike's leg, like, literally when Mike was trying to save Abby, and the fact that the cupcake is the reason why Willie Afton got the iconic spring lock scene where he's, like, killing all of his lungs and killing, like, destroying all of his organs by saying, seriously, a cupcake? Is more like, I feel like that was, like, very misleading for what the director and the filmmakers were like, oh, Bonnie's the most deadly. It's like, no, a freaking small cupcake is, like, the most deadliest one. It's like, bro, I mean, I forgot. I think the cupcake has a name of the games, but like I said, I don't know, guys. Like, because like I said, I know my basic FNAF lore, but I don't know my super in-depth, like, rabbit hole of FNAF lore. So, to me, like, making the cupcake the most dangerous one was, like, making it a bit too OP. Just like I have a similar issue with Peach in the Mario movies. I feel like Foxy would have been the most deadliest one, and thanks for Gabriel for reminding me of Foxy doing and it's kind of funny that they literally got a FNAF voice actor literally just voicing Foxy, since I know he voices Funtime Freddy, and then the sequel he literally voices Toy Freddy. So good to know that Scott Cawthon has, like, one original FNAF voice actor. So when somebody mentions in the comments by saying, oh, I wish video game movies use voice actor celebrities, the Sonic movies, they use Colleen voicing Tails. You got Charles Martinet from the first Mario movie. You got Teen Titans Go voice actors voicing characters in Mario Galaxy. Like, it is what it is, man. Like, there's at least original people from the FNAF franchise being locked in, pun intended, locked in for it. Vanessa's keeping a lot of secrets in the first William. Second, Michael Apton. What's next? Is she going to say, oh, I had a sister, then she's dead, coming back to life? If it's done like that, like the Mario Galaxy movies, more like, yeah, that's why I'm so mixed with Vanessa, because the fact that, like I said, it makes sense why Mike doesn't trust her in the sequel, but in my mind, it's more like, girl, I get that you're traumatized, and I get that your dad's a pizza serial killer that kills all those kids in the past by saying, woman, speak up. Like, I get that you're scarred by saying, like, stop hiding this from yourself. Like, who are you hiding from? It's like, jeez, man. But I will admit, the final act, despite how goofy it is of not only the cupcake kills William Afton, like, the one thing that really got me confused is when Abby used the drawings for the FNAF animatronics to go against William Afton. Like, okay, that really caught me off guard. So I'm like, wait, does Abby have, like, voodoo drawing powers? And that's what I mean, like, even though this movie's made for the FNAF fans, but at the same time, if you're not a fan, this movie's going to be, like, so all over the place by saying, wait, that's the daughter of the killer? Why is this little girl having, like, so much voodoo powers? Why does this guy does not get, like, switched to a proper job and not work at Five Nights at Freddy's? And we'll be honest, like, I don't know, like, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. For a movie called Five Nights at Freddy's, it did felt like Five Nights Survival to me. I feel like that was only, like what, 3 nights, if I could think of. So, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't think it didn't really felt like 5 nights. It felt like 3 nights at Freddy's rather than 5, since that's like the usual thing until you survive at 6 a.m. just to live until the next night guard shift where the animatronics become more angry as a whole. And I feel like out of all the animatronics, I think Freddy's probably my favorite one in terms of design, but in terms of like the actions, definitely Foxy, because the way he runs, and when Mike was trying to like open the back door, and then Foxy does the iconic jump scare, it's more like that's pretty cool. But here's what I don't understand about the movie version of the whole getting escape from the door by saying usually the lights go out and they play the do 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 like they do in the game. But why is it such a hard time just to like close the exit door and then just come back and just go that to the halls? It's like, bro, that doesn't really make sense when it comes to the movies. And like I said before, the movie's not really that scary to me. The only quote-unquote scary moments were like the cupcake like taking down the guy's head, and then you see like blood all over his face, which honestly was pretty creepy. But I already said before that my favorite scene is definitely William Afton in the Yellow Rabbit suit, which is honestly pretty cool. What's also pretty cool is like during the Springlock scene where Matthew Lillard said the iconic line, "I always come back," which obviously FNAF fans, they got their orgasm, they have their cake, or should I say cupcake, and eat it. And I will admit, that is a pretty cool scene where the animatronics are bringing William Afton inside the moment where he's being locked in, where it goes, oh, I will admit, the music's pretty good. And I forgot to talk about the music, where the theme song is actually pretty catchy. Da 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 da. Because I will say, for an original music score track for a video game movie, it's like with all the kids and the gaming and the retro stuff. So, especially when they play in the sequel by saying, you know what, that's actually a pretty cool theme song for FNAF 1, despite, you know, the first movie definitely doesn't hold up as a cinematic value of its own, but definitely for fans, they definitely have their cake and pizza to eat it. But I will admit, during the moment where Vanessa's stuck in the hospital, I thought was going to mean something, but then they just changed later in the sequel to, like, retcon that. And then the first movie, Mike and Abby live happily ever after. Hopefully Abby gets real friends until the sequel, which, once again, we will get our thoughts on the sequel like in the next couple of minutes. But literally the moment when Golden Freddy locks William Afton up, and even though I was aware that he wasn't going to get a lot of screen time for the second one, because obviously you have to wait for the third movie just to be like the third FNAF game where he becomes Springtrap. But I will admit, I almost wouldn't believe they will play the iconic FNAF Living Tombstone song, but they actually played it. We're waiting every night till the finally will then invite. And yes, FNAF fans in my theater were singing the song out loud, because you know what? For the first movie, it is pretty fitting, and I will be honest, it's not even an official song, but thanks to the Living Tombstone, it became like the definitive FNAF song. So I'm like, you know what? For a movie adaptation, it's like, I'm glad, like, thanks to the FNAF movie, I'm glad that video game movies are embracing their iconic theme songs. Like, Sonic did the exact same thing with Live and Learn, Mario did the exact same thing with their songs, with their main themes, Detective Pikachu referenced Pokemon, Angry Birds did the exact same thing. Minecraft's like we said, this is during the age where video game movies are starting to feel more like the games themselves, and that's honestly really good. And yeah, thank you for bringing this up. What's crazy is that William Afton has been string long for 1 year instead of 30 years. What's even more crazy is that FNAF 2 takes place in 2001, while FNAF 1's in 2000. We know what was happening during FNAF 1. Yeah, that was what's weird about the movie change, by saying, like, so you're telling me that the pizzeria Man Behind the Slaughter thing happened in the 80s, while in the FNAF movies, it's in 2000, then FNAF 2 happened in 2001. Yeah, the year that I was born, because I'm a 2000 baby. So I honestly thought that was such a weird change that they did. It's more like, well, obviously that's why they can't use cell phones. That's why they have to use telephones, because, you know, it's in the 2000s. The only thing that you can have is like a flip phone, since, you know, iPhones did not exist yet. But either way, so FNAF 1, despite the flaws, and despite some of the characters, and despite some of the retcons that I do not like, I still say it's a pretty solid video game movie. So I would say for FNAF 1, yeah, I would say it's up there in terms of, like, in video game adaptations. I definitely say it's not the most smartest movies, but it's definitely, like, you know, not as stupid as Minecraft or Pixels in live action. So I would say FNAF 1's definitely on B tier for next to Mario Galaxy, and yeah, pretty much the Angry Birds movies. And like I said before, for those that are still watching the chat, yeah, pretty much everyone left when we talk about Angry Birds, because I'm like, I get it, guys, you like more family-friendly, colorful things, because that's what autistic people like. But either way, we're still talking about the last sequel. And yeah, I was going to say, this is definitely the last quote-unquote video game movie sequel. And I mentioned earlier in the stream, like, one of my favorite video game sequels in terms of the second ones, like, excluding Sonic 3, I said Sonic 2 is my first favorite, Mario Galaxy will be number 2, I put Angry Birds on number 3, and the reason why I put FNAF 2 on the bottom, I'll let Gabriel speak for himself in the next few minutes, but man, FNAF 2, what was this movie? I mean, there were some cool moments in it, but in my mind, I'm like, what? So basically, that's just my early reaction by saying like, well, that was something. But yeah, before I get to like my full review, I'm one of those people that prefer the first movie over the second one. Pretty much it's the same way how I see with the Illumination Mario movies. Like, okay, the sequel does some things better, but I prefer the first one. The only exception are the Sonic movies I prefer more. But either way, Gabriel, you take it away with your thoughts on FNAF 2, the movie. Why the heck Popeye's collab? I don't know, bro.
FNAF 2.
The movie.
Yeah. In all honesty, I did not watch this movie in theaters.
Same. Me too.
Because we just were not able to at the time.
Yeah, because Grinch. Grinch was the main reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So with this movie, I will say, Anne was really good. It had a great start to the intro scene was really good. The way they portrayed, we were in the POV of Charlotte, daughter of Henry, who is a major character in story and lore, and so is Charlotte. So we begin with Charlotte. Everything's all jolly and everything. The original pizzeria, which oddly enough looked better than the new one later. But everything's going well until Charlotte notices, the yellow rabbit, which is William Afton, and she feels suspicious, or she's suspicious of him because he takes one of the kids back building. And I think it was really cool, like the way they designed the suit before it was destroyed. It looked a lot brighter. But then you see him take that kid, and it's like, okay, well, now that's kind of creepy, and that you already know what's about to go down. So we see Charlotte, and this is like one of the worst, like dumbest parts of the movie. There's a lot of dumb things in the movie. One of them, why is it that when she's asking adults for help at a kid's place, the adults are like, no, nothing. Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. Leave. Leave me alone. Shut up. Like, bro, if a kid is saying that there's something wrong, you know they're telling the truth. Because they're a kid. You as an adult should at least be concerned about something like that. But no, they're just like, nope. Shut up. You're dumb. You're wrong. Like, that was dumb. That was just stupid. So Charlotte has to go and be the adult, save the day herself, and try and save the kid. Which, luckily, kid was safe. Well, not safe, but not dead. Put it like that. She gets there in time, and there's a little bit more suspense because she's trying to hide. After trying to prepare her to kill the kid. The kid is unconscious somehow.
Oh boy.
William's about to do something not good. So we see the suspense builds up where she's hiding in the kitchen, and she tries to save the kid, and then she does, gets the kid and runs out, but finds her. Like, oh no, you don't. And I will say that part was like, I like the shot. I like that shot where running, trying to save him, and the yellow rabbit behind her trying to chase after her with a knife. It looks like creepy the way he's running after her. You feel like you're her in that moment, away from her. So it was a nice shot. But then I don't even know how she survived that, carrying a kid, and then you got a full-grown man chasing after kids, and somehow he still couldn't kill them both. But saves the kid in time, and then boom, William eventually cut her back with the
I remembered.
Yeah, the kid was safe, luckily, but Charlotte had to sacrifice herself to save that kid. The whole... That is Charlotte's whole thing, is she's protective, caring, has a big heart, but because of that, she sacrificed herself and died. That kid. Sucks is stupid adults realize, oh, she wasn't kidding, and now she's already dead. Because the people, they're not responsible, the adults are not. So, yeah.
She's the one that possesses the marionette, right?
And then you see the puppet pick her up as she collapses, dying. And it was really poetic and pretty cool. Because, as you know, her soul is the one that possesses the puppet. Because the puppet is the one that's supposed to protect the kids and the electronics, and that's like the whole purpose of the puppet. So Charlotte's soul belongs into the puppet for those same reasons. And yeah, it was well done, that opening. Best part, because it was let's say the most accurate thing to the games compared to everything. Gotta remember what happens after that. I guess I'll just try and talk about. Abby is a little older. She's talking more to kids at her school. Nice. It's a little bit. It's somewhere.
At least you're socializing with real people.
It's progress. But then she still like has back of her mind the animatronics, because they're my old friends. I miss them.
No, they're not.
And then
Abby,
she asks Mike, "Can we go back so them after they tried to kill you?" No. So I don't know why she's still fixated on the animatronic after everything that happened. If I was a kid and all that happened, I would never want it ever again.
Yeah, it's more like, I don't want to die too soon from that scary place, but that girl, schizophrenic, she cool.
But she doesn't care. She's just like, I want to see them again. You're out of your mind.
Well,
you're out of your mind.
It's our purpose to have a sequel in the first place.
Yeah, so I don't really like Abby movie. I know I said there was progression in the sense that she was talking to more kids a little bit at her school. She made a friend, but there's also no sort of like character development. Literally the same person from the first movie where she's just like obsessed with the animatronics and they're my friends.
Grow up.
They are
Abby.
not your friends.
Grow up.
At least they're not supposed to be, but this movie wrote it to... We'll get to that. Yeah, she should not be... I just think it's dumb that she's still obsessed with those after... Like, Mike has more comments. I want nothing to do with... it. Yada yada.
That's the
and
overall
is even
point.
telling Abby, just move on, make real friends. Yada yada.
Facts.
He's the most logical person in the movie.
The only smart guy in the movie, honestly.
But, yeah, that's one thing I didn't like. Then, the school with, the guy, Al from Al's Toy Barn, and,
Jurassic Park,
Jurassic
Park, Space Jam, Tarzan, the list goes on,
yeah.
Wayne Knight.
The guy, the guy.
From the 90s.
He plays a teacher in this movie, and, I mean, he was kind of funny. He's always whatever he plays.
Yeah, fat, sluggish guy.
But he was also like a douchebag for no reason. Hated on Abby for no reason. And I was just like, dude, what is your problem? What did she do?
You want to know what's funny?
What did she do?
He literally said Butterfingers when he drops the toy chicken.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when he dropped the toy on purpose. Like, you ask her to do the project, she does the project, and then you break it for what? Because you hate her? Like, why do you even hate her? I don't even understand.
Insert Jurassic Park reference, Butterfingers.
Butterfingers. So his character was just ridiculous. I don't know, man. He was fun because he's a funny actor.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't take him serious, but I was also just like, whoa, problem.
Yeah, but his fate is the reason why, obviously, he got cast for the role.
Yeah. Then you got Vanessa, Mike. Their relationship is pretty weak. It's weaker in this movie because, you know, it's like Mike, like, he wants to stay away from the whole pizzeria thing, which is understandable. Vanessa is still stuck on it.
Mm-hmm.
Stuck on it. Obviously, she almost died. She got stabbed and was at the hospital. I understand.
Literally.
But, like, this whole movie, she's kind of traumatized by not just one, but
her
past.
flashbacks. Yeah, pretty much
which
her flashbacks.
that is another scene that was also the flashback scene. William Afton and the way they directed it, and how it showed how even before he became Springtrap, or well, actually no, he was kids at the but you saw how insane he was. Which, yeah, I don't know, like the way they directed it. I will say the only part in that scene that made me laugh fell off the stairs, and he was like falling in slow mo. That part made me laugh because like the slow mo, I don't know. But like when he was like trying to find her when she hide, a lot of suspense, and you could see like how much of a villain he was. Even now that he's dead,
in the present
like
day,
he still haunts her. I thought that was pretty well done. And then you see, of course, Circus Baby inside one of his room where he invents whatever, and also where Tronic together do that. But then I guess he jealous of Henry and all the credit they got. Well, actually, it was the other way around. William Afton got more praise for the work and all that, even though it was idea stuff he did, but William Afton got the credit.
And I was gonna
That's
say,
why Henry was like,
is
Henry was like kind of like at first he was like, yeah, this. Then later on down the line, William Afton became jealous of Henry's abilities and what he could do. So I forgot like what it was that made Henry like notice that William was changing.
I also
bitter person.
I also remember
losing his mind essentially.
Is Henry the guy that is played by that one dude from Scream next to Matthew Lillard?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
That's Henry.
He's the business partner.
Father of Charlotte. So yeah, they were both business partners back in the. That's why you see all the invention stuff in William's room, flashbacks, Circus Baby, because I guess they don't go too much in depth with it. They just show Circus Baby. Still, she's alive. And is alive. Literally opens her eyes and looks at Vanessa. So that's Elizabeth, because basically, William created Circus Baby and Tronics, and an accident happened where Elizabeth was trying to play with the animatronics and like was curious about it, but then because she got too close, she wasn't supposed to, obviously. She got too close, Circus Baby, and then Circus Baby used the scooper and basically trapped her inside Baby, and she died. Elizabeth died inside of. So now her soul is inside of Tronic, and that's why her eyes are green. Because I think before it was blue eyes.
I think so.
But then because she's possessed by Elizabeth. Her eyes are. So yeah, that's that. So Elizabeth is dead, which makes me think. Okay, so I'm assuming Vanessa, Michael Afton are the same. Michael's supposed to be the oldest. I don't know how much older he is. They look in the movie. They look the same age. So again, I don't know. I'm assuming he's still the older brother. Then Vanessa. Then Elizabeth. But Elizabeth, out of the 3 siblings, died first.
Yeah, which is a big change from the lore.
Well, I say 3, but then there's the kid that died to the bite of 3, which was son of William Afton. And they haven't mentioned that in movies, so it's very confusing. Very confusing. But hopefully, maybe they will explain it later.
For the 3rd
I don't know.
movie, maybe.
But yeah, so I'm assuming that Elizabeth died first, and then Vanessa and Michael Afton are the only one. And the thing that's, I mean, I guess I'll have to get to it later. Afton, but William and Michael have a good each other, so it makes no sense that Michael was like, "Yeah, I'm doing this for my dad." Bro, you're supposed to hate him.
Yeah, bro, you're not supposed to be the Bowser Jr. to Bowser. It's like, you hate your dad for what you did.
Yeah, so that was dumb. But yeah, the whole snippet of Circus Baby and the flashback stuff, and you even see like the airplane.
Yeah,
after
Garrett, of course.
Garrett, some other kids. It was still cool to see that. The scene. Don't you know you're my Don't you know that I care about you?
Bro.
It's kind of funny, but again, it's like I love seeing Matthew Lillard act his butt off.
Yeah, just get angry about it.
He's still a great performer, especially as Willie Mack. But yeah, that stuff was cool. I mean, I guess it does make sense. Still on all that stuff, but again, she doesn't learn from the first movie where like she doesn't open up to Mike, or I think she was trying to, but like Mike was just like, "Yo, cut that crap out, man. I don't want to hear none of that." And she just couldn't get it out of her. Stuck on the movie. Then the stuff where no, Abby doesn't listen to Mike. Again, one of the things I don't like about Abby,
as always,
where she's just like, I want to see my friends, and also in the middle of the night, that freaking toy that she has, Abby. And I do like the voice that they did, because it's like the mini games, where that voice that they use in the mini games. So I like that, but like the fact that it's just a small, like a random toy talking to her, and like, Abby, come see us, Abby. And so she listens and is like, "Yay, my friends want to see me again," but it's not even the same animatronics. It's the original ones. Pizzeria with the toy animatronics. And again, how does this even happen? How do they even Abby? That I don't understand that. So she goes, and I will say, I think Megan Fox, well, first of all, it's surprising that she even took on this role, but I think her as Toy Chica was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it was good casting.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Well, honestly, the casting in general was good in this movie. It's not cast's fault for the movie being bad. I think they all were great casting.
Yeah, it's just the writing is terrible at times.
And yeah, I liked okay. I thought I was gonna like Matt Pat's Toy Bonnie the most, but he was just silly. He was just silly to me. I don't know.
Going to sleep.
But I liked. I mean, obviously, because I think Toy Chica had the most screen time out of the toy. But I liked Toy Chica the most. because she's hot.
Yeah, and also you
but-
cast an A-list baddie since 2007, so of course you got
but
more.
because she had the most lines, had a bigger role to play compared to the other ones. Yeah, I liked Megan Fox for her Toy Chica. I think she did good. I liked Toy Chica in this movie.
And the way
I also it was funny when I was watching. They're gonna thing where she like has no eyes and has no beak, and then they did when she got in the
taxi with Corey Kenshin.
Yeah, like even though that scene was just silly and made no sense to have a freaking animatronic in there, and everybody's just casual about it.
And the fact that
But it was still nice. It was still nice to see that little glimpse of how she looks like in the game.
Let's not forget the way that she killed Wayne Knight's character. I'm like, bro, this
and then that's
it's
another
literally
thing
Jurassic
that was dumb.
Park.
Like,
it's Jurassic Park all over again. No wonder
you brought a gosh dang animatronic from the pizzeria that was pretty well known for having a murderer or dead kids in that place. You bring the animatronic from that place, and people are just like, "Oh wow, cool animatronic, Chica." Bro, do you not remember where she's from? Like, are you not afraid that there is a walking animatronic in your school right now?
Literally
Like
alive
this
in public.
What is happening? And then, I mean, we all saw this coming, where the a-hole teacher was like he didn't approve of whatever Abby did, and then Toy Chica was like, I don't like this guy's attitude. I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah,
and that scene,
badly.
I know it's it's supposed to be horror and everything, but that scene was just funny, and I don't know, man. Yeah, the teacher confused Toy Chica for a mascot.
Yeah, which is
it was dumb. I don't know. Like, how do you not recognize that as Chica from the pizzeria that was shut down years ago, and shut down because kids were murdered there?
Yeah, wasn't
like, how are you not in the slightest scared? But anyway,
literally reported on the news, like on the
yeah, it was on the news. Like, how do you? Okay. Anyway, then you get to the scene where she kills the teacher, and I'm sorry, it was funny. Like, the way he gets pulled into the window, and then the way he screams, and when he's crawling on the floor,
there he goes. It's like, bro, instead of just freaking Dilophosaurus, it's just a freaking toy animatronic voiced by Megan Fox to go from the window and crush your brains out, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it was just a funny death scene. It was funny. He's just such a funny actor. And then he just gets his head freaking crushed brutally, and then Toy Chica's just so chill about it. It was just a funny scene, but we all saw it coming.
Yeah, we did.
Then, this is one thing, ever since the trailers came out, I still overall don't like the idea of animatronics going outside, going anywhere else besides the pizzeria that they're established from. I never liked that. Idea. So, them going out into, Toy Freddy going out into the fair, and then he has that deep voice.
Yeah, I do, but first, I'm gonna kill some very bad. Like, bro, I was expecting more like the I do, buddy. Now first, I'm gonna go kill some people. I was expecting that more that cartoony voice. But
that voice is just I never looked at Toy Freddy and thought of a voice like that. Like,
and what's even more...
And then he's just casually walking.
And what's more...
Nice costume, man.
Yeah.
Are you dumb?
I was like, what's more stupid about it is those kids at FNAF Fest, or whatever they call it, Fast Fest, it's like, oh yeah, this guy's totally not scary after that voice. Good luck with that. It's like, bro, are these kids two-dimensional, bro?
Like, man. I mean, I guess, in a way, in a place like that, it's understand... Because... You look at real life, and there are people that genuinely, look at they look like the animatronics. Like their cosplays are.
Yeah, literally
on.
when we go to cosplay conventions.
So I
accurate.
mean, at a place like that, maybe I could, but like just the animatronics roaming around.
With
And I
that
know it was
voice.
because of like the device thing, and that's like what Toy Chica was using Abby for, to like let them. But I still don't like that idea. It's just dumb. I don't like seeing the animatronics go anywhere else but where they're from. Like, it's Five Nights at Freddy's, not Five Nights at the city.
Yeah, GTA style with the animatronics.
I just never liked that idea. So them roaming around and going to that's why I say like Toy Bonnie I couldn't take serious because of
the voice,
Pat
man.
again. His
your
voice,
mom.
and then
You wanna play
he
with us?
goes to this random kid's house and it's like, your parents don't love you, your mom doesn't love you,
And then the freaking
and then he's about to
screwdriver
kill her right in front of the freaking kid.
with the screwdriver. I just can't, man.
Yeah, it's just dumb. Like they basically almost did the plot that they wanted to do in the original FNAF 1 script.
Yeah.
Although I think that script was worse, but this was almost what that was.
It sounded like it. It did.
And ever since I saw the trailer, I did not like that.
You know what was coming.
Then you have Mangle, who's like one of the most pivotal, important characters in the franchise, because I think she was the original. No, I think she was the Bite of '87.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But then in this movie, they don't give her a lot of screen. Her on the car chasing like with Vanessa.
It was kind of cool, but it was so short.
Yeah, it was that was cool. It was a cool action sequence. But again, like everything with Mangle was very short.
Yeah, too
Like
much.
not a lot of screen. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, despite the marketing wanting to hype that up.
I said this for the first movie. The animatronics designs really well done. They all looked really good. So I'll still give them that, especially Mangle. Like, job is.
She also looks faithful.
Also the design of the pizzeria, the original, very well designed. Also, Balloon Boy. I think they did good with Balloon. He was good.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
And then the little puppets and like the water, like when Michael Afton was like giving a tour to those guys.
Yeah, when
McKenna Grace.
When McKenna Grace, like literally there. Yeah, before she quote unquote died.
Let me show you around to this abandoned place that had a
Yeah,
guy
with my
murder kids. Oh yeah, and that guy's my dad, but I won't tell you that.
Yeah, and also I
won't tell you that.
have a very creepy smile, so I'm your friend. I'm not gonna lead you to death with this creepy ass Joker smile.
I will say, like, the casting for him was not bad. Like, he does look like somebody that would be the son of a serial killer.
Pennywise.
And he looks like a villain, so
Yeah,
I'll give him that.
Even if it's
I
too
don't think the
obvious
casting
at
was bad
times.
for Michael Afton. But I just don't like what they did with his character. They made him. I don't like that he was the main villain. I don't mind him being a separate character, part of these separate character, but I don't like that they used one because his whole thing. I mean, maybe they'll change this later in the movies. Maybe he'll have like a redemption arc or something. But in the games, he's a good guy. The whole point of his character is that he started out as like this mean kid, accidentally, like he was bullying his little brother and scaring his little brother was scared of the electronics. So he would bully his brother and scare him, and that's how the Bite of '83 happened. Because he forced his brother into the jaw of Freddy and Red Bear, and Bite of '83 happened. So he got his brother killed, and that's why William doesn't like Michael Afton.
So yeah, he's supposed to hate his dad.
And
not admire
Michael
him.
Afton doesn't like William because he doesn't like Michael, and also because he knows his dad is a psychopath murderer. So Michael is literally supposed to be a good guy, and he goes from someone who's a bully to his brother, but then after his brother dies, he regrets it, and it haunts him forever, and he wants to do better. Um, and that's why, like, in the games, his whole journey is to find his dad and kill him for practically ruining his life. And because they hate each other. So, like, he does it for vengeance over what William did. Not just to him, but everybody, all the kids and everybody. So that's supposed to be Michael Afton's character, but in this movie, he's like just the main villain, and he's just like, yeah, I gotta continue my father's legacy, and yeah, this is for my dad and the Afton family, and yada yada. It doesn't fit his character. It doesn't make sense for. Don't like did that.
I mean, somebody literally put in the comments by saying, okay, this user puts, I think the reason why Michael Afton is a villain because the bite of 83 didn't have, because he didn't feel to get what he did, and it's like what you guys said, he's avenging his dad instead.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It could, that, like I said, I think, and I hope that his character is like one of those, like, at first he's bad, and then later redeems himself. That would make more sense for in these movies. But if he's just the one-off villain in this movie, and he's just remembered as a villain, that's not his character. That's just not Michael Afton. So, who knows what they'll do with his character? They didn't really, like, all they did was he tried to run away and got knocked out, and that was it. We never saw him again. So we don't know what's going to happen with Michael Afton. Maybe he went to jail or something. I don't know. But if they do something to kind of redeem his character, then I would understand it. It would make sense. But anyway, Kenna Grace, I think her role's pretty small, but like still good.
But you obviously know why she's there.
She's a well-known well-known actress.
But she is a fan of the franchise.
A big fan of FNAF, so I understand why she's part of the. I don't think she did bad. She was kind of like the guys from FNAF 1. They were like
literally
the pizzeria, except now it's with the original pizzeria, and now they all just die one by one. And the guy dies to a bunch of mini puppets inside the river.
Whip one.
And then McKenna Grace's character gets possessed by the puppet.
As expected.
I will say I really like the way they handled the puppet. Because it was very protective of kids, the animatronics, but she also hated adults because of the way they treated her, because, you know, William Afton was an adult and killed her and almost killed a kid, and for that she has trust issues with adults. I guess she wanted revenge on the adults stuff, so it kind of makes so I don't know. I liked Charlotte and Puppet, and I think that's one of the characters they did right in their own way. This movie, the whole possessing thing, I think it still makes possess Kenna Grace's character and Abby, even though it was for a short amount of time. But
yeah, she got possessed by the marionette.
Cool to see, like, the power that she has, and like, I don't know. I think they did go with a bit, but what else? I don't know what else I could talk about. I guess
I thought you were going to talk about
the finale,
the ending, where, you know.
I'm sorry, the worst part of the movie.
The FNAF 1 animatronics being like the Avengers out of nowhere.
Yeah, like the FNAF 1 animatronic. I know people had fun with it in the theater, cheering, like, and had a good time, and that's fine. If you enjoy that, do what you want, man. But me, I thought it was completely stupid.
Very stupid.
And I'm like, again, I hate the idea of the animatronics going outside of the pizzeria. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
It kills the whole concept.
That doesn't
of Five
happen
Nights at
in
Freddy's.
literally any of the games.
I mean, the only exception is like maybe FNAF 4 and Security Breach, but that takes place in the mall. But like,
Well, FNAF 4, it's a nightmare, so it's not even actually happening. And then in Security Breach, it's still inside of the building, not outside, and going to random people's houses. I don't like that idea. So seeing the FNAF 1 animatronics come out of nowhere for no reason, just to fight the toy animatronics,
too easily, it's too quick.
Which the humans could have done themselves. If you did it with the first animatronics, how could you not do it with toy ones? And then it's like, okay, this is funny actually, because when I was watching, I was like, wait, how the heck are they doing that? I don't think they can even go that far outside of the pizzeria. And then as soon as I said that, they like mounted.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it's more like, alright, we killed these other animatronics by just tearing them apart half. Alright, let's deactivate. Ugh, error.
Yeah. I was expecting that to happen. Yeah, it did, but still, it didn't need to happen. Like, why?
It felt so random.
It was just so dumb. And then, then you see the soul of, Golden Freddy, again, come out of nowhere, and he's like talking to Mike, and he's like, he's gonna come back, even stronger. Like, where did you come from? Why are you even here?
And you just
how was Mike even talking to you when he's not dreaming? He's not even dreaming.
Yeah, because usually that's how you would talk to the ghost kids, including that one in particular. So it's like, huh?
Yeah. Like, if you're gonna do that, do it in a better way. Like, maybe have like Mike at the end of the movie have a dream, and then the soul talks to him or something. I don't know. Not standing there after a freaking animatronic battle, and then the soul just comes out of nowhere like, he's coming. He's gonna be even stronger than before. Like, why? Why there? That was just executed so poorly. And then, look, I understand why Mike was like, I want nothing to do with you, Vanessa. We're done. Because she's been she's been keeping secrets for too long and too much.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the chaos happening and threatening him and Abby's life. He wants nothing to do with the Aftons and all that stuff. Especially finding out that Michael Afton was siblings with Vanessa, and Vanessa didn't tell him that she had siblings. And just like all those secrets and everything going on was too much for Mike. So I understand why he didn't want anything to do with Vanessa. But again, it's just one of those things where like it was poorly executed. Like you just got done with a battle with animatronics, then a random soul, or not random, Golden Freddy, but the kid's soul comes out of nowhere. It's just like, be careful, Springtrap is coming, William Afton's coming back, and then leaves. And then out of nowhere, just like, all right, Vanessa, see ya. I never want to see you again. Peace out. And then that's it. That's it for Mike.
Yep. And then boom, the marionette puppet possesses her.
And then the marionette possesses Vanessa, which I think will probably maybe play a part to her being Vanny. I don't know.
That's
what we're gonna do with that.
Such a big retcon of Vanessa from how she is in the games.
Also, I forgot to talk about that scene with Henry. I think that was also one of the best scenes in the movie, where Mike goes to talk to Henry, to talk about what happened, the story of Henry and William, and how he figured out that William killed Charlotte, and the story of the pizzeria. Like that scene was good. Now, not only is it good casting, no perfect casting if anything. It was a good scene. That was a good scene. That's one of the better scenes in the. But yeah, this movie. There are little and the scene where Mike not only defeats Balloon Boy, kind of funny,
Yeah.
the scene where he's in the office, I thought was one of the best scenes in the movie also, because it actually felt like the FNAF games.
Oh yeah, where he puts on the mask.
Office looked the same, the animatronics were coming in, he had the mask.
Yeah, the FNAF mask, like in FNAF
you
2
could
game.
see, I think it was Shadow Bonnie.
Yeah, is that the one where Bonnie
Phantom
doesn't
Bonnie?
where he doesn't have a face?
Yeah, you could see him in the corner, and then he turns on the flashlight. That was cool. And it just felt like watching the game in live action. That
That's
scene
what
was
it's supposed
fun,
to be based on.
really cool. I did like that scene.
Spike.
But yeah, overall, there were a few scenes I did like, beginning, and as I just mentioned, but the story overall was just such a mess. It was
very
kind of, I don't know. It was all over the place. Like some of it was good, and then some of it fell off.
They
Stupid.
definitely need better writers for the third movie.
So, I don't know, man. I don't know what they were thinking for this.
It's all over the place, man. But also, what's that song? What's the song they play in the credits? Is that the song from FNAF 2 where it goes, "It's been"?
Oh
so
yeah, that was
long."
one of the good things too. They played "It's Been So Long," the end credits, which I'm surprised they really did, because I feel like that was like too good to be true for them to do it, but they did it, and I'm satisfied. I think that's like best FNAF song, to be honest. I'm glad they did it.
Then where does
it's very fitting for
I was gonna
FNAF
say,
2.
which FNAF game?
Oh,
had
and the post-credit scene with Springtrap, I thought was okay.
it was expected.
You could see a bit of how they designed Springtrap, and so far it looks pretty good. I'm excited to see what they do with Springtrap and what they do in FNAF 3, and I hope they improve a lot more compared to these last two. And we get to see more Matthew Lillard in the next one.
Yeah, as promised.
So that's exciting. So that post-credit scene was pretty cool.
And then Henry's broadcast.
And seeing how they're like, "Oh, dude, it smells like a dead body. It smells bad," and then literally a rotting corpse. And then you see his eyes flicker because, he's not actually dead. Somehow his soul is taking over the animatronic or costume. But since he's literally the villain of the whole franchise, it's gonna be the most menacing animatronic to face compared to everyone else.
They better deliver that for the third movie.
So yeah, that's gonna be fun.
And then Henry's broadcast at the end, like, at the very end.
Yeah, his message, and then I don't really know what happened. Like, did he die?
That's what I was thinking.
What happened?
It's like, is he dead?
I really don't know. They're gonna do with Henry or what they.
Because his message is cut off at the end.
I mean, to be fair, they haven't really mentioned anything with Henry, in the future games. So I think he probably is dead. I don't know.
Wouldn't be too surprising, honestly, especially like how the message cut off.
Yeah. Holy crap, phone guy? No.
Purple guy.
Yeah, I don't know. There are a few things I like about it, but a lot of things that I don't. So I unfortunately think it is. I really wanted this to be better than the first, but it is a downgrade, sadly. And where I would put this, I would probably put this. I would probably put it at. Oh man. Because it's hard. Because, like, as a FNAF fan, there are a couple things that I liked. But as a movie itself, it's so messy. Not well thought out. I don't know. So it's kind of hard to place it.
So you pretty much have mixed feelings. You don't know where to put it on B, C, or D. Because definitely far from that for what it sounds from you.
I think I'm, I guess, because, I don't know, maybe D, maybe.
Yeah, in terms of the quality, I understand where you're coming from. And expectations being too high in the sequel for some
Because
fans.
I know it sounds crazy to put it lower than Minecraft. Thing is, Minecraft doesn't take itself seriously. Oh, another thing I liked was the
Oh yeah, like literally, it's the exact same Freddy Bear, same Freddy Fazbear bootleg plush that we used to do in our Willing Daffy Duck surviving videos, and then since bro's literally on social media but saying congratulations, your meme eventually goes to become an official movie of or. So I'm like, all right. I mean, that's kind of like the Sanic meme of the FNAF franchise, and now it's using a bootleg Freddy. I will admit that was kind of funny when I did her the first time.
Yeah, I put it at D just because with Minecraft, again, it's not a great movie. It was never meant to, but this movie kind of was trying to take itself serious at the time, but was executed pretty poorly. Yeah, I'll probably keep it at D tier.
Alright, D tier it is. That's definitely understanding, man. So before I get to my review of why, just like what Gabriel says, why FNAF 2 is so disappointing, I'm just going to catch up with the comments. So I'm going to read real quick. But maybe in FNAF 3, Matthew could have a rejection arc. He's going to be having Charlotte still not defeated. Springtrap of the movie is going to start off running the action. Possibly. I think Vanessa and Mike will reconcile FNAF 3. Do you think so, despite she'll be possessed by the puppets? Willy's Wonderland is better than FNAF 2. Yeah, exactly. And not gonna lie, I actually watched Willy's Wonderland, and I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you guys. Willy's Wonderland, despite it's more rated R, despite that Nick Cage did not speak that much, bro, that felt more in line like a FNAF movie than what FNAF 2 is. More like, and it kind of sucks because Willy's Wonderland is not a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, but it's definitely one of those Five Nights at Freddy's spin-off knockoffs that takes the inspiration from it, but then it's not. But at least Nick Cage's version kind of like takes it a bit more seriously, despite it's meant to be its own thing to the success of that. But yeah, it is very disappointing, man. But either way,
hold up.
Yeah.
For you continue. I am gonna go because still got a buddy back food. But before I leave, I want to place my ranking the other next movies. So for the ones that I've seen,
yeah, you saw
Tomb Raider.
Yeah, you saw that.
Tomb Raider, I'm gonna put that at C tier.
C tier? I was thinking the same too as well when I get to that movie.
Uncharted, I'm gonna. I'm gonna put.
Wait, where do you put Uncharted?
Just because Uncharted, I put it on D.
Yeah, because it is disappointing.
That movie was disappointing.
It's mid.
Yeah. I agree. Then Gran Turismo. That movie, underrated. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Yeah. It is an underrated movie.
For a sports
I would put that movie. Honestly, I would. You know what? This might be a little crazy. I would probably put it A tier.
Ah, okay. I mean, I could definitely see because we actually watched.
I really liked it. I really liked that movie.
Yeah, the story actually was quite compelling for a movie. Based
it has a genuinely good story.
Yeah, probably like the last good video game movie.
Probably haven't seen it. Or disagree, and that is, for me personally, I would. But yeah, those are my ranking. Next movie. The rest I have not.
Yeah, so you haven't seen Ratchet & Clank, Borderlands, Assassin's Creed, and Rampage?
Nope.
Well, good, Gabriel, because
I played Ratchet & Clank the game.
Yeah, but I'm just here to tell you, Gabriel, those movies are not worth watching. It'll be a waste of your time, so you're better off skipping it.
I really don't plan on it.
Waste your time, so skip it.
Yeah, those are my rankings. I'm gonna head off for the night.
All right,
that's
no
all
problem,
for my
Gabriel.
rankings, and I appreciate y'all for sticking around. Daniel,
you're welcome.
Ranking. And I had a lot of fun, especially talking about FNAF. I haven't talked about those in quite a while.
Yeah, and I feel like you're the best guy to talk about.
Hearing some people talk about it in the chat was also fun. Had to hear your opinions. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, listening to me ramble on. That was like the most I've yapped out of the other surprisingly.
Yeah,
But
for now.
yeah, I'll leave it to Daniel.
No problem.
Yes. Y'all have a good night.
All right, good night, Gabriel. Thanks for stopping by. Peace. Until the next
Yes,
stream with
sir.
you and me.
Peace and love. Ah!
Alright, see ya, Gabriel. No, Roxy, I'm not done with the stream yet. I need to talk about FNAF 2 before I talk about the more terrible video game movies. But anyway, I know you guys are curious on my thoughts on FNAF 2. So, similar like Gabriel, yeah, I wasn't too impressed with FNAF 1. There were some cool moments. I did like where Mike facing the balloon boy, Mike putting on the mask just like FNAF 2, because, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, FNAF 2, the video game, basically it's like a prequel instead. Like, it's basically a prequel during the first movie, and I feel like the second movie, it tries to do that kind of what Sonic 3 does, where it goes from flashback to present day, like we get from Vanessa's backstory, which is why we kind of got the same with Mike's backstory. Gabriel, you're the best. Yeah, he the best. We number one. So, FNAF 2 had so many potential ideas, so I just feel like it's all over the place. I do think the opening sequence is better than the first one, because at least the first movie's opening was quite silly with that security guard about to be like, kill and actually be locked up to one of the animatronics. But literally, Charlotte is basically, witnesses with the co-founder William Afton, who lures a boy back to the bus rose. Then she please ignores for her parents, and it's so stupid that the parents just did her so dirty. Like, despite that she rescued the boy, despite the precautions of her best friend Vanessa, which is basically William's daughter, and I'm like, Charlotte just fatally stabbed by William, falls on stage to the trapdoor, is held by the marionette animatronic. I will admit, it was spooky and creepy. Love you guys. Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, despite how creepy it was, I will admit, that was a pretty bold way to start the movie. And then we got the same iconic da 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 da. And I noticed that they extend the music track where it goes ba da dum. So I'm like, okay, that's a big change for the first movie. But ever since when the incident happened, that's where they knew the restaurant got to be shut down. So I got to get along with Gabriel's criticism of the second movie by saying, so wait, so you're telling me the Five Nights at Freddy's restaurant was closed down, and then they opened another one where William Afton kills other multiple children, and then when years go past, how are people in the public are not so self-aware that these FNAF animatronics are literally roaming down the streets? And if they knew that these animatronics do kill people, especially killing kids, it's more like, how are they not being self-aware of this? Where are the cops? Where are the militaries? Anything, man. It's like, oh my goodness, man. To me, that was the big rage bait moment, saying, man, that's such an illogical thing for what makes FNAF. And what makes FNAF intriguing is you have to be inside of a building, whether it's in a house or a pizzeria or a mall, and you're supposed to be surviving there, and your only way to escape is get out of the ways. Because I don't think the animatronics can survive beyond their location that they're mostly haunted by, until that got addressed later on when the old animatronics from the first movie just went past by. So that's the biggest criticism I have for the movie. But as we continue on, I like the fact that Fast Fest is basically just a FNAF fan community. And it's a no-brainer from the real-life FNAF fans in real life. The adults were useless in the movie. Yeah, to be honest, they were. So that's why I say, the adults were complete idiotic. And the fact that they were not, taking any custody, but having reassurance to make sure that the kids are not dead. It's it is what it is. I always thought there was going to be military cops. They don't exist. It's kind of fun to say that, guys, because the Sonic the Hedgehog movies has the gun and government just coming over around. Detective Pikachu have police officer operatives, and even freaking Pixels, a movie that I didn't like, literally uses the military and the government to help out with the video game stuff. Sure, it's a cliche, but you know what? For the FNAF universe, I mean, the fact that it's a live-action movie, it's so illogical in this present by saying, look, even when you go to, other horror movies, it's more bro, it's where's the cops? Where's the military? Anything, because if it's reported on the news, everybody, in and around the town in the 2000s could have been, very self-aware of it. But ever since when William was killed by the spirits of his victim in the first movie, the fact that Fast Fest was happening, like I said, Abby was alright in the first movie. She's like, oh, I miss my ghost friends. But literally from the last movie to this, by saying, you know what, it's nice to have some older friends, but Mike, I want to repair the animatronics. They're my friends, but basically Mike is probably the only smart person in this movie, where he purportedly makes excuses until Abby herself, with her little bike, with that little toy Freddy type buzz, by saying, Abby, come find us, we're definitely all your friends. We're like, Abby, grow the hell up. Even your big brother is smart enough to say, Abby, this is not cool. Why you want to go back to the place where they literally are about to kill you? Trika literally just grabbed your hand in the first movie, literally just walked in and walked out just to stuff you in animatronics, and then you'll be like them. It's Ugh, look, Abby, you're about to grow up, and you definitely just gotta get over it, man. It's like, that's what Mike's telling you, mature up, girl. So that's one of the things I just honestly did not like about Abby. It's like I said, it's a similar thing like I didn't like about Peach in the Mario Galaxy movie. Now it's make like the sequel where I'm not liking Abby much more. Like, I get that she's a kid, but she is slightly older. You know what the animatronics have caused, and basically stab Vanessa. You know who Vanessa is. Like, ah, man, this girl's so schizophrenic, man. But then when Mike finds her there and then apologizes for lying as she discovered the toys, and then Vanessa struggles with the trauma from her father abuses crime, and even though despite the dad is dead, it still haunts her in some ways. But as for the Ghost Hunters, I kind of like the fact that it's literally McKenna Grace, literally a part of it, and the irony of McKenna Grace, not only because obviously, duh, I expect her to be a huge FNAF fan because I do follow her on social media, but I like the fact that McKenna Grace is like literally in any franchise that Matthew Lillard is associated with. She's in FNAF with Matthew Lillard. She was in the latest new Scream movie that has Lillard back in it, and now she's playing live-action Daphne for the upcoming live-action Scooby-Doo Netflix series, and she said that Matthew Lillard was the one that told her about it. Also, given the fact that Josh Hutcherson is also in this movie, and McKenna Grace also happens to like Hunger Games, so I'm like, it's such a coincidence that McKenna Grace is working with her co-stars, and then later on, literally joining the franchises that features all these actors that literally help launch their career. So I'm like, yeah, the irony at its finest, man. You gotta love it, man. But either way, the trailers definitely show no surprise that McKenna Grace was going to die by the marionettes, and what's even stupid about it, with these quote-unquote, like, ghost hunters, like these young teenage people going around the original restaurant, I don't like the fact that Michael Afton, which, you know, I'm glad this second movie clarified that Mike Schmidt is not Michael Afton, that's completely different. What's so weird about it is, yeah, creepy face, you all see these animatronics, it's more like, dude, how are these teenagers not smart enough to know by saying, you know, this bro has the face of a serial killer, and when he smiles like that, that's definitely the type of guy that you do not want to trust on your local babysitter time or at the neighborhood. It's more like, lock your door and hide your kids and cover your belly buttons, because that bro has the face of a serial killer. That guy, that Michael Afton probably must have killed like over 20 people in a Walmart someday. It's like, dude, why is not one having like illogical sense with it? And yeah, they definitely make a lot of changes to Michael Afton. Aside from, you know, hating his father, he's trying to avenge his dad, pretty much like what Bowser Jr. was in the Bowser movie, but that was just done differently. But when McKenna Grace finds the box and then basically got possessed by the marionette, it just has Charlie's vengeful spirits. When the marionette possesses Lisa, it takes over control of the restaurant's toy animatronics, which I will admit, the original pizzeria did look cool from the set design, which once again, the best thing about both FNAF movies is the toy animatronics and basically the design of the pizzeria. Those were the best highlights. And the characters are either 50-50. It's just the writing, the plot twist definitely needs to be a lot better. But get the fact that Michael Afton's like, yeah, I'm the son of William Afton, but also you guys are going to die underneath my trust. Like, dude, that is so damn predictable, man. Like, can we just stop this already? Like, even if you're not a FNAF fan, it's like, when you see someone evil like that, it's more like, dude, I know you're not a good guy to trust, so why are we trusting you? It's more like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, FNAF 3, you need to get better writers. But once when Abby got a message for Toy Chico, who she believes that's the same Chico that possessed her from her friend from the first movie, I like the fact that she visits the location. And one thing that I find that's very stupid is literally in that movie where Abby's getting along with her friends, but the teacher who's played by Wayne Knight, aka Al from Toy Story 2, Tantor from Tarzan, that dude who helped out Michael Jordan in the Looney Tunes Space Jam, but who also died in Jurassic Park, but from a freaking Dilophosaurus, where he goes, a stick, stupid, no wonder you're extinct. I got like disgusting black venom in his eyes. I'm like, well, I've seen Jurassic Park, so I know this guy was gonna die at some point by saying, dude, that's so typecasting choice. But he's just being a jerk to Abby for no reason, where he's like, oh no, let me look at your school project and drop them Butterfingers. I'm like, bro, I know it's a Jurassic Park reference, but why is he being so douchey? Because Abby's like being such a prank. It's like, you know what? Despite his death scene was kind of funny, but honestly, the teacher got what he deserved for being cruel to Abby. And literally when Toy Chica wakes up to like scare him, he goes, yeah! It's like, bro, I'm just literally just getting Jurassic Park vibes, the way that he died from that dinosaur, literally in that movie. And then what makes it more uncanny is where I'm hearing Megan Fox's voice, because clearly, number one, yes, you know the FNAF community, they do simp and goon for Toy Chica, and obviously 2007 Goon for Megan Fox in 2005 for Transformers, and the Paramount Ninja Turtles is like, oh, you're definitely messing around, Mr. Berg. And I understand why they cast Megan Fox, not only because she's attractive, yeah, she's done a horror movie before called Jennifer's Body, but she's like, oh no, I'm only killing boys. And then literally, when she has to come over literally to squish the teacher's head, it's like, bro, that is such a brutal way. And then she's like chill about it. It's like, then when Abby brings in Toy Chica, Mr. Berg will still be an a-hole. Yeah, literally. And the fact she's like, oh, is that like the school mascot? It's like, bro, that doesn't even make sense. And what also doesn't make sense is like once when Abby hugs Toy Chica, he's like, yeah, I miss you too. But I will be honest, Megan Fox's Toy Chica, she actually did a pretty good job. I'm kind of shocked that she never showed up for the press tour interviews. I don't know, maybe it's because she was too famous and expensive to show up. But hey, I feel like out of all the toy animatronics, I feel like Megan Fox did the best job for Toy Chica. But as for the other toy animatronics, we'll talk about Toy Freddy and Toy Bonnie later on, since, you know, they actually did got voices. But again, the fact that she walks up and Bill Robot, Vanessa Gross have concern for Abby's safety, and I'm like, yeah, Vanessa, maybe you should have learned that from Mike this whole time, despite your trying to reconcile after what happened in the first movie. But when Mike dismisses her and having learned that Charlotte's murder and Vanessa's connection, she travels to the original restaurant, discovers that the marionette has been awakened, and it is captured by the possessed McKenna Grace. However, the animatronics cannot leave until their safeguards are disabled. So I'm like, oh, is that the reason why they can actually move in the public's thing? So due to the safeguard, while Charlotte's father's Henry's, meaning that Mike learns that Abby's gone missing from the school, Mike heads to the original restaurant after Henry gave him the music box to leave there for the cherry lab, because obviously if you play the music box in the games, it keeps the puppets out of the way. But when Toy Chica killed Mr. Bergs, the other toy animatronics begin hunting down the parents, who are very stupid in the movie, but then Charlie seeks revenge for ignoring to please her help. And then after that, when Mike frees Vanessa, who pursues the toy animatronics, while Mike remains to be in the original restaurant that was remotely tried with some withersome prototype of the animatronics, which once again, great references to FNAF 2. But when the marionette has abandoned Lisa's course to hide inside Toy Chica possesses Abby, realizing they're outnumbered, Mike returns to the franchise and helps to possess animatronics to like help Abby when it comes to Lane. But one was when Mike and Vanessa return back to Mike's home, where he used the music box to lure the marionette back to sleep and free Abby. That's where he surrounded the toy animatronics and Michael's, which is Vanessa's brother, which once again is like, so wait, Vanessa and Michael are just related, and he's the one that orders the toy animatronics to kill them? It's like, bro, I don't get that. And speaking of the toy animatronics, I mean, even though it's cool that you got the same voice actor to voice Funtime Freddy and Security Breach, but also voice Foxy in the first one, but literally at Fast Fest, when they're literally walking around with Toy Freddy, it's like, bro, I mean, like I said, no disrespect to the voice actor, but that deep, scary voice does not fit Toy Freddy, where it goes, I do, but first, I'm gonna hear some very bad people. It's like, bro, how are these kids, these cosplayers not understanding, like, whoa, this guy actually sounds pretty scary. Like, I was expecting like a Yogi Bear type voice, but saying, I do, but first I'm just gonna go hear some bad people. Besides, I'm smarter than the average bear. Because look, even FNAF fans literally make their own impressions of the toy animatronics in their own FNAF fan-made videos, but I'm sorry, with that type of voice was saying, yeah, this is the revenge what you just did for us. It's like, bro, that doesn't even make any sense to like use that for the voice. And even though, yes, it is cool to see Matt Pack like being part of the FNAF franchise, which, you know, I guess Matt Pack is like, you know, the guru when it comes to the FNAF fan bias. That's not Markiplier. And yes, even though Matt Pack has done voice acting before, and he's actually pretty good, but I will be honest, I'm not sold on the voice with Toy Bonnie. Like, I thought Toy Bonnie was definitely going to sound more like an Easter Bunny type of thing. Like, I don't know, not like Bugs Bunny, but it's more like, yeah, I'm basically now going to sound more like the Tricks Rabbit, or Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Like, I was thinking of that voice, but man, the fact that Matt Pack picked like a very baby-ish child voice where he goes like, I'm going to see if your mom's going to play with us, and now your mom's going to die of screwdrivers. Like, bro, I cannot take that seriously. It's kind of weird that in the first movie, I was like, it's so weird that the animatronics are not talking. But now, after hearing Toy Freddy's voice and Toy Bonnie's voice, I'm like, you know what? I take it back. I mean, the only exception I will allow is Toy Chica, because at least, it's so weird because Megan Fox is an A-list celebrity, and you got two talented, well, one's a YouTuber, one's a professional voice actor, but for some reason, I was not too impressed with Toy Freddy and Toy Bonnie's voice, which, as much as I like Matt Pack and Kellen, I wish I could have done a better job. But anyway, on to the final act, where the possessed animatronics destroyed the toy animatronics. And yeah, Mangled was cool, especially when Mangled killed one of the victims earlier in the movie was nice, and the fact that she goes to Vanessa's car was cool. But it sucks that she's like limited to like some short amount of screen time. And I'm like, well, that's it for Mangle, despite she is really well adapted onto the big screen. But other than that, as I continue on to like the rest of the movie, so we get to the final act, I will be honest, it is kind of ridiculous. Like, literally at the end, Michael escapes the spirits after possessing the animatronics and like entering the afterlife. And then literally the possessed animatronics arrive, destroy the animatronics before they went to their guard down while Michael escapes. And I will be honest, it is kind of stupid once when the toy animatronics literally come by to go to Mike's house and then literally just goes, so really Trick's like, yeah, Abby, you just got yourself to become a very bad girl. And then you got OG Chica taking them down. It's like, bro, since when did the OG Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics become Avengers and decides to like come out of their holes and become lives? It's like, wait, do you think they can really survive out of their holes in a way? And that's why part of me's like, the one thing that's so misleading about both movies is like, the movies are called Five Nights at Freddy's, but I can say this for both 1 and 2, it doesn't feel like there is a fifth night survival, which obviously that's like the core purpose of the game. And it's like, dude, it just feels quite rushed and just messy at the end. But once when, like I said, it's so funny that the toy animatronics easily get killed off by the OG animatronics and then just boom, and after that, oh, deactivate. And like what Gabriel says, like, since when did the kid, Ghost Kid of Golden Freddy, can talk to Michael, even though Michael can, no, when Mike Smith, my bad, when Mike Smith talks to Golden Freddy, it's like, bro, I thought you can only talk to him in his dreams, like, maybe you dream again, then it wouldn't make sense for Golden Freddy to say, like, he's coming, oh, he's going to be coming back to life, he's going to be more scared. It's like, obviously, if you're a FNAF fan, you know who he's talking about. He's obviously talking about William Afton, and even though Lillard's good with the acting, but similar complaints I have with the first movie, not that much screen time, but I understand the point, because Lillard will most likely get the most screen time as Afton, or I'm sorry, Afton as Springtrap in FNAF 3, the movie. Which I'm hoping when I had similar criticisms with the Mario Galaxy movie with overstuffing things, I'm hoping that a third Mario movie improves the second Mario movie thing. That's basically the same way how I feel that FNAF 3 should be an improvement over FNAF 2. But that's honestly my personal opinion. But literally during the moment where Mike is like leaving with Abby telling Vanessa by saying, stay away, I don't trust you anymore. Which, by the way, yeah, Mike, you could have just known that the entire time. Vanessa was not really a woman that's worth trusting since the first movie because she had to hide all that secrets. And given the fact that Mike had to cut the ties with basically Vanessa and then the marionette decided to possess her at the end, it's like, bro, literally, I like that the FNAF fan base was like, oh, Mike is basically gay for like saying no to Vanessa. It's like, but you know, Vanessa definitely has some terrible ties with her brother and her father being murderers at the exact same time. Kind of hard to trust in a way. So Mike and Abby, they got to be on their own. And by FNAF 3, Abby's got to realize like, hey, all these animatronics are all going to kill you. It doesn't matter if they're all their friends. Besides, they're no longer alive in those animatronic suits after all. Even though I do think it's pretty cool that in the end credits where it goes, it's been so long, and it's like, alright, cool that they got to know. But I will be honest, I was going to ask Gabriel before he left, is like, what about the song where he goes, it's nice to meet you, I forgot what's the name of that song, but I remember it was a popular viral meme FNAF song, nice to meet you. And even though the post-credit scene was expected, it was predictable that it was going to be a obvious setup for Springtrap for FNAF 3. But I like the fact that these guys are like, oh, it smells like a dead body. But the one dude that's literally just staring at Afton's dead corpse inside that Springtrap body is like, dude, like, what are you doing? It's like, if you're seeing something creepy dead, don't just stand there and stare, just run, walk away for your friends. Because I thought in that post-credit scene, Springtrap is gonna wake up and then kills one of these dudes, but I understand they want to make the slow build-up attention where the light flickers, where he comes back to life in Springtrap. It's more like, well, hopefully FNAF 3 fixes the issue for FNAF 2. Like, the director's fine, the cast is fine, but they definitely need better writers to, like, fix the script for FNAF 3 and just make sure that FNAF 3 does become a disappointing entry. And once when Henry has the phone call, just be like, oh no, like, he's coming over. But once when the phone call cuts off, I'm thinking that Henry is quote-unquote dead, just because I don't think Henry's involved for, like, future FNAF games. I don't know, it is what it is. But either way, it's not the worst video game movie I've ever made, but I will say this, at least FNAF 2 is a much more entertaining movie than Pixels. So I honestly would rather rewatch FNAF 2 over Pixels, because Pixels is just loud, stupid, and dumb. But I will say this, it's a complete downgrade from the first movies, just because it's like very disappointing for what it is. And before we guys move on, I mean, how many video games movies we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, we got 7 video game movies. I'll definitely do it on my own. And before I get to that, I'm going to take a desert bathroom break. So entertain you guys self in the chat, because I definitely need to pee. So let me just read this real quick before I go pee real quick. most people in the horror movie are dumb, and Corey actually as a driver is funny. Yeah, Corey's also cool there, even though it's funny that Bro came out of retirement to go to that. They're going to play the I Hope You Die in the Fire for FNAF 3 because when Michael attempted to burn after in the third game, they might do the same for the movie. Maybe, since, Michael's still around, he could be. But anyway, I'll be right back, guys. I got to go take a quick whiz. Okay, Roxy, calm down, here. Okay, let's see if I miss anything out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I see you guys were just randomly just playing the chat by saying, so guys, how you doing? Good. The Mii's and the Mario Plumbers are interesting. Bro, we're not talking about Mario. We're just going to talk about these forgettable video game movies. So, yeah, okay, probably I'm just going to try to make this as quick as possible because obviously, one, the stream's been going too long, and secondly, I don't think if there's any much of you guys that care about the rest of these other video game movies because obviously, that was like the whole point that I did for this live stream for part 1, part 2. I want to get to like the most popular fan favorite ones that you guys know, and I'm just going to speed run my thoughts on all these other lesser known forgettable video game movies, which I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. But either way, around the same year, we're going to start off with the Ratchet & Clank movie. So I'm surprised. I'm like, no. I forgot this movie exists. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I forgot. Then I'm like, wait, this was a video game movie released in theaters? I'm like, wait, I don't remember that. I'm like, oh, because it was released 10 years ago around in April. And believe it or not, guys, this movie flopped so hard, not only because it's easily forgotten, because the Angry Birds movie came out the exact same year, which is why Angry Birds around that time was a much more successful video game movie than Ratchet & Clank. And yeah, since, Ratchet & Clank is a popular PlayStation property for Sony, but also for Insomniac Games, yeah, somebody mentioned this in the comment by saying there was supposed to be a Sly Cooper movie, which I did remember watching a trailer for it, but since the Ratchet & Clank movie flopped so bad, Sly Cooper decided not to do that, and I did watch Ratchet & Clank. Alright, so at least we got one person that did watch the movie, and I could tell, like, according to my research, most fans were not impressed with this movie. I mean, even though it is cool that you got some of the original voice cast, like you got James Arnold Taylor, who voiced Ratchet in this game. You got David King voicing Clank again. But then, you definitely got your celebrity cast. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Captain Cornelius, which is basically one of the characters from the games. But then, obviously, you can't just have voice actors to, like, take over the role. But even though it's cool that they're voicing the characters they did in the game, but then when it comes to the celebrities, you got Paul Giamatti, who voices the villain, Chairman Ozono Drake. You got John Goodman as Gris. You got Disney Channel star from Shake It Up, Bella Thorne as Cora, which I know she was in the remastered version of Ratchet & Clank. And then you got Rosario Dawson as Hilarious, and yeah, those are like the big celebrities. And I almost forgot, Sylvester Stallone also voices a character in the movie. He's like a robot lieutenant, and yeah, that's who I remember from the original game for what it was inspired by. The movie was made by Rainmaker Entertainment, the same studio. Yeah, it did give me very Escape from Planet Earth type of vibes, and I'm like, well, to be honest, I kind of remember more Escape from Planet Earth than I did with Ratchet and Clank. I mean, one of the pros I will say about this movie, I mean, aside from bringing back the same voice cast to, like, replies the role to, like, all the other ones, fun fact, the guy who directed the TMNT 2007 movie, it's like, yeah, I also know it's because James Earl Taylor was also in that 2017 TMNT movie when he was the voice of Leonardo in that movie. Jack Black is like every video game movie. Well, only the Mario movies, Minecraft, and Borderlands, which we will talk about how terrible Borderlands is. But anyway, Ratchet and Clank, I feel like one of the reasons why this movie's very forgettable, like the pros I mentioned is, you got the same voice cast, like voicing the characters from the games. Secondly, there are some PlayStation references when the robot deactivates, sounds like the PlayStation 1 opening logo. And when Clank was trying to like detect Ratchet of what species he is, you definitely see Sly Cooper, you see Daxter from Jak and Daxter, because when I was a kid, when I played Ratchet and Clank, I almost got confused, like what's the difference between Jak and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank. Like obviously Ratchet is basically his own creature and Clank is a robot, while Jak and Daxter, like Daxter's like a weasel and Jak is like a person. So I'm like, oh, okay, that definitely makes a lot more sense of the differences. So yeah, a little bit nice PlayStation Easter eggs, despite that I hate to say this for PlayStation fans, for Ratchet and Clank and Uncharted, these are like PlayStation adapted movie adaptations, but they sadly were not that good in my opinion. But honestly, for what makes this movie, despite the animation is decent, it is more like the games, but that's like honestly one of the biggest flaws with this version of this movie. It feels like you're watching cutscenes, like YouTube cutscenes that you can easily watch on the YouTube HD cutscene that you could see for yourself. And it's like, now I understand why this movie flops so hard, because it looks no different from the games. And look, I know this is going to sound blasphemy of me, but it's like, in order to make a good video game movie adaptation, it's not just like you have to copy exactly like the games, but at the exact same time, you need to make a new different art style, no matter if it's live action or animated, to make it distinct from the games. And yes, you can recreate things from the games, but you have to offer something new, offer something refreshing. Like that's what the Sonic movies did, that's what the Mario movies did. Same goes for Angry Birds, and even like Detective Pikachu did the same thing. Like they use iconic video game elements, but they offer something new with it, so it's not like a copy and paste, like it's the exact same thing. And yeah, that's another thing. Somebody mentioned in the comments saying the story is very boring, and that's the thing that sucks about it. Like this is why I feel bad for the fan base of this franchise. The movie shouldn't be as boring, while the game is actually decently entertaining. It's more like, bro, the story is basically the same boring underdog dreamer story that's already heard so many times in kids' movies. I'm like, yeah, you've seen it with Disney, you've seen it with DreamWorks, you see it with Sony. So this movie's not basically offering something new to the franchise aside from, hey, remember that this is Ratchet and Clank, definitely go watch our movie. We have Paul Giamatti, we have Sylvester Stallone, we have Rosario Dawson, and like I said, the animation is fine, but here's one of the things that I don't understand. Like, once when one of the villains is shown to be alive in the mid-credit scene, the body just forms to, like, he survives to some robotic form. So I'm guessing it was supposed to set up a sequel, but then it just never happened to have it. The fact they exclude David Cage's name from the poster, I mean, heck, even freaking Sonic the Hedgehog, the Sonic movies, credit Colleen O'Shaughnessy as the voice of Tails, and just put more respect for the voice actors. So for Ratchet and Clank, I mean, it was doomed from the start when it comes to the box office, and the fact that PlayStation would have had more faith to like have like other things. Like, for instance, if they ever make like an animated Pac-Man or Curry movie, just don't make the animation styles or the story too basic and similar like the games. Like, the whole point of these adaptations is be faithful to the games, but brand something new. Don't put something like the cliche tropes that we've already seen, not just in other animated movies, but just like other movies in general. So personally for me, it's not bad, but I definitely would say I would put this on D tier, because look, despite the animation, despite the voice acting is pretty solid for what it is, but at the same time, you know, it's not anything too special. So that's why Ratchet and Clank is honestly pretty forgettable in my book. But speaking of other video game movies, so the reason why I decided to like not put like too much to like all of the mainline video game movies from the past, like 90s Mortal Kombat or 90s Street Fighter, they canceled the Sly Cooper movie, plus I play Sly Cooper. Cool to know, bro. I can easily tell that you do. But either way, yeah, I feel bad for other PlayStation fans that won that Sly Cooper movie. But yeah, sadly, that's the only animated-ish type of movie because all the rest are just forgettable. There's only one good video game movie on these last remaining lists I do like because, like we said, guys, I'm going to speed run ahead with these other video game movies. Honestly, Gran Turismo is the last good one here. Yeah, now you understand why I put Gran Turismo at the end, because I actually like that video game movie by comparison to most of the other ones. But now, guys, let's talk about the terrible video game movies. When I mean terrible, these movies could either be F tier or D tier or C tier. Like, well, I don't want to spoil the rest, but I'm going to talk about 2018 Tomb Raider, which, by the way, yes, I saw this movie in theaters, the 2018 Tomb Raider movie. Number 2, I am aware that the Angelina Jolie movie exists, but here's my confession. I've never watched the Angelina Jolie movies because, number 1, I know she was in it. Secondly, she did look very hot in those movies. But thirdly, this Tomb Raider movie is basically a reboot of not just those movies, but it's based on the 2013 modern, darker, gritty reboot of Tomb Raider, which basically a female one. I watched Tomb Raider. You're talking about like this one, right? The 2018 one. Is Hamako a vampire queen in Tomb Raider? Maybe the game, but I'm not sure about the movie, because I know this movie's more inspired by the 2013 reboot game it's based on. Okay, I'll say this. I think the actress playing Tomb Raider, I forgot how to say her name. Her name is Alicia Vikander. Yeah, I think that's how you say her name. The funniest thing is, I'm surprised that her husband, Michael Fassbender, is in the Assassin's Creed movie, but he's also Magneto in those X-Men prequels. So, yeah, so she plays Lara Croft in here while her husband plays another character in Assassin's Creed, the movie, which I did include that to the list. So I find that very ironic. So, I'll be honest, this movie's not bad by any means, but it's not like too groundbreaking, too revolutionary. I mean, like I said, I think the actress fits the part for playing Lara Croft, and I understand they don't want to make her like too sexualified like Angelina Jolie's version by comparison. And from the 2013 game, it is faithful for what it is, but it's a similar this is going to be shocking to you guys. This movie has the same complaints I have with the Ratchet & Clank movie, where it's like too familiar with the game. Like, if you like I said, if you go watch a YouTube video of this 2018 movie and the 2013 video game that it's based on, it's literally the exact same sequence with nothing differences. It's like the equivalent of live-action Lion King remake, just remaking the exact same 1994 scenes from the 1994 Lion King movie, but without like anything just to get passed through. And one of the things I just only don't understand is like, so the plane sequence is the same, the parachute thing is the same, like the same core of the movie is the exact same core of the game. So in my mind, when I'm looking at the movie version versus the game version, it's more like, so why do I need to watch a big why do I need to see a big budget version of the game that's based on, where I can just play the game, or in this case watch the cutscenes of that game into the movie? And as for the other side characters, they're all pretty forgettable. I know Lara Croft actually has a dad, and basically he sacrificed himself. I'm surprised that one actor from the Fallout series, which is a video game TV adaptation, is in this movie as the villain before he's basically known as the character that he plays in Fallout. So that's quite interesting. I did not know Rampage was a video game movie. Yeah, surprisingly it is. Surprisingly, it's based on an arcade video game, and they're like, yeah, let's make a blockbuster movie based on The Rock. But either way, back to Tomb Raider. So, yes, the action scenes are, fine for what they are, even though it's just a shot-per-shot remake of the exact same game that's based on. But the villains are quite forgettable. They're quite generic. The beginning of Laura trying to do, like, this bike chase scene is fine. It's pretty fun, but the one thing that's pretty pointless about this movie is the fact that this is basically a reboot trying to go ahead to go to the K time. I think the set pieces and the cinematography looks good, and some shots where it's not just the boring generic boat scene or talking scenes, but just get straight to the action of what you expect from the 2013 Lara Croft one. I love the intro of the 2018 Tomb Raider. It's the intro was pretty decent. But either way, it's kind of funny that the end of the movie tries to make a post-credit scene where Laura has a more hair-accurate look from how she looks in the games. And then she's like, oh, I'll take some two guns along with me. It's more like, yeah, but you want to know what sucks? You did not get a sequel, because I don't think the movie was a big box office hit from what I've remembered. And besides, I think Tomb Raider got overshadowed by Black Panther by the same year, because, Black Panther was a big movie in 2018, and this movie came out during the spring, so I find that very ironic. So overall, for this movie, like I said before, I feel like it doesn't make me rage-baited to FNAF 2 or Pixels or Ratchet & Clank. As a movie, it's a competent film. The actress fits the role for the case, but I don't think the movie is anything too groundbreaking, despite the fact that's literally just a shot-for-shot remake of the 2013 game. And personally, for me, I'm like, I could just play the game if it's just pretty much literally the same. So, like we said, the movie's just alright. It's okay. It's nothing too great. It's nothing too grand. I mean, I'll say this. Even though Tomb Raider is a much more serious movie, but at least for Minecraft, despite how stupid Minecraft is, at least Minecraft is more entertaining and you will not get bored while you're watching Minecraft. But yeah, speaking of video game live-action movies that are based on very treasure hunter movies, so Lara Croft is basically female Indiana Jones. Now we're going to get to the Tom Holland Uncharted movie adaptation. I'm going to drink some water because I'm going to be speaking a lot for this. So, once again, just like Uncharted, I literally watched this in the theater, and given the fact that it's another, I mean, just like with the Ratchet & Clank movie, it is literally another video game movie being adapted from PlayStation's library. And for what I've heard about this Uncharted movie, because by the way, yes, I play the games, the best thing about the Uncharted movie was the playing scene. Yeah, I like the fact that it's recreated from the third game, which, okay, like I said, I have my complaints by saying, you're telling me that this is meant to be a prequel for Nathan Drake, but why are you adapting elements from Uncharted 3 and 4? I mean, the third game had flashbacks of young Nathan Drake and young Sully, but why are we putting this in this origin prequel movie that's supposed to be at? So that's one of the things. Yeah, Peter Parker and John from the 10 movies, but also Cade Yeager from Michael Bay's Transformers sequels. So I'll get to talk about, you know, the lead stars themselves, Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg, but just like Five Nights at Freddy's, the Uncharted movie is basically another video game movie that's been around through development hell. Like, there's like so many script changes where Nathan Drake was going to have a father and an uncle for some reason, and they decided to scrap that off. I think Seth Rogen was going to produce the movie, but then he's like, oh, it's going to be too much like Indiana Jones. Better skip that. I'm going to do Mario. But then I heard there's other directors. They had the director of American Hustle, the director of Bumblebee, but surprisingly for the director that they choose the director of the first Venom movie, which, you know, for anyone that likes Tom Hardy's Venom, good for y'all, but you know the first Venom movie is not a good movie. So instead, we got the director of the first Venom movie who made this film. And as for the castings of Nathan Drake and Sully, bro, I mean, for anyone who's an Uncharted fan, I'm pretty sure diehard Uncharted fans are aware that there's literally a short film with the actor Nathan Fillion. It's funny that the actor's name is literally Nathan, and he actually looks the part in the short film. And the guy who plays Sully in that short film, they look exactly like their characters. Like, a 15-minute YouTube fan film of Uncharted is way better than Sony's big-budget movie adaptation of it, because, don't get me wrong, I love Tom Holland. Tom Holland is great as Spider-Man, but I'm sorry, I cannot, like, for him playing Nathan Drake in this movie, I don't believe him as the character, man. Like, when I hear the voice, when I hear him talk, it's more like, bro, I'm just seeing, like, it's like if Peter Parker was not Spider-Man, but now he's a treasure hunter, now he's teaming up with John from the 10 movies, like, bro, honestly, it just doesn't make sense, man. Like I said, I like Tom Holland, but I feel like he is so miscast to play Nathan Drake, because number one, I think it's pretty obvious if you play the Uncharted games or not, he is way too young to play Nathan Drake. I mean, I did like the cameo from Nathan Drake's original voice actor, Nolan North, by saying like, oh, I definitely went to this. I was like, oh, it sounds pretty familiar. I mean, yes, it's a nice cameo to acknowledge the original Nathan Drake there, which, you know, that's exactly what the first Mario movie did, where you have Charles Martinet and Chris Pratt's Mario in the same scene. Kind of shocking that the Sonic movies never did something like that, but who knows, maybe in a future movie. But yeah, I just think Tom Holland, despite he does a good job with the stunt work, but here's what's even more stupider about this movie. This movie literally opens with a flashback of young Nathan Drake, and then we flash forward to young Tom Holland playing Nathan Drake. It's like, look, I know it's based on the final game in the franchise, Uncharted 4, where literally the fourth game, Nathan Drake has flashbacks and he actually has a brother, and they basically adapted that for the movie live-action adaptation. It felt so rushed and so out of pace by saying, well, if we're going to do a young Nathan Drake prequel, why not just let that dude play young Nathan Drake? I'm like, wait, obviously you cast Tom Holland because, you know, Spider-Man fame, and it's a Sony production, so of course, Sony must have been like, yo, Tom, you doing a good job playing in our Spider-Man movies, want to be part of this Uncharted video game? It's like, bro, don't understand. I enjoyed the first Uncharted Drake, fortunate video game. I don't understand why they did not take elements from that first game. For some reason, for a prequel movie, they took elements from literally the last two games of the franchise. More like, dude, I remember when literally the movie's development was literally announced after when, maybe it was either the first game or the second game when it comes to that. But either way, as we move on, so aside from Tom Holland just giving the best way he does for the stunts, even though I can't take him seriously as Nathan Drake because I don't think he suits the role or has the looks or sounds the voice, but I will be honest, Mark Wahlberg, Marky Mark, bro, he does not look and act like Sully at all, because Sully, he has like the Sam Elliott type of look where he's like, come on kid, we bet you go down, or you're going down to the well. It's more like, no, we're just seeing Mark Wahlberg just being himself. Like, I know my dad likes Mark Wahlberg, but his roles just feels pretty much the same. Like, hey, what are you doing, man? It's like, no, that's not what he's supposed to do. Like, I'm best friends with a teddy bear, and then you gotta go taste with a treasure hunt. It's like, bro, like I said, like, well, at least the Sonic movies, and for the most part the Mario movies, they actually find actors, not just because they're famous, they actually inspire the great cast choices. Like, for instance, Jim Carrey as Eggman, Keanu Reeves as Shadow, Ben Schwartz as Sonic, Idris Elba as Knuckles, like, well-known actors, but they perfectly suit the roles, that they perfectly match for that. Even the Mario movies does the same with Charlie Day as Luigi, Jack Black as Bowser, like, very inspired casting choices. And even though I had that same vibe that I got with Detective Pikachu, with Ryan Reynolds' voice Pikachu, but he surprisingly did a good job. But for Tom Holland and basically Mark Wahlberg, so miscast in their roles. At this point, do not do any live-action video games, because I think Animations will make, yeah, like I say, even a freaking fan film. He even played Blue Falcon in a Scooby movie. Yeah, I know that, where Mark Wahlberg did a little bit of voice acting. But, you know, it's just Mark being himself. And what's even more stupider is, like, Sully, like, in the games, is mostly known for having a mustache. And for some reason, this movie's like, oh, let Sully have the mustache at the very end of the movie. It's like, come on, guys. It doesn't carry the same hype. Like, when Jim Carrey's Robotnik grows the mustache, and he actually looks more like Eggman from the games, more like, bro, that's not how you do it. Besides, Uncharted, despite it has its fans, but it's not as massive as Mario, Sonic, Pokemon, or Minecraft, so it doesn't make any sense. And I will be honest, like, just like I have a similar complaint about Tomb Raider where they did shot-for-shot stuff from the games, but given the fact that it's a pretty cool movie that takes, like, elements from Uncharted 3 and 4, they decided to incorporate that in the first movie by saying, why not just incorporate those elements for a future sequel? And by the way, I mean, just like with Tomb Raider, it's supposed to have a sequel, but now I don't see the point of, like, getting excited for Uncharted 2 where they're like, well, there's only 4 games in the franchise, and they end on 4 because Naughty Dog does not want to be a part of it. But either way, just like Ratchet and Clank, there are some PlayStation Easter eggs, like, literally that there's a Naughty Dog sticker that Nathan Drake literally opens from the suitcase by saying, like, alright, that's a nice, like, Easter egg of the developer behind the Uncharted video games. The surprising thing is that Tom Holland's version of Nathan Drake does not even hold a gun, but instead he has a habit of, like, chewing gum. And then they do this running joke that's not even that funny, where Tom Holland's talking to, like, some Russian guy. It's like, oh, I'm going to give you a super soldier. I was like, what? And like I said, every time I see Tom Holland, even if he's wearing the Nathan Drake outfit, I'm like, bro, it's just Peter Parker. It's just Peter Parker, like, in a different timeline. Peter Parker did not get the powers of Spider-Man, and instead of teaming up with Iron Man, he teams up with John from the Ted movies and Cade Yeager from Michael Bay's Transformers movies, and they're off for a treasure hunting adventure while Puss in Boots Antonio Banderas by saying, oh, you want to find the cross? I'm Puss in Boots. Tom Holland, I think you'll be a much better Mask of Zorro. You should have been in Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. It's like, bro, what is with Antonio Banderas dying in Uncharted, and then he died in Indiana Jones 5? The only time that Antonio Banderas did not die was in Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, which that movie handles the topics of death and life. It's more like, bro, I mean, I know Antonio Banderas does a good job for, like, you know, being a good actor, but why would Burger Beard from SpongeBob movie Sponge Out of Water would literally just be killed off in an Uncharted video game movie and then literally dies in the final Indiana Jones movie? It's like, yeah, I guess he's just meant to not live in a treasure hunt movie. Heck, there's literally Indiana Jones references where Tom Holland's like, oh, nuns, why does it always have to be nuns? Oh, is it like Indiana Jones? But like, well, at least Indiana Jones not only is a great movie, but perfectly masters the whole main character arc, the national treasure, the set pieces. But for Uncharted, it takes the most generic aspects when it comes to, like, the treasure hunting aspects. Like, bro, even Sonic the Hedgehog 2 the same video game movie. Like, Uncharted literally came out first, and then Sonic 2 came out later. Sonic 2 was a much better treasure hunting movie because not only Sonic 2 is more accurate to the games, Sonic 2 is actually, like, you know, entertaining and fun that we get from the treasure hunt to the ice cap to the mountains to all the way to the lava zone to the Master Emerald. Sonic 2 was a much better treasure hunting video game movie than Uncharted because, once again, just like Ratchet & Clank, this movie can get really boring at times. And what's even more dumber that when Mark Wahlberg is facing one of the villains at the Papa John's Pizza Hut, it's like, bro, they're just doing more shameless product placements, and it's like, bro, like, for anyone who's played the Uncharted games, like, the Uncharted video games, when it gets to the action sequences, it's big, it's cinematic, it's, like, all into scale, man, and aside from that, and just choose, like, the most generic places from a product placement when it comes to the pizza, and I feel like the only casting that actually worked is the girl who plays Chloe, which I know Chloe was a character in Uncharted 2 that used to date Nathan Drake, but they don't even introduce, like, Nathan Drake's girlfriend, or should I say her future, like, Nathan Drake's future wife in the later games, Elena, so I'm like, what, are they going to save, like, Elena for, like, the second game, or in this case, no, the second movie, because I heard this movie was going to get a sequel. It's more like, why would they do Chloe over Elena? That doesn't even make any sense. I mean, Chloe was perfectly fine, but what really got me annoyed from this movie is, like, so you're telling me that Nathan, Sully, and Chloe literally cannot trust each other because there's a lot of double crossing here and there. And like I said, Sonic 2 did a much better job on the double crossing aspect of Robotnik double crossed Knuckles and then Knuckles team up with Sonic. Like I said, Sonic 2, a way better treasure hunting video game movie than what Uncharted was. So Uncharted was just like a failing disappointment. Plus, Uncharted Drake did a commercial for Subway. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, like the OG Uncharted for this. This is either going on DNF. But I'm saying, like, if you're a fan of the Uncharted video games, this movie is such a big disappointment. And somebody mentioned in the chat by saying, yeah, the best scene of the entire movie is during the moment where they recreate the moment from Uncharted 3 where Nathan Drake is, like, literally on the crates, and then outside of the crates, he puts on the parachute, literally from the third game, and then him and Chloe, like, here's the difference. Instead of, like, Nathan falling down to, like, into the sand just like in Uncharted 3, and even the game made it more intriguing in that version than the movie. Him and Chloe decide to go on the boat, they go to the water, and then after that, Chloe double crosses Nathan Drake again, and then there's a competition with all the flying helicopters. And what sucks about it is, they're trying to make us feel empathetic for Tom Holland's version of Nathan Drake to be like, oh, I need to go find my missing brother, but Sonic and Mario, like for Sonic, they made the whole brotherhood aspects between Tails and Knuckles more emotional. Heck, I would say even the Mario Luigi brotherhood stuff in the first Mario movie feels more tangible, more emotional than a live-action version of Nathan Drake who's played by Peter Parker in an Uncharted movie. It's more like, bro, why do I feel an emotional bond over fictional talking animated characters, whether they're plumbers or hedgehogs, than a real-life person in this video game movie? It's like, dude, doesn't make any sense, man. And like I said before, don't like that the ending where, despite Tom Holland, I give him respect for all the commitment for the ones like he did throughout the movie, but still, like, once when the sequel comes out, I don't think people will even care about it since this movie is quite forgettable. It's such a big watered-down letdown compared to the games. And yeah, so I was originally going to put this movie on F tier, but I would say, like, when it comes to, like, to the other video games, it is 100% going on D tier. So the movie's just painfully mid. But then when it comes to other terrible video games, boy, Borderlands was such a big waste of my time, y'all. The reason why I say it's such a big waste of my time, y'all, because first of all, I've, like, for at least for Uncharted and Tomb Raider, I've actually played those games. But when it comes to Borderlands, I did not know much about this concept. All that I know is it was going to be getting a movie adaptation, and the fact that this movie was like in development hell, similar like Uncharted, and the fact that Avi Arad, the producer of the Spider-Man movies, were like a part of it. And if you are a Spider-Man fan, you know Avi Arad is definitely go to that. Borderlands, it's boring. It's such a waste of time. And what sucks about it is, despite I've never played the games, I can definitely tell why fans were so pissed off that this became such a disappointing letdown. Like, first of all, the cast is like so miscast. Like, even though Jack Black is fine as Claptrap, but he did not really want to be a part of this movie. Kevin Hart's supposed to be playing this serious military guy, Ronald Reeves, but then bro's so short, literally like on the bottom, and then you got Cate Blanchett, which it sucks that you got a talented actress like Cate Blanchett, and now you kind of wasted her in this video game movie. At least on the bright side, she's coming back to play Hiccup's mom in the live action How to Train Your Dragon 2. But another thing what I don't understand about this movie, what is with this movie showing old elderly women showing their cleavage, showing their boobs on screen by saying, what, do elderly senior women turn the filmmakers on? And you want to know what's funny about this movie? It's like the fact that the writer did not want to be credited in this movie, that he told the studio to change his name on purpose because even the writer knows the movie is so bad that he didn't want to attempt. And another worst thing about Borderlands, it tries so hard to be like Guardians of the Galaxy so much, but it's like what if Guardians of the Galaxy was a bad movie? Because you have all these outsiders in space, and then you got these outlaws, you got these scavengers, you got these different characters and different backgrounds, CG, including the bunny girl that I'm guessing she's supposed to be like the Harley Quinn or Gamora of the group, but she was like very annoying and obnoxious. And then I thought we were supposed to get like the real villains, but then Borderlands is just the whole stereotypical, oh, evil corporate businessman, I'm definitely going to take over the lands. And then, like I said before, as much as I like Jack Black, but was literally the poopy fart joke by saying, hey, keep looking at me, just don't look at it. Besides, I don't even see Jack Black promoting this movie as much as Mario or Minecraft. So I will say this, at least Minecraft is plausible, but Borderlands is easily Jack Black's weakest video game movies. So that's what I'm saying, like, it's not a good video game adaptation, it's just a poor attempt of Guardians of the Galaxy, and like, yeah, no wonder this movie flopped so badly, and like I said, it's so bad that the writer himself does not want to be credited to the movie, so I'm like, yeah, easy F tier for that. But now, when it comes to Assassin's Creed, man, like I said, Assassin's Creed is the same way how I view Uncharted by saying, how could the video games could be so good, so cinematic, so complex, and then when it's adapted to the big screen, it's so bland, generic, and boring. And as for Assassin's Creed, I already mentioned that literally the guy, Michael Fassbender, who plays the main character of the movie, it's kind of funny that his own wife is literally like Lara Croft in like in another video game movie. But Assassin's Creed, more like ass movie, because in my mind, Cal, who's basically an original character created for this movie, is like a descendant of the Assassins to have genetic links and relive the memory for his ancestors. I mean, for a video game concept, that would be cool, but at the exact same time, as a movie, it just translates well and doesn't like give off the same limitations of what it got. And the worst thing about it for Cal, being the main character of this movie, the fact that this bro is so close, where he's like, what is this? What is that? What do you want from me? What the heck's going on? And then after that, the movie just goes move on to that just to relive the answers and stuff. Okay, I played the game since when I was 6. The movie's trash. It definitely goes on F tier. Once again, it's so boring, just like Ratchet and Clank, and Borderlands is like, you know, not a good movie to begin with, but it so sucks. And once again, it's another one of those video game movies that was meant to be a big franchise like what Tomb Raider does. But like I said, at least Tomb Raider was okay at best. Uncharted was disappointing, but then when it gets to Assassin's Creed, bro, like I said, it just makes the games where it makes it look like a masterpiece, man. Like, if you're telling me, like, the action scenes and the set pieces look pretty nice, but I don't like the gray filters that they did. Like, when they do, like, all the gray cinematic stuff, it just makes it look so dull and bland when it just gets to the pass through. But when every time it goes back to the flashback scenes to the present day, I'm like, the flashback scenes are pretty cool, and it is quite faithful to the Assassin's Creed game. But once when it gets to the present day timeline, it's like, oh, what is this? I don't know where I am. It just doesn't make any sense, man. And the fact that this movie definitely have its canceled sequels before Fox and Disney were about to make its return, but due to the poor negative reception and the fact that the director would have like explored the Cold War thing, yeah, all the adaptations of those movies were canceled. So, like I said before, I don't really think I need to say much. All the movies, like, yeah, specifically for the bad video game movies, Assassin's Creed is definitely like another one of those. So, Assassin's Creed, another forgettable video game movie that doesn't deserve to be here on the list. So yeah, now we got 2 more video game movies to end off, and then we'll definitely go off with a bang for this live stream. So yes, to my surprise, guys, this is actually a real video game movie, Rampage, which I will be honest, around that time, I did not know what it was. For me, I literally thought it was going to be a ripoff of King Kong and Godzilla that features The Rock in it, because, you know, I think this movie literally came out the same year when Tomb Raider came out, so this movie was not too different when it comes to, like, video game movie releases. But Rampage, no joke, it is literally based on an 80s arcade game where you can literally transform into a gorilla, and then when you decide to lose all your powers, you become a naked man, which is pretty insane to say that they literally use an arcade of Rampage literally at the end, where it's meant to be this sci-fi mutated type of animatronic thing. But either way, of course, The Rock is like, you know, being himself, but this movie's kind of like saying, what if The Rock was with a monkey, and then this monkey, it's kind of funny that the ape is, his name is literally George, but it's not Curious George, and it ain't George of the Jungle. It's more like, bro, after watching this movie, I feel like watching Curious George or George of the Jungle that has like much better ones. Heck, even Planets of the Apes are much better movies that fandoms like CGI monsters. And it's like, bro, this movie's just a shameless King Kong Godzilla ripoff before we even got like newer versions of Kong Skull Island and Godzilla. But the funniest thing is, I like the fact that Naomi Harris is in this movie, where she went from Pirates of the Caribbean to Moonlight to this to Venom 2. And then you got Jeffrey Dean Morgan having this southern accent, and then eventually I'm about to go there. Yeah, this movie's basically just a live-action proto-Donkey Kong, but with no Seth Rogen. It's just a giant white gorilla. The one thing that's pretty hilarious is, like, once when the women decide to, like, get eaten by gorilla, she's like, oh, shit, and then just goes gulp, gets eaten inside by that giant white George. And I like the fact when The Rock's trying to communicate to the apes, like, me scared. Is this another F movie? I think so. Yeah, like I said, a video game movie is not worth your time watching. I like that Jack Quad is also in the movie. It's like, hey, yo, it's the guy from The Boys. Again, the fact that you have this giant, like, crocodile, this jumping alligator. And to be honest, I mean, no disrespect to The Rock, this feels like every generic blockbuster movie that The Rock's been part of, from San Andreas to Skyscraper. Like, I thought it's not as fun or entertaining as Jumanji, which ironically, we just talked about Borderlands that had Kevin Hart and Jack Black. So it's just like another part thing. The funniest thing is that the gorilla did the middle finger. Yeah, that actually was kind of funny. And then literally that the gorilla George literally just flips the things and grabs the tables. I'm like, wow, he definitely learns the Rock's WWE's things. What can I say except you're welcome? And now we're about to crash into this giant building. And I find it funny that the guy who played Flash Thompson for Spider-Man 1 gets eaten by the giant alligator. And the one thing that also did not make sense to me, like literally when the movie ends, like obviously you know that the gorilla was definitely going to be good, and then eventually that the Rock's going to go lies in. Kind of find it funny that ironically that there's literally an arcade that's literally based on Rampage from the movie it's based on, and it's kind of funny, like it kind of reminds me of Battleship, the movie, where it's like, how the heck are we going to make this video game into a movie? Yeah, it's making a badass sci-fi blockbuster movie. It's more like, yeah, I mean, as much as I like Dwayne Johnson's The Rock, this is just another generic, boring video game movie that's like I said, just a poor prototype Donkey Kong, and definitely just not worth your time watching. But now, for the final video game movie, it's a good thing I'm definitely wrapping this up before we wrap up to our whole definitive video game movie ranking, Gran Turismo. So, funny enough, I've actually played the game because my dad's a big mechanic guy, he's a big car guy, so of course he definitely gave me this game. And I gotta say, Gran Turismo, the graphics in the game are really good, especially when you go out for racing, which basically this whole purpose of this movie is somewhat inspired by a true story, where you literally have this obsessed gamer who decides to become a professional racer. And it's cool that you got like some familiar actors. You got Dennis Hopper, aka David Hopper, as literally being the mentor of this. Is this the last one? Yes, this is the last final video game movie since we've been here for like, whoa, holy moly, for only 5 hours. And yeah, for people who have seen this movie, for those who haven't, it's actually a pretty decent sports drama, but also a pretty solid video game movie. I like that literally when you go next to the Grand Prix, you actually hear the where it kind of sounds like that PlayStation music that you usually hear whenever you play Gran Turismo on PlayStation and the games. Heck, even Gran Turismo 7, Idris Elba actually did the soundtrack for one of the songs for that, since, you know, Idris Elba does play games before he became the voice of Knuckles for the Sonic movies. But yeah, for someone who watched this movie, I enjoyed it. I remember when I watched this movie with my dad was like, you know what, son, out of all the video game movies, that was probably my favorite video game movie ever, because, you know, this movie was actually nominated for Best Adaptation at the Game Awards show. But honestly, this whole idea of Danny Moore, who basically just come from, literally, from being this gamer, and then the parents are like, oh, I don't want to go with this. Gran Turismo is one hell of an awesome S tier. This movie is freaking awesome. 100% Rotten Tomatoes. Making the final one. Yeah, bro, why are you so desperate for it? Even I'm desperate to make the stream as well. Either way, I really like the story that Danny enlists from a former Trevor Drake mechanic to like Jack, aka, you know, the character that David Harbour plays, that eventually goes past through. I like that we got David Harbour from Stranger Things, but also the Marvel Universe, but also R-rated Santa Claus from Violent Night. And then you got Orlando Bloom, a.k.a. Legolas from Lord of the Rings, and also Will Turner from Pirates of the Caribbean. I have not seen Orlando Bloom in a long time, probably since Parts of the Caribbean. So I'm like, yeah, what is Bruv up to? They're taking the whole Mr. Isaac off. That's not good enough, Captain Jack Sparrow. So I'm like, well, it's pretty cool that David Harbour's like also part of this movie, which I do think David Harbour being the mentor of the gamer boy, that was probably like, probably my favorite character in the film. But what I do like about the journey of what the main character goes through, like that whole relatable aspect of Jack accepts of growing tired of his arrogance of his team, but then meanwhile, when we get to Jan, the teenager gamer that dreams of becoming a racer besides his father's disapproval. And I like that the father is literally the same guy for Guardians of the Galaxy 1. He's like, who are you, Star-Lord? Who? So yeah, obviously I know who that guy is. So either way, as we move on, Jane learns that he's eligible to get a GT Academy. And the best way I would describe Gran Turismo, it's like the movie F1, like the one movie with Brad Pitt that won an Oscar like literally last year. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like the F1 but for gamers, and that's what's really cool about this. And what's cool about this, inspired by based on a true story, he literally goes on a race with his brother, attend a party, and then he meets a girl that he likes, but then the police arrive, the party breaks up, and they're driving away. When the police calls up, Jen decides to not be taken by the police and drive off by the police. And then once they get back home, their parents were waiting outside. Jan takes Kobe that he's going to take the fall. And as punishment, Jan is taken to his father's workplace, but leaves early to participate in the race, which he's secured a spot, which once again, really like the Easter eggs from the game that's really adapted to the movie. And once when Jan impressed David Harbour's character by diagnosing a wreck caused by the glaze brakes, the final phase, like the final race comes to a complete phase to represent Nissan, which is another racetrack, because for any Grand Prix inspired story, there's always going to be like callbacks to other driving stories, since my dad is like has his history for that, so I kind of learned that through this movie. It's kind of funny that when he signed a contract with Nissan, his first professional race is in Austria, not Australia. Good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. So then he fails to finish the race in Spain, and then Dubai. He has his final races, crashes to the debris, and yeah, it kind of gives you the vibe of what you've seen in the Pixar Cars movies, or like one of those space sports drama movies where the main character, quote unquote, nearly dies in the wreck, and then David Harbour actually feels bad for him, where he almost could have just wrecked into the cross. And then after that, he earns his license, finishes the fourth, travels to Tokyo, signs his contract just to get to there. And then with his first signing is like nearby to an European country, he kills a spectator. Jan's reluctant to race again. He blames himself for the spectator's death. But then he experiences a similar accident in the 24 hours where they just encourage Jan to run and clear security out. But then when the professional sentiment turns in, Danny decides to make a sim driver, which is Orlando Bloom's character, completes the race and then proves his worth. And then Danny recruits Maddie to make a fellow race to make him race again. And then Jan's father apologizes for not supporting him. Shaken by the crash, Jan is motivated by Jack to play his training music and then just play it again and again. And it just goes more and more when it comes to the loops. And then when they complete their shifts, and Tony's brought into the early cramps, so Wheel just drops to the NAS picks, loses the position, using the race lines from the video game, like literally exactly from the games, regains his position, and then after that, he wins the final lap, securing third place, and wins the podium for Nissan. And then the epilogue shows the real Jan, because like I said, this movie's actually based on a sports drama of the gamer becoming a racer, which is quite inspiring to say, which he has complete over 200 races and serving as his own stunt double in the movie, which I honestly thought it's nice that the real life person is the stunt double while the actor just does like the more movie add to quality versions of it. So I will say this, I mean, despite the complaints I have, like, sometimes I wish the movie would be a little bit more quick, the fact that we could have a little bit more racing elements in it, but like I said, it's perfectly like the F1 for like all racers. While wrapping up the rest, this is what you think the next stream is going to be. As before I decide to rank the final video game movie, I'm just going to say this. The next live stream, somebody mentioned it in the chat earlier not too long ago by saying, oh, Daniel, CinemaCon's already this year. Will you make another one? I'll think about it, because I know tomorrow we're going to get the Sony panel. I'm expecting a lot of Spider-Man stuff for a brand new day and Beyond the Spider-Verse and Jumanji. So I know Sony's going to have a panel on Monday. And then Tuesday you got Warner Brothers, Wednesday you got Universal, and then Thursday you got Paramount and Disney, which I know for Sonic fans they expect me to do that. So I will say, if I had to give you an answer right now, yeah, I would say the next live stream. If I ever hypothetically do one, then yeah, I definitely would say maybe for the next live stream I might talk about CinemaCon, not just for Paramount, but just for the rest. will there be new video game? Bro, are you living under a rock, man? It's like, bro, for the upcoming video game movies, Mario Galaxy is the one that's coming out. Mortal Kombat 2, Street Fighter 2026, and then next year you got Sonic 4, Legend of Zelda, and I forgot what other video game movies are after Legend of Zelda. But other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, just to wrap up this tier list ranking, where would I rank Gran Turismo? I would say, probably just like Gabriel, I would put it like on A tier when it comes to the ranking. So before I wrap up, I'm just going to talk about the ranking as a whole and feel like, yeah, I finally succeeded with this. Hold on, let me just drink one last sip of Aquafina before I wrap up. So now that we finally completed our video game movie tier list, our S tier starts off beginning with Sonic 3, Sonic 2, the first Super Mario Bros. Movie, and Wreck-It Ralph. And then for A tier, we got Sonic 1, we got Detective Pikachu, we got Gran Turismo, we got, for B tier, hold on, let me just click this right here. For B tier, we got the Mario Galaxy movie, we got Angry Birds 1, Angry Birds 2, Five Nights at Freddy's 1, and then C tier, you got the Minecraft movie, 2018's Tomb Raider. Then for D tier, like, okay, just say this, S tier means great, perfect movies, A tier is like super good movies, B tier means serviceable but not like super perfect movies, C tier represents okay for Minecraft and Tomb Raider, D tier represents disappointing movies. So D tier you got FNAF 2, Pixels, Ratchet & Clank, and Uncharted. And then F tier is like the straight up bad video game movies that I never watch again, from live action Mario, Borderlands, Assassin's Creed, and Rampage. So hope you guys are satisfied with the video game movie list, which I know people are going to have divisive opinions, but you know what? Definitely doing the best to like make more tier list streams. So if I'm going to make a tier list stream in the future, maybe it could be related to Sonic, maybe for Sonic music, maybe for Sonic video games. I'm definitely thinking of doing like a Spider-Man tier list stream in the future to like rank the Spider-Man movies along with Brand New Day, so stay tuned for that. But anyway, let me just reel that. So it's been a real drag. Thanks for this for now. I'm going to suffer through high school tomorrow and it's a Monday, but anyway, it's been a real drag. Thanks for nothing. But yeah, thank you. So hopefully you have a good day in school. But yeah, Dustgate, stay in school and don't do drugs, guys. But either way, thank you guys so much for going on to the 5-hour stream, and definitely see you guys the next time. See you out. Peace out, gamers. Let's go! Wahoo!